one that they didn't look to stand a chance in. From the second barriers went up, it was eternal fire with full command over every round, but then side swap, and so too does momentum. For Fnatic, this is where they should just be closing it out and showing us that dominant form that we expected coming in today.
Yeah, the expectations are high. Of course, the way they ended kickoff was a couple of defeats on this exact map. Struggling a little bit more on the defensive side, so I think them starting attack will actually benefit them. Is probably where they'd like to be. I'm curious though, again, on the Eternal Fire side. Obviously, the comp we saw them play fairly recently in Clash is very, very similar to this one, other than the obvious changes. Sky out, or Sky in, sorry, for the fade, and then Neon.
มันเอานีออนเข้ามาอย่างนี้เลย
Still that early aggression. Already taking space outside A, it gives them quite a good idea.
That stun makes it so
difficult
for Fabian.
มึงโดนตันไม่ใช่เหรอ
He manages one before Alpha, having dove into the back lines of B, cleans up the defenders, leaves Fnatic with what should be an easy plant. And this is what I was expecting to see in most of our games.
เจอในเทียเอสป่ะ
Neon, the waylay in the sky, so powerful. Look at that from Alpha, playing deep, taking the pick and getting right out of there. You thought it was scary when you had to hit him twice, but when he can hit you and disappear, I think it's almost worse.
Getting back in is not going to be easy. Alpha's ace will not come through.
กลับมามีภาพ
But that time has been ticking for quite a while, and the post-palm
Oh,
of
ปิด
the
ไม่มีแล้ว
Fnatic
เวลา
side
น้อย
has always been something to fear. Their bind was ratty for generations. I think any team with Boaster, that will always be the case. Or as the time is already gone, and Boaster is there on the close. A pistol.
พี่โบ๊ทไปอัปเกรดเอมมาไม่ได้
No chance at a 6-0 deficit like the
ยัง
last
ยัง
map.
แบบแรกยังท
And as
รง
we've already mentioned, this is the map where we now expect things to go their way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're tuning in just now, with last map, we
ไม่
hit
เสียงพี่เอเบาจัง
overtime. And after the first round of overtime, that was the first time Fnatic were ahead in the entire map.
Who is the victim of dying for sun? Me. Perfect.
เสียงพี่เบาเหรอ
He's giving himself a TED talk.
It's also good to see the Fnatic can
ดู
still
เจอ
do
มันซื้อปืน
Fnatic
ดิลอง
things.
นึ
The
กภาพสมมติ
comebacks,
ถ้ามัน
they
โด
were
ดเข้าไป
looking
ตายใช่ไหม
rejected. The
แล้วปืน
faces
มัน
were
ดอตก
void
เป็น
of
เรื่อง
any
วะ
form of happiness.
วาร์ป
And
กลับดิ
now, as we saw towards the end of Breeze, they started to have fun. They started to loosen up a
อันนี้
bit.
มันแพทใหม่ยังครับพี่
Rounds came their way. Bit
เอ
of
อ
a
อันนี้
shaky start
ยัง
there. Bit of a shaky
ไป
fall
เลย
there
โย
as
รู้
well.
เดินเนิร์ฟ
Good
นะ
stuff
ยัง
from
อยู่
Eternal Fire.
ยูรูป
Just
เนิร์ฟ
with
แล้ว ยังไม่
classic
ถึงแพทไปเลย
and a
โด
bit
น
of
เนิร์ฟ
aggression to find the orb to
เวเลโด
start
นเนิร์ฟ
with,
ยัง
and
แค่
then a double. Trading
แต่
out
เมื่อกี้
won't
อัลฟา
be
เยอร์
easy
เนี่ย
though.
แพ้คลาสสิก
To
อะ
keep that ball
คืออะไรก่อน
rolling will require a lot of luck. Maybe the
อัล
position
ฟาเจอร์เหรอ
Izzy
มันยังมีชีวิตอยู่เลย
tucks
เนี่ย
in
เฮ้ย
could have gotten something, but
ถ้าจักกันดีเมื่อกี้
yeah, they know he's there now.
ถึงถือแบนดอลตัวแรก
I'd
ดูผิด
imagine that means Crashies doesn't go and clear those angles by himself, but he's happy to trailblaze.
ในศพข้างหน้าเนี่ย
Well,
ศ
Izzy's
พ
wrapped
ที่
all
ส
the
อง
way
เนี่ย
around. He's now behind them. Did they hear it though?
วาง
'Cause they're
เป้าแบน
watching
ดอล
it.
อยู่เจอคลาส
There's
สิ
a
กมา
chance
เคาะ
that
หัว
Crashies
แตก
was close
โอ้
enough
โห
to
รั่ว
hear
เล
the
ย
sprint through bath.
ไม่มีสิทธิ์แพ้เนี่ยทำไปเล่นไป
โดดเข้าหลังสอง
Izzy
ไปดูหลังให้พี่โบ๊ทหน่อย
behind, but
พี่โบ๊ท
oh yeah, but the planter is
พี่โบ๊ทไหวตัวทันเลย
luckily Boaster
ไม่มีใครดูหลังให้พี่โบ๊ทเลย
ถือว่ายังไวอยู่พี่โบ๊ท
more health.
ถือว่ายังไวอยู่
Classic that was unkind.
Okay.
And the secondary player coming around for that angle, not going to find anything.
วิเจอร์มันเป้าจับจัง
It
อะ
is a little bit
ตัวนี้เจอ
dangerous.
เป้าจับ
Quickly turns to very little. Fnatic 2 and 0. Rifles kept
สั่ง
through
เป๊
into
ป
the
ซี่
next
ไหม
round.
สั่ง
This is now where we look to Eternal Fire and see if they can get themselves onto the board.
Yeah, a very different start for the favorites of Fnatic
เฮ้ย
moving into this, and
โอ้โหก้าวล่าวอีกแล้ว
expected
แค
to
ท
be
ที่
all too easy on this map, even though they chose it. 14-12 on the previous. Ekko having one of the strongest debuts, especially in that first half. He was untouchable.
Was he 16 and 3?
Yeah, he would definitely. I don't know if he closed on 16 and 3, but he was there.
วันก่อนไปดู
Remember
จีน
seeing that stat line.
ไอ้รัสเซียของ
อ่าฮะ
เอจีอ่ะ
Fnatic, it's not a weak round
ตั้ง
by
แต่มันแข่ง
any stretch
มันไป
of the
แข่ง
imagination.
คิกออฟมาใช่ปะมันกลับมามันยืน
Full
ไม่หยุด
rifles
เลย
to
อะ
play with, and it looks like they're gearing up for this B hit.
Off
We talked
gaming
about
อะ
them bouncing
ยืน
back
แบบ
mentally.
โอ้โห
พี่กุ้งนะ
จัดจัดอุ้ย
มีคม
ไหวหรือเปล่าล่ะ
อีซี่
ไง
ไปรุ่นตุรกีอะ
มีคนถาม25ยิงสู้เด็กไหวหรือเปล่า เหมือนได้ยินอ่ะอันเนี้ยโชว์ไปทีนึง
I'm baiting left. I think he's trying to look for a kill. He might walk into hookah.
ไอ้ยีนี่มัน
ผิดแล้ว
เอามาจากแปซิฟิกปะ
เซลก้า ใครนะ
Nice.
ไอ้ระบบทีมคอม
They didn't wall up. I think I would just walk out.
ไม่ให้ฟังเยอะขนาดนี้
Dealing with the chaos.
มีแค่ช็อต
They
ไฮไลท์
expected it
สั้น
only to be wailing on that side. Ekko backing him up with the wall still to play with.
เปล่า
That
ไอ้
was accounted
EMEA
for.
เหมือน
You
เพิ่ง
heard
ทำ
Boaster
ปะ
say it
ไฟฟิก
there.
มันทำ
They
มาก่อ
know
น
the
ๆ
toxins
อ๋อ
are ripe and ready to roll, but a reposition. Ekko wraps around towards the
จาก
elbow.
ตื่น
Look
ยัง
how far away Oddaz is as well. We talked
ยั
about
ง
this
ยัง
man's
ตื่นไม่ค่อยดี
debut, and it's
จริง
time to
จากถ้ามัน
step
ตื่
up
น
to
ตลอ
the
ด
plate once
แต่สิ่ง
again.
โคตรโกงเลย
Made it past
ก
the
ระสุน
wall
5
already, holding his
แบบ
ground.
แรกอะ
Should be a tough task. He finds the first, no trade. They're slow to
เฮ้ย
react. The flash good, but Ekko's
unlucky
even better. A double, and now the
ตัวละตัวกัด
advantage for
3-2
the
ไม่น่าเชื่อ
defense. With it all to do.
Plant in, gives him a chance. Immediate fight coming, but Ekko is just too quick with it. That first map might have not gone the way
ถ้า
of
ได้
the
ไวเปอร์
squad,
มันเป็น
but
เรื่อง
he
นะ
definitely made a statement in that map.
ตอนแรกเห็นไอ้คนขวานึกว่าเปอร์โป้มาแข่ง
was a piece or two missing from Fnatic, but one that it started magnificently from Izzy, but it looked like it was going to go Fnatic's way. It was only Ekko on this side of the map that managed to throw a spanner in the works.
ไอ้นี่ไม่มีใครเป็นไอดอลหรือปะ
ใคร
I love
เป็น
it.
อาจีใครนะที่
The
ที่ผม
energy
บัง
ส
from
กูบ้า มันคือไอ้สกูบ้ากับเปอร์โป้ร
Showing
วมร่าง
up yet again.
Yeah.
When Eternal
ต่างคนนี้
Fire
น่า
needed
จับ
those
มาอยู่ทีม
early
เดียวกันนะ
rounds, a big 3K there. Like was a bit ahead of the party
Ekko
on that
โหด
swing
จัด
around,
แมต
and
ช์แร
he's
ก
had a
วิ่งอย่าง
tough
งี้ไอ้
game
ลิควิดน่าจะ
showing
โห
in
ด
these
ว่ะ
first
เปอร์
couple
โป้
of rounds. Indeed, in the first half,
เรียน
on
ส
the
กาย
previous map as well. Took him a long time to get going. I think he was 1 in 7.
ลิควิดแต่เดี๋ยวให้เวลามันน่าจะโหดขึ้นมันเหมือนกับตำแหน่งคอมมันเลยลงตัวละ
แต่มัน
นี่
ต้อ
มั
ง
น
จู
ท่าน ลิค
แผ
วิด
น
เลย
มัน
เนี่ย
นะ
โอ้โหกอล์ฟสดเนี่ย
แผนมันโยโร่ไปเลยนะผมว่า
Direct from Fnatic, that promised aggression,
Wow,
but
รู้ทัน
Alpha
ว่ะ
has to cancel. Kayak
จบ
doesn't
จัง
have
ครับ
that luxury.
รู้ทัน
He'll be
นะ
caught in the open, dealt with by
ไม่เอาเลยเลยว่ะพี่
Oddaz here to help.
Spike.
อันนี้มันโดนเคาน์เตอร์ว่ะ
On the floor for Fnatic.
เฮ้ยแต่แฟนติกมันปรับตัวนะมันดูไม่ค่อยเล่นช้าแล้วปะ
Cut off here.
ใช่เล่นไวอยู่
Double TP
มีแบบ
taken
น้อย
by
มากที่เล่นช้า
Fire. It could be a mistake. In many moments it would
ไป
be.
เลย
But Ekko and Izzy, they combine for the advantage.
ถ้าได้อันนี้
Three
ปุ๊บอันติดเลย
versus one.
โอเค
Crashy's at least punishing a next player, but 1v2 spike
เอา
down.
แน่เวลาเยอะ
This is
แคช
far
ชี่
from an easy round. No
2-1
flashes
ไม่
left
ข
as
นา
well.
มือ
He's
ครับ
gonna have to run that clock down to
ถึง
get
จังหวะ
back
รอ
to
ขึ้นได้
25 seconds.
รอแฟดลีก่อน
Seekers, but is this the moment to use them? With
เวลา
a
อาวุธ
little
ปาก
strike
เมื่อย
online as well on the other side.
ด่านแรกเจอเน็กกี้จะผ่านหรือเปล่าโค้งนี้
Give his
If
position away.
anybody else,
ถึงเวลารอ
maybe not, but with Crashies in a clutch, if he can find out that info.
จับผลโนไป1 ทีครับ ไม่รู้ทำไมอยู่ดีก็จับเมื่อกี้
How looks to make a move, looks to try and find
ดู
where
แล้วอยู่ลอง
these players are hiding, but they're going to swing it together. Wonderful fundamentals from the
กดอัน
remaining
ปงอันติหน่อย
Eternal
วะ
Fire players. And again, we see that early aggression putting a stop to what Fnatic had planned.
Yeah, it was a tough round for Crashies. I think he did the right thing by not popping the ult out and see it getting him much value, considering how they played it together, waiting. No smokes left, so there were none for him to flash out of either. And I like this idea. Wait for my flash to come back
โอ้
online.
ตุรกีมันเดือดจัด
Unfortunately,
เลยว่ะ
they
ช่วง
have
เนี้
the
ย
same idea on the other side. Neki Pop says
อะไรนะ
info's
อ้าว
there,
เทค
the
พอส
round's
อีกแล้วเหรอ
already done.
ไม่
2 to
โอ้
ฟอ
ฟั
ส
2.
ธรรมดา
Eternal Fire showing
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาเลิกเทค
definitely
พอส
still
แล้ว
got that brawl
เทคพอส
ability.
เนี่ยพี่
ใช่เหรอเอ้า
Even here on this map.
เสียงเนี่ยเทคพอสผมจำ
Fnatic
ได้
should
โอ้
feel that
โห
bit
ยก
more
นิ้วแล้วยกนิ้วแล้ว
comfortable.
โอเคโอเคไม่มีอะไรตกใจเฉย
เยี่ยมเยี่ยมเนี่ย
เยี่ยมเยี่ยมเยี่ยมเยี่ยมเยี่ยมออก
ออก
กูด
กูดออกกูด
ออกกูดออกกูด
อ๋อคือเทคพอสเพื่อที่จะยกนิ้วให้ทีมนี่มันเล่นเก่งว่ะพี่โบ๊ทหน้าแม่งเหมือนเดิมเลยแบบ ชอบตึงๆอะถึงว่าโดนแนทล้อ
ตั้งแต่โดนแนทล้อเสียทรงเลยอ่ะแบบไม่ตลกแล้วเริ่มตลก
Forced
แล้ว
Alpha to just take the TP, even though his ult was
มารอบนี้
committed
ไม่
to
ตลก
Alpha.
ละ
But there should have been a free kill there, and Kayak in pursuit of that kill. Well, he doesn't have a recall. He doesn't have a TP. He can't get out of there. He's stuck in the mud, and they dealt with him beautifully. And from there, it's just a domino effect. The double TP was a bit risky. I have to say, with the advantage they had, that had me worried. But they made a meal out of it.
That's their style of
เนี่ย
play.
จากมันนับช้าแบบที่แล้วก็นับช้าแบบนี้เลยอะ
Passive Eternal
แต่พอ
Fire.
นับปุ๊บแซงเพื่อนเลย
I think if that's what you're hoping for, you're watching the wrong team. And even though they're up against an eco, that doesn't seem to be changing. It is early aggression from Fabian. Of course, they've got the smoke down, but even still, even once his ability to recall fades, he's like, I'm still going in the smoke. Like, come on, I'm still going to push it. They want to look to hold on to a lot of ground in this part of the map. Of course, the double duelist for this team didn't necessarily feel as natural as some others. Like we knew, especially when it was Sop, that he was always going to be the man to watch. They tried Chamber on Ekko at a point. of Fabian, even when they had players missing, it seemed to play that role incredibly well.
Seemed for a while like the old order would be restored.
ผม
Fnatic claiming this map. A decent start with the pistols. Good stun as well. Orbital strike put through. Pressure on for Kayak as he tries to get out. Necky's there waiting. Trades. Not what you wanted around like this where Fnatic gets so little to work with. And they keep it competitive. 2v2 rifles to be retrieved and a plan potentially to be found. Fabian could catch them going for the
วับหนึ่ง
TP.
ไม่เข้าหนึ่ง
In fact, he's going to
เอ้า
catch Alpha. But
โอ้โห
not going anywhere, is it? A recall right back into the open. The pressure on for Vikaj, not close to his ult either.
You see Alpha's reaction. The second he clicked the button, it was a reaction click, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm dead.
เล่นใน
Yep,
สายว่ะ
that's me done." Vikaj 1v2, looking for it all, but again, perfect synergy of those players peeking together. Fabian with a multi-frag, it kind of feels like it shouldn't have been necessary. And the problem is, I think the player who's gone to go and collect whatever gun they wanted doesn't have his ult, and the one who was about to defuse does. So they're now just holding it a little bit. They'll take their time to go retrieve, I'm guessing, an operator.
Yeah. Should be double off from that spot there where we saw it dropped. And nice work by Necky. And again, Necky and Fabian having to dig deep like that isn't really what you want to see in the Alpha space.
That was really good gun. One city, one.
Yeah, of course he hadn't got the weapon. His teammate did, but reality is
น่า
that
เสีย
whole
เลยเยอะ
round seemed to be massively favored to Eternal Fire. Fnatic came in with pistols. They made good use of a bit of aggression, the dive in from Alpha alongside the stun.
ไม่จักกับเวคัส
And
ส
they
กอร์
got
เป็น
an
กัน
orbital
นะ
strike on the other side as well. So altogether,
เรื่องร้อนช้าหน่อย
ult
สองคนนี้
economy and credit economy damaged pretty heavily. That's a success for Fnatic. Now they have to build on those
แต่
foundations.
เวกัสมาอยู่แมปแรก
Early Viper's
ช่วยเยอะอยู่
is already going to completely
อยาก
change
ดู
the
วิทย์อะอยาก
dynamic
ดู
of
มัน
this
จะอัปเกรด
round.
มันเอาไซโยนาระเข้ามายัง
เข้าแล้ว
รู้เรื่อง
There is plenty to play with.
ตอน
Seekers
แข่ง
still
ตอน
online
มี
for
ไอ
a while ago,
ช่วง
and
พักอะ
Izzy
โหดอยู่ เห็นตัวเลขแบบ
already
เดือดอยู่
aggressed past the smoke.
วิทย์น่ากลัวอยู่นะตอน
Further
นี้
out does he go.
ถ้ามัน
A
ลง
little
ตัว
bit wary that
ใช่
เผื่อแม่ง
potential
โหด
somebody
โห
to
ด
swing as
ต้น
he
ๆเลย
goes to peak. It seems
แต่
like
ถ้าดูจาก
Vantage
เพลเยอร์
is
นะ
very much aware that somebody
แต่
could
นี้ต้อง
be this
BBL
close.
ว่ะโคตรโหด
Even
เลย
pinging the angle, maybe seeing the scope.
แล้วเฮียติกอะ
It seems like he's so locked in
Fnatic
on
ก็
this
โหด
position that
ต้องเปลี่ยน
he
คน
is
หนึ่ง
convinced there's
ต้อง
somebody
เปลี่ยน
in flash is coming. There should be no way out for Izzy. The stun, and actually he gets away.
ผมมันห้าวจัดเลย
Just gives him
มันใจสู้จังอะ
error there. The wall not great, but he'll make
เฮ้ย
it around.
รอดเฉย
Seekers hunting them down. Fnatic not giving up on
โอ้
this.
โบน
This
ไม่
is
กดอันติ
the
ลงมาเลย
right play yet again from this squad. Using that
โบนติช้าจัง
using the sky.
พีคมาอย่างงี้ก็หวานเลยดิ
Middle of nowhere though.
ผมมันสู้เลยว่ะ
No man's land. In goes the old Fabian diving with it, but
ฝืนเลยว่ะผมว่า
นี่ไง
able to
หักปุ๊บ
pick
มา
up
เลย
all the
มัน
kills.
ฝืน
And
จัด
leave
อะ
this site
ไอ้
in the hands
ฝั่ง
of
นิเท
Fnatic.
อะ
One
ตั้งแต่
man
ไอ้
lost.
สกาย
มัน
แล้
ไม่
ว
ปล่อยเลย
มันพีคแบบไอ้นี่
Ekko
ไป
on the other side, all alone, 1v4.
น่ารอเพื่อนหน่อย
I think it is a bit better to save this weapon. Just glance at the credits and you can see that there's going to be a lot.
เมื่อกี้อะแม่งถ้าได้นี่คือต้องพึ่งโชค พึ่งความแม่นตัวเอง เป็นต้องพึ่งอินดิวิโดเยอะอะ
For the cash, and
Get
everyone
len
in the
xiềng
same boat.
พึ่งหลายอย่างเมื่อกี้
Of the utmost importance. But for Fnatic, a successful round previously in terms of the damage done and the chances they
มี
gave
รอบนี้เหรอ
themselves, even with that low buy, burned up
แอบ
big
แอบให้แบบ
ultimate from the
แอบให้วิท
defensive
ย์นะ
side, and now
ต้องมีวิทย์หนึ่งทีมอ่ะ
Oh, indeed, yeah. And then now they come in here with Viper's Pit out of this round, available for the next, and a chance to
ลิ
completely
ควิดไม่อยากให้ไป
shatter
ละ
the
รอบที่แล้ว
Eternal
รู้สึ
Fire
ก
economy.
มันชอบไปโชคในอินเตอร์
It was the neon
อย่าไปเลย โชคไป
They used the convergence path and Viper's
เอาไอ้นี่ดีกว่า ไปช้าแต่
In this
ค่อน
one,
ข้าง
yeah,
ชัวร์อยู่
I was speaking
ไอ้
about
พวก
the
เฟนั
previous
ติก
with the
เฟ
orbital
นัติก
strike, so
เนี่ย
that's 4
Uh,
hits in 2 rounds.
It is
Burned up out of them for no success.
BBL ก็ได้อยู่
of ultimates gone. And at this one, it felt very panicky. Like obviously for Izzy, this whole round was pretty much spent running backwards, like just util ults. Like they even put an orbital strike on top of him here. Just as he thought he might finally be done. And then his teammates trying to react to almost help.
Neon
But
was in that spot.
Yeah, he was just gone.
there you go. He managed to escape. Unfortunately, it didn't really change the round. And I think the fact that Vekash does well, takes space,
อุ้ย
very aggressive. And while you can see the spams were already there, the aggression was
พัก
taken.
หน่อยไม่ได้เลยเวคัส
Fnatic are adapting to the plays that Eternal Fire are trying to
ยิง
make.
ไม่หยุดเลยทักปุ๊บยิง
They're
ไม่หยุดเลยตอนนี้
adapting fast.
Yeah, look at that momentum shift. Even the attempt to dive in with the Waylay, which should normally be in and out quick as you like. Not even having to prime that stun, just drop it on the floor and quickly recall. Yeah, they don't even get a chance to prime the stun. Then an immediate shutdown. Again, singing the praises of Vakash is just too easy. The guy is sensational,
เอลติก
especially.
ปักทรงนี้
I want to see him be a Viper main, lock in nothing but it.
แบบแรกนี่โคตรโหดอ่ะ
This and the
โหดแบบ
previous
โหดจัด
meta
อ่ะ
feels like it has a home on almost every map for Ekko. And you found yourself one kill, one
เอ๊ะ
more.
ล้อหลอกนั่นแน่
Fnatic certainly won't be crying over the credits lost. They are willing to throw themselves at this to ensure that Eternal Fire have as little as possible available for the next round. They're already in the spawn. Boxed in is Odd as he has to fight his way out, and the first one goes his way. That's all she wrote. 4-3, and Fnatic looking dominant now.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable with what is being thrown at them. Like we saw it the last round with Izzy's position being very clearly telegraphed and forcing him back consistently with utility. And then in this one, the attempted double dive into mid. Like they are spamming into that utility. And there you go. Like the reads on what their opponents are going to be doing, starting to become a little bit too telegraphed. And that's something that we've always given credit for Fnatic, like their ability to play those defaults and okay,
คน
sometimes
ถาม
they
ว่า
run
เอล
out of
ติก
time
ได้แชม
because
ป์
of
รายการ
how
ใหญ่
much
ล่า
they
สุด
do
เมื่อไหร่
it. But if teams continue to push
ขออนุญาตเปิดดูเลย
they're very good at sort of soaking up that pressure. And for Eternal Fire, we now need to see another level to the defensive side, because if that's the continued plan, I fear it's only going to go worse from here.
They've held their timeouts, but this is definitely the moment to put one through. As we said, even when it was Fnatic on the eco, they had such a strong chance of taking it. And since then, it's been nothing but dominance. Eternal Fire throwing their ults into the wind for little real reward out of it. Like it's almost played it against their hand with how Fnatic have been able to read what's coming. And then a chance in the previous to play a little bit more aggressive. I do like the idea, but you have Crash who sat there saying it's too obvious. And that's a problem. If Fnatic got those reads early on, yes, it's the moment for a timeout, but it might not be the moment for course correction because you don't have a lot to work with in this round. Weaknesses. And a judge in play in the hands of Ekko. Expect that to be in Izzy's hand, but maybe it's for good reason. Nice shots to start, and Boaster the one that's dealt with.
Judge up close, an old faithful, and after that early aggression, it's an immediate rotation back in the other direction, trying to put the stack onto the A site, maybe expecting their opponents to react off the info they have. Tiger being sent out into the showers. Like, this is a desperate attempt to just find out anything they can, but in the meantime, Fnatic have just stopped. They've paused. They've sent Crashies to maybe even try and commit the ruse. Instead, though, the Seeker's being expended. This should give it a decent idea as to where they're currently waiting, and with Ekko in position with a charge.
โอ้ยแล้วมีจัดกระบอกเดียวเกม
แล้ว
เป
ไป
ลี่ยนหรือ
เจ
เปล่า
อไปเข้าของ
That's why he
แข็ง
has it. No
เออ
intention to move from that
ไปผิด
spot. Now
ไป
with a
ผิด
rifle
ที่
in
ครับ
hand,
หมดเลย
He's
ที
going
นี้
to the side in the back perhaps of Fnatic, who've only got the Cavs left. That could be enough if Ekko wasn't blitzing out to take him down. And Eternal Fire, after the
ได้จริงว่ะ
timeout, a
จัดแม่ง
very nice low by round. You know, their previous aggression might have been readable for Fnatic. They certainly seem to think it was. But this one, they hadn't got a Scooby-Doo what was going on. Very well handled by Eternal Fire. And you know the best part is that the Skydog sent down on A actually
วิ
spots
นวิน
Izzy.
อีโควินจ
And
น
you
จนนะ
realize if Izzy's
ห้ามจริง
here, and he was
พวก
there
กล้า
at
อ
the
ยู่หอ
start,
นี่คือ
you
แบบ
know, this
ตัด
site
ทิ้ง
could
ไม่
be
ได้
a
เลย
little lighter, and that sells the roots for them to run right into Ekko.
Good work in the low bite. A huge victory.
Yeah.
Well, who said that they've done well to deal with Izzy a lot so far. But this time he will be able to land the shot. A lot of space taken. A very committed push, and Izzy being given those isolated fights. This time not being run down. This time not crumbling to the utility. With a two-man advantage.
โอ้ย
Fnatic don't even really have a safe space to plant. Izzy's just still going, giving him the
สู้มือวะ
freedom
สู้
to
มือจัด
fight. Well, only one man standing. Neki will immediately close out this
อะไรวะ
round.
เนี่ยเราเนี่ย
Lead taken back
โอ้
by
ยละ
Eternal
ครับ
Fire, and I don't know what was
ฟุต
said in
ฟุต
the
ตอนนี้น่า
pause.
ลุ้น
It
ว่าไลน์อัพ
definitely wasn't
น่า
anything
ลุ้นอยู่
about
นะ
slowing
ก็
down,
มันเอาตัว
but
แบ
it
กของ
worked.
EF8
Yeah, this is now starting to look much better.
มันมีแต่วัยรุ่นตุรกีที่แบบคม
คัดจากมาจากไอ้เนี่ยเอเปกอะ
But we need to see more of this. The problem is Fnatic will start to play that more direct
มึงซูม
play,
สเปรย์
start
อย่าง
the
นี้เลย
dunk
วะ
utility to push him off angles. You shouldn't be looking that upset. That was a great round.
One of you died, not good enough.
I want flawless. But Izzy, great round from him, confidence builder. And now
ยังดูดีอยู่
something
เอฟเป็นโห
Fnatic
ทุ
to
ก
be
คน
scared of as that op has shown itself to be
คนที่มาแทนเอโค
terrifying
มันก็
foe
โอ้
to
โห
face
เก่า
off
เรื่องอยู่
against.
มีประสบการณ์ด้วย
Able to
ฟาเวียน
take any angle, even using the corner of the smoke. With what's in play, this feels risky, but there's a second layer. Do they
Ui.
expect Lotus? They do. They
Thảm
expect
kinh.
the corner, but it doesn't seem to matter. Even
Cái
if
bốt
it's
lặp à?
quick enough, not quite the second time. Even still, Izzy is there to deal with. Back for more dodges. and
Ui.
operator. He's
อุ้ยบาสจัด
slowing
โอ้
down.
เกินไปพอแล้วพอแล้ว
มันจะเอาพี่โบ๊ทด้วยเมื่อกี้
Finally, Kayak will
Oh.
grant him the release. It seemed like he was hunting for, but now
อ๋อแล้ว
there's
โดนหมา
another
เพื่อนกัด
that needs to be found. Boaster, a 1 versus 3. He's turned it to 2. Needs an instant
เรียบร้อยครับ
headshot, and he's not gonna get it.
ยืนเลยซ้ำด้วยเป็นไง
I love that
อย่า
move
อย่าเดี๋ยว
from
พี่โบ๊ท
Izzy.
โกรธนะเป็นเรื่องนะ
The fact that he just goes, I wonder if there's one bath. Zips in, zips out.
ดู
Yep,
ดู
there
แด
is.
กเป็นตัวอย่าง
Can't even get the op shot off. Autos was so well there, but is he stealing the show with these shots? You think you've got him cornered, boxed in under pressure, but pressure makes diamonds. And he is shining bright in these last few rounds with the op in his hand. 6-4. Eternal Fire fighting for another favored first half. And the attack side, thinking back to the previous, that's
Yeah.
where they've been able to hone their skills even better than what we've seen when their opponents are pushing into them. Oh my goodness!
These contact plays again and
โอ้โห
again.
หนักว่ะ
When you finally get the first, you go looking, you go trying to hunt them down. Izzy's popped his ult behind them. They already have a huge advantage. He doesn't give a damn.
Disgusting.
This
กัน
is
ได้เยอะจัง
reminding
วะ
me of those
แมนติกมันบุกไม่เป็นเหรอ
supermassive
เนี่ย
blade days.
บุกไม่เป็น
The
อันนี้
run and gun, the out aiming of opponents.
พอเป็นอะไร
The
วะ
pause
EF นี่
almost
มันคือ
feels like it was fake.
UF
Yeah, maybe
UFL
we're
เก่า
gonna change up our
ULF
game. No, we're not. We're doing this. We're running at you. We're putting pressure on you. We're fighting you in every corner. We're in positions you're never going to
ไหวตัว
expect.
ทันวะ
I'm off Alpha yet. And
นวัด
Becca.
จะเจอ
A mountain to climb, but at least.
แต่เจอนี่แม่งต้องเจอไอ้นั่นจำได้แค่ตอนนั้นลาหลอกใช่ไหมโหเจอร้อนแหละ ไปวัดกับลาหลอกเลย
Second spike down an op that you know is waiting around that corner now in the hands of Izzy. As terrifying as can be.
Right.
And look at the timing. The game
สไลด์ยิง
sense
โชว์ไป
from
ที
these guys battling through that ascension system and here off merit. You can see it's not misplaced with Fnatic. Almost locked in now for a loss at the half. The question is,
โดน
will
นะเนี่ย
this rifle be
Fnatic
carried through? I think Crashies is hoping that it is, so he can have at least something to play with, but it doesn't look like Eternal Fire are giving any quarter. No mercy
lost.
shown as 7-4 on the board. Fnatic, they really got a streak of rounds going. They got some momentum, but that has been shut down completely in the last few.
Oh, blink and you miss
เล่น
it.
โคตร
I
ดีอ่ะ
didn't see it live and I had X-ray.
7-4. And you mentioned the sort of earning of spot, but the funny thing for me is that the guy 10 and 9, the guy standing, the guy performing, Izzy, kind of wasn't meant to be here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he's the one that's joined with Eternal Fire, was already on the roster in the tier 2. Of course, Sop has found another
โอ้โห
home. And well, no surprise, 10 seconds into the round, we already have multiple
เห็น
deaths. Even another
โยกไป
hand on that operator.
ตัวเองมี
Going
คน
back
เดียว
in the other direction. Fnatic
เป็นจัด
trying
ด้วย
to
หนึ่ง
bait some of those early rotations. There's still a judge. There is a judge.
โอ้โห
While
เหมือน
players
แบบ
on the
ดี
other
นาย
side
ทิ้งอะ
have
กดอันติมาดีนาย
7,000
ทิ้งอะ
credits. Ekko
แค่จัด
Well, he's heard that people like the Neon Judge. He likes the Viper Judge.
As he, yeah, I was going to say,
Oi!
it's a backup weapon. Oh my goodness!
What?
Echo is jumping in.
ใครเขาให้มาเล่นในแพทตรงนั้นน่ะ
I think. Oh man! And into the pit he goes. Echo falls, but the cascade afterwards of players is going to easily deal with Vikash. Crashes. He's caught. Well, both Brimstones caught unaware, and now
ที่บอก
some
ไม่ไหว
info to
แล้ววะ
play with. The cabbage is on their
Muy
way,
cool.
finding both players, and Crashy knows that he has one player isolated, but no longer. They've crossed back. They've combined forces. The fusion dance on the side, a high-low, separated for a moment, but not long enough.
อยู่ที่พกอะ
Triple from Fabian, 8 rounds from Eternal Fire, and the bounce back
ไม่
is very much
ทางออกหลัง
underway.
บอมไซด์พี่โบ๊ทกด iPad เฉยเลย
เนี่ยโอ้โหอยู่กลางสนามรบเลือกที่จะเอา iPad ออกมาเล่น
แมปที่ผ่านมาเป็นไงบ้างครับพี่โบ๊ทค่อนข้างที่จะเหนื่อยหน่อย แป๊บนึงนะครับ จัดการเรื่องอีเมลแป๊บนึง
That space taken alongside Fabian, who both of them have been fantastic, needs to be the same here. And a pistol, well, it'd be a warm welcome.
And it would be. Attack side's been so solid for Eternal Fire.
อุ้ย
Different comp, they're up against now, and
Oh!
the second lease of life gets
อะไรอะ
himself a
ระเบิด
triple.
ฟอร์มเหรอ
Eternal
จริงมันเน้น
Fire,
comeback กันดิ
well, it seems like that flame is being snuffed out at least in round number 1. Unless Neki and Ekko, which, look, certainly not the players to
ย่าไม่ไวจัด
question.
ไวจริง
Make it the backside as well. Well, that's all he'll get.
Ow.
Neki.
Sorry, has he not dead? He was reloading for half of that fight. This has now become a 1
เฮ้ย
versus 2
รู้ได้เปล่า
scenario.
Does he hear him? Oh, he's shift wall. Just outside
เอา
range.
ไซเล็งว่ะ
Look like he's
ไม่ได้ยินนะ
Just outside
สวย
range.
ละครับ
Because of that, the B site is going to be for free. They think they've got him locked in. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm in the spawn. You're sat watching. Hearing anything? He must still just be lurking around showers, just waiting. What we'll do is when he plants, we'll go and surround him. And
30
while I
seconds
think
left.
Boaster might have heard something, because
Spike
now he
planted.
starts high-tailing it to the other side of the map. Early flash. Don't know if that caught.
Does he hear him this time? No. Neki's playing so far away, but there it is. There it is. The steps heard just as the shift keys pressed. That will be his death
เหลี่ยมเหลี่ยม
sentence.
เหลี่ยม
Really
I
good
see
job, though, to find all 3 in Bath. I'll be honest, the second I saw Ekko die, I thought this round is done.
Yeah.
No question about it. But Neki really managed to breathe some life back into that. 8-5. A pistol round for Fnatic and a much-needed leg up as they climb back into this map.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that is basically both pistols won by Alpha. Yeah. I think it was in the first half as well. He just went diving in and killed everyone. It seems like he's been very good elsewhere, but getting both pistols for your squad and you're only having 5 rounds is definitely not an ideal scenario, but it at least has given them an opportunity to climb back. And we've already seen it in the last map. Like a 9-3 well, curse, but it almost seemed like it was curse for Eternal Fire in the end. Now they have gone for a fairly hefty investment. Izzy out with the sniper in hand. We look on the other side, and there are a few light shields in play. One of them is Alpha, yeah, but more importantly, even if he hits anybody, a chance for these pistols to catch him. This should be easy for Kayak, though, right? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, now they know it's there.
I don't like that way.
Are they're thinking of challenging it. I mean, you've got your two dive duelists in here. If anyone's going to get past that judge.
Do you think it's because Fabian went, well, I did hit him, so maybe you can kill him now? He's not hit for enough.
He's so heavily tagged. I mean, the space taken, the old Nats walk up by Ekko.
เอารอหนึ่งกระบอก
Using the wall to get into this corner. It's something
ที่มีเหยื่อหรือเปล่า
Fnatic are very used to facing, but it looks like they'll give an opportunity.
เกือบนะ
Classic up close, right click, dangerous, and he got two of them off. One missed, and that's why Venkaj is still alive. Otherwise, that could have been an opening pick. And off that damage, looks like they're looking to at least put pressure
นั่น
here.
ไง
Oh, what a shock. They have a chance to take TP.
เป็นเรื่องเลย
Losing Fabian means commitment to the A site. A pick already under their belt. The wrap around from Neki is ambitious. They will at least get a plant out of this.
Yeah, it's the extra credits. That's kind of what makes this worth it. It's that along with what damage Izzy can do. Ordaz is kind of almost just watching, trying to make space, trying to play off angles, try and be weird, basically, and allow Izzy to hopefully do the rest. Smoke's creating awkward angles. There already is Kayak, and the shot.
คือสโมกอะไรวะเมื่อกี้สโมก
Maybe
ที่
even
โบ๊ท
just
อะ
holding onto the gun could be worth it.
น่า
He's
ใช่นะ
stuck,
สโมกแบบ
reloading,
ว่าตัดใกล้อะ
being
นะ
chased down.
สโมกผิดหรือเปล่า
มัน
Kayak can almost try and bait
Smoke
him,
pit
but
ต้องนะ
maybe he's going to try and push him just later on.
สโมกผิดตรงนั้นมันเลยก็ได้หรือเปล่า
To the sniper, and
ตัวไหนด้วย
actually, that's really not bad at all.
Yep, all in all, positive round. Good takeaways for Eternal Fire, but this is where they have to find those solutions. We've seen them try to play the snake in the grass.
แม่งส่งพลังนะเอารอ เพราะเดี๋ยวนี้คนชอบเล่นเกาะไอ้นี่กันอะเกาะลีอะ
They know he's coming in on an
ปืนโกง
outlaw.
อยู่นะเอาหล่อจริงๆไม่ได้แย่นะถ้ายิงคนเลือดคนเกาะเต็มตายเพราะไม่มีสองนัด
Well, we're in game and see three still carry
เก่ง
through. The
แล้วเล่น
judge
ย้าย
makes
มันกลับมา
sense. Not
KC
really a favorable
เก่ง
fight for an outlaw in any judge
เคยเป็น
position.
แต่แบก KC อยู่
Danger for Venkaj and Boaster. Oh, and Crashies. It's
KC
four
ก็กลับ
light
มาโหด
shields,
เลย
in
ดิ
fact.
This
นี่อ่ะ
is being played as a bonus. There's no doubt about that. Most of it a decent
เหตุ
start.
ไป
There's space to crashes, but it is just the trades. Quick rotation looking to come through from Kayak. He needs to get close, and he does. An execution. Venkaj
เหลือ
loses
Ekko
it.
ครับ
And Ekko's too far.
จากวางเป้า
They
รอ
can just
เรีย
bait
บร้อย
this defusal. He knows eventually he's going to have to run. And
ไม่พลาด
Kayak's just holding the angle. That's an easy kill for him. A very fast round.
โคตรเซ็งอ่ะ
And one that
นี่
Fnatic
เอา
will
สไลด์
take
เข้ามานั
all
ดเดียวอะ
day long. 3 in a row on what looked like, again, a mountain to climb. Is now not much more than a molehill.
Yeah, very good job to climb back into this one. Kayak, I don't know how he gets away with that. And now knowing that Hook
สไล
is
ด์มาต
clear,
รงๆเลือดร้อย
Venkaj can just sprint
เสียดาย
at
เสียดาย
that planter, taking him down. Risks, but measured ones. And you can see the frustration on the other side of the stage. A timeout.
เพลงนี้โดนผมจำได้ โทษทีผมมาแล้วผมโฟกัสแชทแล้วนี่ผมทำอีเมลอยู่ส่งงาน
With a Bucky in hand and, okay, a couple of rifles to play with. You don't even have that many in terms of ults to try and pad the gap either, which that's more of my worry. Like, there's only so much you can do with the Seekers.
Breathe deep.
Well, the time for deep breaths indeed. Eternal Fire need to be focused. Credits committed.
นี่หมายความชนคอปอย่าง
Buy in the next possible.
แถมให้บุกได้ไหมโอ้ย
Deal with here. They got past their
ไอ้นี่ไง
The Kayak
จากบอกว่าไรเฟิลไม่ใช่คำตอบอะตอนนี้ลูกซองเลยแหละ
He's not done yet either. Dishing
ไรเฟิลมัน ไม่ได้ นี่แหละคำตอบ
อันนี้มันยังไม่โดนเนิร์ฟไงมันบัฟขึ้นมาด้วย
ลิควิดทำไปดี
แล้วแม่งบัฟขึ้นมาด้วย
น่าดูมากเลยต้านิสกายกลับมาอยู่แล้วครับ ตัวอย่างโกงแฟดลีนี่คืออย่างโกงที่ว่าระหว่างแฟดลีนานๆแบบนี้กับยิง2 ตัวแล้วแฟดคืนมาไหนเก่งกว่า
แปดอันนี้เก่งกว่า
อันนี้เก่งกว่า
อันนี้คือที่สุดละของสกาย
เมื่อก่อนมันรีเร็วกว่านี้ใช่ไหมยุคแรก
ใช่แล้วก็มารีส
ที่60
ๆทีนี้เชียร์ใครพิเศษไหมFnaticครับ
That one's going to be immortalized.
ถ้าจะเก่งสุดถ้าแฟด3 ตัวเลย
เก่งใช่เก่งสุดแล้วตอนนี้สกายอ่ะ
แบบ3 ตัวที่แบบไม่ต้องรี
เอ้า
เลย
Maybe coming to an end is Eternal Fire.
มันนึกว่ากลับเหรอวะทำไมเจอมันปล่อยกันเลย
เฮ้ย
โอ้Fnatic เละเทะ
ที่ช็อตนี้โหดจัด
What? How's he gotten that one? Well, that's the only pick that they
Did the
have.
range get upgraded and I didn't notice?
นี่อ่ะ
Okay.
This is
Careful,
getting a bit
lads.
risky.
Careful.
Get a bit shaky.
This round should be guaranteed. But a healthy,
Reloading.
ทำไมแคทชี่มันรีบจังวะเมื่อกี้งงว่ะ
confident one. And they've got the credits that he can go for this, or he can go for the exit.
วิ่งแบบ gamble เลยแบบไม่สน
Looking to try and cut them off as they look to
มงเลยนะเมื่อกี้
Psych. Maybe expecting that a certain position would be free. He's going to be in a great position, but maybe just a little bit too late. That will be the lead reclaimed by Eternal Fire. Once again, Fnatic getting back into it, seeming a little bit more difficult than expected, but
จริงๆมันเปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นมันจะเป๋ๆหน่อยนะมันจะต้องจูน
I think Fabian
มันเร็วขึ้นใช่ไหมเปลี่ยนเทมโป
just superb.
ด้วยคอมด้วยคอมนี้เล่นช้านี่คือโอ้โห
เป็นพี่โบ๊ทยุคเก่านี่คือ
Shaking it all
ยัน
about, looking good for Eternal Fire.
10 วิสุดท้าย
You'd be fuming if you're Ekko there, but at least it didn't get too much more costly.
Back at it.
Looking for double digits. Ult online for Fabian. Not seeing a direct play being set up here. It's going to be pressure put on towards Belong. An attempt to perhaps deny that orb. The Alpha are so close to his, but he's hunting it down
เจอ
towards
สไน
the
วะ
bathroom.
ไม่ชินเลยวะ
The Alp trained in on this position. That's a big problem if Ekko gets curious.
ตอนนี้เห็นท่านเล่นแรงสไนท่านอย่างเวอร์
Maybe
ตอนนี้
expect-
มีน่าจะดูลิสอะดูละ
They threw a snake
เอ
bite
อ
down
กด
there
ด้วย
as
ลิส
well, so
รัว
it's
ๆเลย
clearly something they've had an idea
อย่างนี้
about.
มาแน่
Aggressive positions
โอ้
being
ท่านแบบ
taken.
สไนเวอร์จริงอะเวอร์แบบ Yeah.
Instead, Alfia is going to man his
เล่นอย่างนี้ได้เลยเหรอวะ
instead. Nonetheless,
มันไม่มีใครเล่นแมคานิกดูลิสโหดเท่าพิมมี่แล้วจริง
เออ
ต้องเล่นน่ะยังไงก็ต้องเล่นถึงไม่ชอบก็ต้องเล่นน่ะ เอาวะ เขาสโลว์เลยครับ หมดเลย เรียบร้อย
อุ้ยติกแม่งชอบทำอะไรยากๆจริงว่ะอย่างที่ไม่เคยสัมภาษณ์แหละ
With an in zone flawless.
ชีวิตมันทำอะไรให้มันง่ายๆมันเดิม
Fnatic not gonna let Eternal Fire
เล่นอย่างนี้เอาใจเลยออด
And the big thing is that round
ให้ตื่นเต้นหน่อยเกม
ชีวิตแม่งไม่เคยแบบเดินด้วยหนทางกีบกุหลาบเลยปักหนามเยอะแยะหมด
left in the bank. This should be the lead for FNC.
มาแล้วเนี่ย
The expectation is that, but also again,
ดักเครื่องติดละยาวแล้ว
Crash is the unsung hero of this round. That Tiger timing.
ฟูลเซนแผนดูเอล2ใครจะเล่นดูเอลอีกตัว น่าจะคีรัวนะ
เดาว่าคีรัว
แต่คีรัวเห็นเป็นดูกดแต่เซนอ่ะตอนนี้งงเลย
หรือจริงเป็นของทีมอะไม่น่า
ทีมเอเลย ไม่น่าใช่ล่ะ
Towards that A side.
Oh.
Shot landed by Alpha. Kayak on a double.
เกือบอยู่นะตัวสาม
This one has fallen apart at the seams, but of all the rounds,
เป็นเล็กกับ
I
ฟู
suppose
เซน
it's
แข่ง
good
กัน
that
นะ
it's
มัน
this
อยู่คนละ
one.
กรุ๊ปกันเลย
Eternal Fire,
ฟูดูเอล
just a few pieces in this puzzle.
ใช่เหรอ
แต่มันกำลังจะหมดเมตา2ดูเอลแล้วครับผม
Naki does have himself a sheriff, so it's not like he's
ตายไวจะได้เอา
completely out of the round.
พิมมี่เป็นเฟกอยู่แล้วเอามาเล่นดูเอลก็ไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาอะไรอยู่แล้ว
No need for Fnatic to
ไม่ใช่
overextend.
น้องเขาไอ้นี่
Double the
เขา
manpower,
ปั่น
more than double.
เขาบอกจะได้มาสั่งแผนไว
Weaponry in
ๆ
play.
รั่วเลยนี่
อิดบอยนี่ไม่ใช่เหรอดูเอล
บอยแต่จริงคีรัวได้จังหวะคี
อิด
รัว
บอยมันเล่นพวกตัวโฮพวกเซนติเนลพวกไอ้นี่อย่างโหด
คีรัวตอบโจทย์เลย
คิดรัวตอบโจทย์สุดละ
นายมูเป็นนายเหมาะกับตัวแบบตัวโฮมาก
They have brought things back once again. And honestly, a lot of it has been down to the resurgence of Kayak. Like, I feel like in the last 4 or 5 rounds, he's just been judge multi-kill, retaken the last round.
คู่หูคู่มันเลย
Position
พิโร
again
พิ
this
เมีย
one.
เดือดละ
This is the guy that, well, this is the guy that people pay to
นี่
see.
3 ดูเอลใจเย็น
I would love to hear from him why he thinks it was such a slow start in both maps now.
Warming up.
He's really found.
หมดเบต้าอยู่รู้พี่ติงจะกลับไปเล่นเจ็ตเดิมวะเจ็ตแล้วเวเลกำลังจะโดนเนิร์ฟแต่มีภาพอยู่นะ
น่าจะกลับมาเมตา7
เพราะว่าเวเลมันกำลังจะเล่นแบบไอ้นี่ไม่ได้อะที่แบบเข้าไปแล้วปาสโลแล้วเพื่อนไป
ดีแล้วอันเนี้ยแย่จัดคอมโบเนี่ย
Well, you led that one, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, this is the big challenge. This is where Eternal Fire could be left in the dust, up against the kings of old, sat in their castle, and from what we've seen in both maps, ladders have been on the wall. But Fnatic, they wait till the final moment, and they kick those on down.
เฮ้ยเอาไหน
Start at least. Will be that guy's down. Kayak slip.
เฮ้ยสโมกลงพอดี
Nothing for a while. He survives a long
แบบแอบบุกอยู่ครับ นิด
But when he's
ๆไม่ค่อยดิบกันมาก
It's a disadvantage
เฮ้ย
for Fnatic. It's an off-walking
ไอ้เชี่ยโคตรสวยเลยทามมิ่ง
for free. Right
still
out of
doesn't
there,
know there's a guy in the
chasing them
corner.
down. TP'd back, but he's still alive. This man living many
does
lives in
now.
one round, and now he knows right where that other
Hey,
player
yeah.
is. All the while, Crashy's waiting for an opportunity, and it's about to be
Oh,
given.
God,
If the
oh,
shot
God.
doesn't
God,
land,
oh,
the
God.
Alpha has to do it all.
Oh,
The
God.
reload needed, surely. One bullet left. A shorty to work with, and as he
Oh,
swaps
oh,
weapons,
Ekko
he
คมจริง
finds
ช็อตนี้
himself
ไอ้โคมันเดือดจัง
beat
วะ
by 2, double digits for Eternal Fire in a very
วัยรุ่น
important
ตุร
round
กีใช่ไหม
one.
It's just.
ไปเล่นตุรกี
It's funny
เรื่อง
because
จริงวัยรุ่นตุรกี
Eternal Fire
ไม่ได้
with the map,
เดือด
I feel
เล
like
ย
the highlights there came from Alpha. Like it just crazy stuff. Like he manages an opener from above here, but then just the gaps running through the smoke, hitting a wall bang.
จักงงไปหมดเลยว่ะช็อต
Makes
เนี้ย
no sense,
ปั่น
but
ไปไหนก็เต็มไปหมดจักบอก
เออ
เลย
คนเยอะไม่ไหนที่มีสโมกมาลงที่หัวอีกงงสัตว์
in that back
กำลังคนกำลังเฉิดฉายเลย
Do you see the way this guy kills people?
ช็อกกันชิว
With that round, I'm not even
You
sure
see
if we're talking about- It could be
I-
anything.
แม่งคมเกิน
Oh yeah, I think it
Oh,
might
it
be
was.
Ekko.
Good chance he was talking about Ekko, yeah.
That is nuts. Just walked straight down mid,
สโมกขี้รั่วไม่
eviscerated
น่า
that
ป่ะ
Ash, and then just walks out like nothing happens.
Yeah, you see a Viper with a pit online. And
Ekko มันคือร่างผสมระหว่าง นั่นแหละเปอร์โป้กับไอ้ใครนะกูบ้า
Wow.
He's kept for later, but
ไม่ใช่สกิลเพย์นะหน้าไอ้ตรงผมกับหน้าปิดผมวิ
All right, don't
Boom.
go near, don't go near Kaya. You show him a pixel, and you no longer have a head.
เกือบตาย
มึงเล่นมุมเดิม
Back to a
แม่ง
4v4,
แบบ
couple
สุด
of
จัดอะ
ridiculous kills, but the post plant is going to be in. Viper's pit available for Ekko, and there you go. He has to leave
สวย
safe.
อันติ
เรียนตีด้วยติน
Crashy's now taking space,
There you
but
go.
also could reveal the position
You see
to the
this
remainder,
guy?
and look how low
You see
Ekko
how
is in
this
the corner.
guy
He's
kill
not gonna
people?
survive. Caught by an operator.
อยากตินหัวเหี้ย
The remaining
งงเฮียไปไหนวะสกายไปไหนวะ
defenders of that spike surrounded, and well, nowhere left to go. It's all on to Neki. First comes
เรีย
Izzy,
บร้อย
but he knows there's another
เหนียว
up
จัด
above.
ตอนนี้อัดติน
Crashy's locking them down. Again, Fnatic will reclaim their lead.
yeah, listen, your ranked teammates in
เล่นนาคต
Crashy's
ไก่
position,
Ekko
they're
ฮะ
either swinging that dry or they're
ต้อง
using
เซ็นแล้ว
their flash
ให้
and
พี่วูด
singing
เซ็นมา
Maroon
ให้
5
นัตติ
as
กหน่อย
they run it down, but he has the patience to sit behind that
โอ้โห
box.
จัก
And
ตอน
that's
นี้บ้าจัด
even in the replay, man. Disgusting. Oh, he did. He popped the
He popped
Viper's
the
pit.
pit.
That guy loses the pit. I
Oh,
thought it
he
was an orb we
don't
got.
No, he ran
Ekko
into
running
the
into.
pit. He ran into the pit.
Oh my goodness. The disrespect.
จะเห็นจักรล่างพามดีกว่าพี่
And right after hearing Crash, you say, you see it, this guy kills people,
Yeah.
and then he does that. Outrageous. 11 on the
เฮ้ย
board
ผมจำได้ว่า
for
ตอน
Fnatic.
บุกจากมัน0405เลยพี่
Eternal
อุ้ยแมป
Fire,
ที่แล้วก็
they have very
05แบบนี้
much
ทัก
put
ปุ๊บ
some
ตื่นเลย
bumps in the road.
ใช่
They
พอมัน
have
ยิง
made
ปุ๊บ
this
มัน
an
แซง
uncomfortable
เลย
journey for Fnatic, a team that
เนี่ยมันชอบปรับอะ
people
ตอน
out
เปิด
there, whether they be fans or analysts on our desk, you would think that this is going to be Fnatic rolling, that it needs to be
What
that
are they do?
rolling,
What?
but Eternal Fire, they have shown us that flare, this double duelist, the sky, it's working wonders for them.
อยู่ดีก็ได้เล่น
But the final hurdle where they fell last time, it may be the same again.
Well, yeah.
นี่อ่ะ
This buy also absolutely
Anti
sucks.
ด้วย
And they just gave the rifle over to Izzy, by the way. And he is peaked and
Okay.
dying immediately.
Can dip.
No chance from here onwards unless the utility can do an unfathomable amount of delay, which I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it can't.
Hey.
They are not in a position to really do
Ekko.
anything from here. The same bite's already gone and already players just waiting
ขึ้น
to
แท่
get
น
that
ครับ
defusal done.
GG
Eventually, Echo will fall 12 to 10. Fnatic now just a round away from the 2-0
he hit
that many
comeback
would have
แต่
expected.
เรากำลัง
but
จะได้
the
ดู
fashion,
คัมแบ็กร่างใหม่
it's not quite telling the
Hey,
story, that score.
There's going to be people out there who are going to go on to VLO.
ตั้งแต่พี่ดูฮิติกมาปีนี้พี่ชอบแค่แมปเดียวที่มาเล่นฮาเว่น คัมแบ็ก
This game was
ไอ้แบบที่ยิงเยอะๆนะ
ร่างพามเลยอันนั้นอ่ะ
แล้วพี่วูดเมื่อไหร่จะร่างพามตัวนี้
พี่วุฒิน่าจะทรงๆตอนนี้
My goodness, Eternal Fire. They came out swinging.
เดี๋ยวมาใหม่ครับ
Brought them
เปิดมา
overtime
เปิดคอมมา
on
เอา
one,
อา
but
วุธไปเล่นดูเอ
even
ล
that was
คู่
underwhelming considering the fact they were 9-3 up
จริงก็ดีนะ
for Fnatic to do this again.
พี่วูดไม่
ไม่
เขาจัด
คัมแบ็กมันจะได้ไม่มีข้ออ้างว่ากูเข้าไปหม่งจะได้ยิงน้อย
He's
มี
made
คน
some
ช่วยหม่ง
space.
แล้ว
He's already up close, but Vekas
จริงผมว่ารู้สึกว่าเฮติกแม่งเล่นคอมยูรูไม่เก่ง
ไม่เก่ง
whether
ไม่
he
เก่ง
was ready or whether he reacted, it's fine. They've got the sight and the plan to come through from Eternal Fire at least.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more difficult. I don't think that's
เฮ้ย
hit onto anybody.
เอ้า
Eventually, Izzy strikes. A quick double. Giving them the man advantage. OT still very much
Ui.
possible.
ยิง
Maybe no without hitting shots like that.
Oh.
Izzy is left
เจอ
to
ยิง
close.
เพื่อน
They both
มัน
got
เป็นเนียนอยู่
caught
ใน
by
ส
the
โมกเหรอ
tiger.
เมื่อกี้
Both stunned up. Solid util to
อัต
back
ติน
up
บอก
the
ยิงกู
Lotus.
ไปอะกูก็โดดมาเป็นเพื่อนมึง
Bring
อะ
it to one. OT in the last map, which they lost. Maybe this time they can take it to OT and
ไอ้มาร์ตินมันไม่ได้เก่งให้โยรูดิแต่มันก็ดีสุดละโยรูมันอะตอนเนี้ย
Yeah, Alpha was bloodthirsty there. He dropped out of heaven.
He's in a
started
low.
shooting his own teammate.
น่าจะ
Able to take anyone
ต้อง
out.
มาตินจะทำไงวะเนี่ยอยากเห็นปะ
อุ้ยมาร์ตินเก่งทุกตัวเลยพี่
Sounds like a Spanish caster. In the end, it ends up being Izzy again to carry that mantle forward. The spark of
ถ้ามันยัง
hope
โปรแมนเดิมนี่โอ้โหโคตรหนุกอะ
fanned into a flame as they push towards 12.
18
One more
จะได้
round
เคซี
for
ปล่อย
this
มาร์ติน
attacking
หลุดไปได้
side.
ไงวะ
Go get your gun out.
เคซีได้
That
นา
could
เล่
be
กลับมาด้วยตอน
very
นั้น
risky.
Uh,
Kayak
Ow.
hiding in the
Ow.
spot. Will be
Oh, no.
caught.
กูไวละ
Ekko gets away with it
โอทีมีให้เห็น
again. Such an annoying player to come up against, and they're not even planning to go in this direction.
he's made it on site
เฮ้ยชิบหายแล้วเดินเพลินเลยนี่
through utility.
อื
Like out there.
ม
I don't
ได้
think he's
position
seen-
ครับ
I don't think he has any idea. Or maybe no,
นั่น
he's
ไง
watching mid. He has no clue. Becca's
โคตร
just
แสบ
down
อ่ะ
to the
ไอ้
open.
โอ้
Becca's got me so confused. A second ago, you
แส
just
บ
saw
จริง
him kill your
น่า
teammate.
รอเพื่อนมันสโมกให้ก่อน
And now Alfia is
Ui.
the only point of call.
Ui.
That
โดนเฉย
Ordas is down to 5 HP and he's trying to go through. The risks he's
เฮ้ย
taken
พี่
on
โบ๊ทมี
this
ไลน์อัพ
injured
พี่
have been impressive.
เฮ้ย
But can they do anything more? No, both to core. And the remaining two sectioned out. Fabian is still pressing forward, just about gets away.
One more flash just came online.
อุ้ย
I don't think. Oh, I didn't think he'd get a chance to use it, but there it is. Popped a
นี่
little
เป็น
too
ติกมึงจะโอ
close.
ทีทุกแมปเลยเหรอ
Still able to
อย่า
see.
เล่นคุ้มเลยขนาดนั้น
Takes that kill for free. Alpha 1 against 3 with a chance here to close out the map, but no
Defectไว้
order
defect
given
ไว้
by Eternal Fire. 12 to 12. It will be another overtime. They fought themselves.
เอ็กโคเลยเดินพังหมดเลยดูดิ
แม่งกล้าเล่นว่ะเอฟอะ
มันเล่นดูไม่มีแรงกดดันไงไม่รู้เล่นชิลจัดอะ
ดันเอาสุดอะพี่โบ๊ทช็อกเลย
หรือมันเป็นช่วงตกต่ำของเฟอร์ติกแล้ววะพี่
ก็ใช่ส่วนหนึ่งนะ
It's an
จริง
act group. If you're looking at the sort of like history, but also the teams that have been built, BBO.
มันได้ฟาเวมาแทนซอฟไม่ได้ด้อยลงเลยครับผม ดูดิฟาเวก็แบกเลย
There's no easy games,
พี่โบ๊ทนี่ยังไม่ยิงเหมือนเดิม
but at the same time,
Yang
at the
yang
beginning
yang.
of the day,
ไอเกียวยุคใหม่มันต้องยิงแล้วดิ
Ekko
ใช่ไหม
say that
ใช่ยุคใหม่ต้องยิงแล้วจ
จริ
ริ
ง
ง
พี่โบ๊ทต้องคลายสกิลให้ใครสักคนหนึ่งไป
But not
พี่
only
โบ๊ท
did
ไป
they
นั่ง
put
โค้ด
themselves
มัน
number
ต้อง
two,
ถ่าย
but
ทอด
also
วิชา
they
แล้ว
think
จังห
Fnatic
วะเนี้ย
and Vitality are bad, which to come in on day one for you, that's a bold statement.
Yeah, only able to play in this league since 5 days after kickoff
Oi.
ended. He's already playing confident, speaking confident. But
Ôi,
Ekko
chị
back
bao
on
dập
the
rồi.
Ekko, the man we're talking about, all
ออกไม่พร้อม
dropped
กัน
in the
นะ
blink of an eye. Fnatic putting up one hell of a fight. in
แล้ว
that
มีไวเปอร์
initial-
พิษด้วย
Oh man, they've even got the pit with the plant.
เห็นเขาบอกว่าเจนจีเหมือน
How
จะ
do
เปลี่ยน
you
ผู้เล่น
fight
มาคน
back
หนึ่ง
through this
ไม่รู้
without
ใคร
Ekko to
มา
just
แทนใคร
walk in and dome Vekaj?
เห็นโซ
Should be
โล่
a
ลง
near
มาแทนนะ
impossible feat.
โซโล่
He doesn't even put his orb down.
ถึงว่าเอาอินดิโก้มานั่งโค้ดบ่อยเอาโซโล่กูจะเริ่มลงไปเล่นเองแล้ว
มันถ่ายทอดวิชาเสร็จแล้ว
Chronicle, there's a lot of things
Hey,
you can
Nico,
talk
บอกอยาก
about
ลงมา
that
เล่น
Chronicle has that many other players don't, but the main thing was the clutch gene.
Yeah.
Winning rounds when you needed them the most. Well, I would argue that the obvious one with that is overtime. And this guy is just flying. Like, you put him in these rounds, and that is where he seems to deliver his greatest hits. And while
ผมว่าฟ็อกซี่ไนน์เออ
ใช่ใช่ฟ็อกซี่ไนกลับมา
ไอ้ฟ็อกซี่ไนน์มันโหดจะตายยิงเอามันออกเฉย
คือ
map point
มันไม่ควรจะเป็นซิกแมนไอ้หมอเนี่ย
a chance for a repeated scoreline, potentially 12 to 14 defeats. It'll be a real rough way to lose
แล้วก็ DX
your
เปลี่ยน
first
คน
series.
ทีมกำลังไปได้สวย
Against the team with the reputation and legacy of Fnatic to go home as the team that
ปลด DX
bested
มีคน
them
ใหม่
in
ชื่อ
week one
ชื่อ
that
หยอง
set them off to a poor
Yeah.
start.
อย่าเปลี่ยนฮุนมินออกก็พอ โดนดึงแน่นอนโอ้โหมันโคตรเดือดอะยิง
แต่ถ้าเจนจีแฟลชแบ็กกลับมานี่คือเอ้ยไม่ใช่ฟ็อกซี่ไนกลับมาที่เจนจีนี่น่าติดตามอยู่นะน่าลุ้น
แท
อน ยู่นะ
ใครแทนลักเกียร์
ใช่
ใครไปสั่งอ่ะทีเนี้ยเอาเท็กเจอร์ไปสั่งเหรอ เดี๋ยวเองมันหาด้วยมันขยันเปลี่ยนเลยอัพชิบหาย
ซึ่งเจนจีเหลือใครพอสั่งได้บ้าง
แอชคาร์ลอนเท็กเจอร์คนใครวะไอซิงค์
โอ้โหชิบหายละ ลาเกียอาจจะต้องยังอยู่
แทนซิงค์เปล่า
อาจจะแทนซิงค์เหรอ
You lose a game like
ซิง
this,
ค์มันก็ผลงานกลางๆ ไม่ได้เด่น
it
มาก
might end up being the most painful
เท็กเจอร์
defeat
น่า
of
จะ
the
แทน
whole
ยาก
series.
เท็กเจอร์มันตัว
เฮ้ย
แบ
แอก ดตอบจริง
Fnatic came in with
Been
their
by
name as Eternal Fire looked to take it. They've been taking names.
วิสมาซีซั่นอะทำทีมทุกปี
falling
ข
in
ยัน
the
เปลี่ยน
final
คน
hurdle. That was the theme of map number 1. They had them on the ropes, but let
ขยัน
them
สร้าง
slip
ใหม่เถอะ
through.
นี่
And now
เท็กเจอร์เหมือนอารมณ์เหมือนเฟรติกเอาอัลฟาเจอร์ออกอะถ้าเอาเท็กเจอร์ออกเนี่ย
ใช่
steal this out from under
มัน
Eternal
ขาดตัวแบ
Fire.
ก
But this attack side, especially on Breeze, it was
เคเดียเอ็กอะ
the main strength of Eternal Fire lay. It was direct hits. It was overwhelming Fnatic.
สง
But
สารนะ
they spread in a
Yeah.
default, at least to start.
สงสารคนเดียวคือโกะนะ เพื่อนแม่งได้แชมป์กันรัว
Again,
ถึงเวลาแล้วจริงๆ
credit
นะ
to
เด็กต้องแบบ
Crashes.
ทำอะไรให้
He's got
โกรธหน่อยแล้ว
so
จริง
much info. Like he's just jiggle peeking over towards B long.
โกบอกเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพผมไม่พักเลยพี่
While sending no one
ต้อง
to
ทำความ
B
รู้จักกัน
long
ใหม่
is
ละ
almost zero. He's also then just sent the dog out, and now they have 4 players on the A side. Like
แต่จริงๆ ไอ้แฟนแบ็กคุณมินเนี่ยช่วงก่อนหนั้นเนี่ยคือมีภาพสุดแล้วนะ
ๆ ใช่
Full blitz, Eternal Fire.
Ui.
Ui.
Overwhelming that defense by the
Ow.
looks of things. Izzy and
เอ้า
Ekko. They haven't caught shots don't land, though.
ไม่เอาสักตัว
It will be an extension of play. A flurry of frags as they
no.
break through the defense and Crashies left
นึกว่าจะเอา
alone.
สักสอง
He has
เมื่
to
อ
go
กี้
for it. I mean, why not? 2 flashes to work with. We'll have to
พี่ว่า
watch
ถ้าเกิด
the Flames
ส
are-
เตนหนึ่งหนองชิมไลฟ์พ่ายไปมาสเตอร์อีกรอบอ่ะ
And he has got a
โอ้โห เอา
1v1
แชมเปี้ยนไปเลย
up close.
เอาแชมป์เลยเหรอ
Low HP.
ปีนี้ทั้งปีแบบว่าไม่ต้องแพ้เลย
So much more to do after, and he won't even get the first. 13 to 13. The attack is the safe haven for Eternal Fire. And we'll run this OT one more time.
That has got to be a really infuriating round because that is you
พี่
having
ถ้าพูดถึงเกาหลีพี่เอาใจช่วยทีวันก่อน
and just getting battered. Like it wasn't even close. Like on the entries into the site and
ทีวันดูนี่สุดแล้วพร้อมสุดแล้วตอนนี้
I think at that point when you've already lost 3 teammates, I don't think that's the defining part of the round.
ทีวัน
ที่
นี่
แบบ
แม่ง
เด็กกำลังแบบ
Now hold
ปั่น
on. The
ป่วน
last
อยู่
time
กำลัง
they
สร้าง
did
ใหม่อ
this,
ยู่
it
เนี่ย
was read by Fnatic. They found it predictable.
Win
Play that
the best
aggression
team
with a
Korean
slightly lower
now.
high. This time Eternal Fire, they're going for it right away. Double TP.
ต้องบอกว่าหนอง
and
ชิม
the
กั
rest
น
playing
ในนาที
towards
นี้
A
ต้องบอกว่าหนองชิมละ
and This is an unusual
ปัดจะบอก
round.
ว่าเป็น
Very
บัฟไม่ได้แล้ว
excited,
ตอนนี้
but trying to thrive in the chaos. They'll send Alpha back at least, and now their flank completely open on the side of Fnatic. They have to push and press forward.
เฮ้ยได้อยู่ได้อยู่
There's nothing really stopping them from doing that. Odas is the only one here. Molly is a weak attempt to slow them.
ถือว่าเซตเทียบอยู่ครับ
Will be overtaken.
มีเอาจีเปลี่ยน
ฮิว
Swap sides with the defense.
I think they were hoping for a fight, and the
สัก
fight
พัก
never really came.
เดียเองไม่ได้แชมป์คือเปลี่ยนทุกอย่างแล้วลืมเปลี่ยนชื่อให้เปลี่ยนชื่อ
Albeit springs into action.
วิคม
Nice shot from Vekaj. Quick enough even while
สโลก็ไม่หวั่น
Now the remaining two defenders have a
เดี๋ยวนี้สโลต้องใช้ท่ายากหน่อย
ahead of them. A Molly. They might just get it to half, but that's really all she wrote. Unless there's a catastrophic error from the Fnatic side, and it's not going to be happening.
ไม่อยากเลยคำนั้นเลย
Round
ปล่อย
again.
ไปก่อน
It seems like the attack side is everything at this point. 14-13, a defensive round needed.
Alpha looks so frustrated despite getting himself a double on that entry. He's slapping himself in the head at the end.
คุยเจอ
Pretty clean double as
ยิงโหดจังเลย
well. But the trigger discipline from that guys, that was crazy. Stunned up, it's hard to hit a spray. If you miss that first shot, you're in trouble. And he waits until he's got the kill shot lined up. 14-13. Fnatic again with a chance to close out the map and the series. And leave Eternal Fire wondering what if even one more pistol went our way.
จีครับผม ดูเวอร์ชันก่อน
This could be a false flag. Having early control, teleporting away.
นั่นไง
Fabian
โดนไปดิ
the pressure and has already done.
วัดเปล่าพี่โบ๊ท
And he's gonna just dive in, and his teammates are looking to try and put pressure on the other side of the map. He was meant to be the ruse, but the ruse has gone so well they've started to question if that could just be the take. Fabian again on the entries, and well, the 1v4 for Crashies didn't go well.
อะไรอ่ะ
How about the 1v5?
จี
Push down B long to see if there was anyone there, and all of a sudden he's left alone. The snake in the grass in an end zone flaw.
เห็นพี่โบ๊ทปุ๊บเห็นพี่โบ๊ทปุ๊บใส่เลยอ่ะมันไม่คิดเลยอ่ะ
Eternal Fire, they're not giving
เอา
up
ก่อน
on
เลยอ่ะ
this.
เมื่อกี้
And Fnatic, they're gonna have to fight back in another OT where the
เห็นพิมพ์เดินออกมาแบบ
who will be the first one to
กด
take
W ค้าง
that
เลยอ่ะ ไม่
defensive
คิด
round.
เลย
So far, it's been nothing but attacker success when it comes to these OTs. And a lot of that has come down to the Waylay entries and how much success Alpha and Fabian are finding there.
Yeah, Alpha definitely the score leader.
เจอจะต่อยจอแล้ว
โอ้โหเจ้าบอกกูกดไป30 ตัวแล้วเพื่อน
Talked about him
เฮียไม่จบอีกเหรอวะ
picking up that duelist. And at times, it almost feels like it's silly to put him on anything else. Until you watch him play a Vice and still drop 30. It seems like he's going to have to pull out a little bit more. It feels like that first defensive round might just be enough, but as we know in OT, anything you can do, I can do better. The response almost always
โดนทุก
there.
อย่าง
Fabian in a bit of trouble
จ่าย
with the
มั่วไปหม
counter
ดเลยจังหวะ
utility.
นี้
Hold them
จังหวะ
back.
นี้มันต้องสตรีมแล้วเดินแล้วปะวะ
Wall up the slow, making them a little bit less
พลทหาร
effective on the dash.
ไป
They'll give up that line. At least one player will.
เปิดส
Izzy
ตรีมแล้วป่ะพี่
got around that corner just
สตรีม
before
แล้ว
the force of Fnatic swung, but now they're breaking through. With the elbow,
ช็อตตี
it's
สะ
a
ดว
little
กกว่า
close
ไง
and personal with Fabian. Izzy to fall as well. Boaster on
เฮีย
the
พี่โบ๊ทว่ะ
double.
เอาดี
And
นะเอา
that
ดี
should
ๆ
be
นะเอา
it.
ดีๆนะ
Fnatic with a plant coming through any moment now. They give it to the brim. No point playing for the orbital strike. They're just going to clean up rifles in hand and Ekko. The star of the show for so many Eternal Fire rounds. Left
ไม่
with
โช
an
ว์ตอน
impossible
กัน
task.
เลยจะเชื่อ
15-14. Another chance to close the series.
It's just difficult to sort of deal with the paciness of these hits. It's a battle of the shorties. And then just trading out on Izzy. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go.
ไม่มีคนเล่นในมิกเลย
For Fnatic, but it as
ไม่
said,
ไหวไม่ไหว
it feels like whoever solves
จริงๆแมปนี้มันไม่ได้บุกขนาดนั้นนะแต่เป็นเพราะคอมนี้มั้งมันกันยากว่ะ
I think Alpha is
กันยังไง
โอ้โหสกายนีออนเวเล what the fuck
กันไม่ได้
He was so good on the defense with it.
ที่กันได้จะชัดก็จะมีแต่แบบแหกโค้งแล้วเจอจัดอะไรเงี้ย
มันต้องไปบุกเขาอย่างเงี้ยไปเอาก่อนตัวนึงอะไร
He
เงี้ย
gets the stun out of Izzy.
ให้ฝั่งข้ามบุกยาก
Fnatic stack up towards A. They had 4 players here, but got overrun completely. sitting back on the site. So aggression starts out their play towards short, and now the walk up on Bath. Izzy's been checking it back and forth, but he's given up the angle just as they walk through. Still finds himself one. And
เอาอีกแล้วเอาอีกแล้ว
takes one
ไปกัน
and
ต่อเลย
gets
จี
out
จี
with
นี่
his life. That's
ไป
a
กันต่อดีครับผม
huge advantage early on for the attackers.
เฮ้ยโบส
And it's already been a struggle for defensive rounds to be found.
Moments for either
โอ้โห
side to rush through and angle
เฮ้ยโบสไปได้หนึ่ง
เอ้าได้หนึ่งได้หนึ่ง
quick
แล้ว
enough.
แคทที่มาไวแต่หมอมาวัดไม่ว่า รู้
At least makes it only down to one crash. He's definitely been
อ๋อ
sick. They know exactly where
Ah,
he is. Fabian
Dean.
makes sure this goes no further. And Berlin's
คนนี้ไฟ
final
เบิร์กมันไม่รัน
loss
เท่าไหร่
looks to try and end this here and now, but 3 players waiting on the other side. He's not even going to make it around the corner. We keep on going. 15-15. Eternal Fire. They've been put under pressure. They've had a lot of
Fnatic
map
เจออะไร
points
นะ
up against them at this stage, but it doesn't seem to phase them.
เฮเรติก
And that's the impressive
Ah,
thing. We
min
know
kop.
about a team like Fnatic that they can go down and always
Oi.
bounce back. We've seen
ใคร
it
ตี
a
มันลิติกไม่
million
ออกวันนี้
times. And with as
ใช่เหรอ
tenured a roster as you've got here, there is
อ้าว
no
แล้วใครบอก
surprise
เฮเลติก
that
วะ
you come up against this young, hungry
Liquid
Turkish
เออว่ะ
squad. Some of their players only just allowed to
Heretic
step
เจอ
foot
นา
on
เอ้า
the
เมื่อกี้
stage.
ผมถามพี่บอกวันนี้มีเฮเล
The
ติก
player that everybody hailed as
Ow.
their
น่าจะเพ
secret
ลินๆว่า
weapon,
เนี่ย
bringing Izzy into the
Well,
roster
that's a
instead.
secret.
Yeah, indeed. And yet
But
here
Liquid.
they are,
ได้อยู่
standing
Liquid
strong
KC
deep
ไม่ Liquid แล้ว
into
กัน
this series with
ลิควิด
many
ลิควิด
chances
คู่หน้า
to
ลิควิด
close it for
2-1
themselves. They
ควิด
might
มัน
not have had
หลัง
that
จากไปเจอ
high
มาสเตอร์
point
มันน่าจะทำอะไรสักอย่างกับ
Believe
ค
they
น
did
ที่มัน
that
เล่น
with
แหละ
ว่ามันรับไม่ได้ละ
And it's been
โดนรู้
narrow
โดนเนิร์ฟแล้วด้วย
margins that keep Fnatic alive in this series. Yet alive, they are 15-15. The attackers winning every round in overtime. Could this be where it changes as
ตายครับ
Izzy
Dead Man
steps forward? Has he got a
ไอ้เหี้ย
clean
โดน
way
เปิด
out
สโมก
and the orb up at
เฮ้ย
just the
หมด
wrong time?
They have a
That
chance.
catch with
Nương.
the opening, but it's a ruse, and Fabian stands to take
เฮ้ย
them
ไม่เข้าวาร์ปอีกเหรอ
double.
กูฝืนจัด
Stunned up won't get more, but the trade outs, they make this possible. Perhaps the best defensive round we've seen in OT. And it could all come down to the position of Neki.
โอ้ยแล้วน้ำบิ๊กเบนกับวิ่งไปเอคนเดียว
They still have time. Heal for Alpha, yeah. The superstar of Fabian, his counterpart, is gone.
อ้าว
And Alpha gets his ult off the orb.
30 seconds
A
left.
chance to clear not only this corner, but the back of the site. He's going to try and hide it. He just
เฮ้ย
avoided it. Nobody's checked. Neki's still just sat here, and because of it, he gets one for free. Even still, though, Crash is still standing. Ekko has just been waiting patiently, but he needs to find a safe place
10
to plant.
seconds left.
Ekko just waiting. He's going to try and sneak his way out.
Spike
Getting down
planted.
as quietly as he possibly can.
โอ้แคทที่โดน
Position
ว่ะ
not revealed. No idea from Crash.
โอ้
Sees
โห
an
มัน
Ekko
มันเดือดจัดอะไอเนี่ย
will just
เดือด
about
ไอ้นี่มันเดือดจัด
33
เอ
HP.
อ
A
ให้
little
ไว
luck
จัดอะ
that will give
โอ้
Eternal
ย
Fire
เรากัน
that
ได้ไง
chance, the
ที
first
เอฟ
defensive
จี
round.
ว่ะ ลาก่อน
After
นี่
the
มาติ
opening going against them as
Gee,
well
gee.
with Izzy dropped like
หน้า
that.
ตีนแม่ง
They
เซ็ง
did
สัต
so
ว์
well to trade out. Fabian tucked in that corner, getting himself too. That was everything that they needed. Ardas at least trading himself out, and they think that it's open. Does Flash even caught him? But they just assumed he's elbow or side and maybe tucked in right out.
ไม่แจ้งเกิดเลยนะแบบเนี้ยไอโคอะ
Did they imagine that he'd be that audacious?
That's both of the most impactful kills in this round came from Fnatic not clearing an angle.
เออแนทน่าจะบอกทีมว่าให้
Just the
Hey, Nalin,
assumption
ถาม
that
ใจ
there
ตัวเอง
wouldn't
ว่า
be anybody there, or
ย้าย
that
กลับมา
maybe
ยื
they'd
นเอ
be
ทำไม
panicking. And because of that, the Eternal Fire have, well, not
มันเลย
even
บอก
gifted,
อ๋อ
they've
โดนเตะ
taken the round.
ก็กูโดนเตะเพื่อน กูต้องทำมาหากิน
And
ป่ะ
now they just
ใช่ไหม
need to do the attack round. But as said, the second, it seems
แม่งเตะกูรอ
the
เทน
team
เข้า
managed
แต่
to
เทน
get
แม่ง
the
เล่น
defensive
ไม่ได้
round. That's where
ว่าไง
things switched.
เพื่อน
I mentioned it in the last. The Alphea's operator was a huge part of their defense and hasn't been seen thus far. He now has it in this round.
Perhaps that's a sign of the desperation
Stat
of
comeback
Fnatic
ในแรง
right
ก่อน
now.
แข่งมา
Again, a squad that
แต่มัน
many would
มัน
pin
โหด
them
นะ
to
นะเลด
dominate.
ไม่คัมแบ็กเอา
But
สแต็กคัม
Eternal
แบ็ก
Fire, they've pulled no punches. This isn't a game of mistakes for
On get
Fnatic,
the
with
dirt
the
leh.
exception of the previous round. There's been perseverance from Eternal Fire.
ปุ่มทะลุไฟมาเลย
They push into this side.
โดนดิโดนพี่โบ๊ทหมดอะ
At least the front lines
อย่าบอกนะ
crashing
ว่าผลักกันกันได้อะ
so well, holding it down.
มันแน่นอนอยู่แล้วป่ะพี่
He He did enough damage to make
เฮ้ย
this
ไอ้นี่
favorable.
มันรับ
I'm
ไก่
surprised
มัน
to see Ekko stepping
มัน
forward.
บิ๊กเบนจัดไอ้เนี่ย
Brave play, but the Lord has the shorty out.
จีจีเลย
จี
A
จี
double from Ekko with
เรียก
Neki
คู่มันก
on
ด
the
จัด
final
Oh.
shot. It's 17.
ลงไปเอาข้าวก่อนโอ้
อัลฟาเจอร์บอกกูยิงไป33 ตัว กูก็ยังแพ้ ขอเพียงแค่พี่เอ๋ยพูดว่าจีจี
User disconnected from your channel.
มินิ
Some egos that we see come out from the side of Eternal Fire as well, where we're like, okay, there's no way that they're going to be able to make this happen, but they do, and that's again kind of like issues that we've seen from Fnatic from even during kickoff, where it feels like some of that discipline where it's like, okay, you gotta stop now, like you have the numbers advantage, just take it.
Yeah, it was very strange that like there were some attack rounds. I thought they played with more pace Fnatic than usual, but then a round like this, it's like
this one is
you're
so
against
important.
Ghosts and Boaster's just in the middle of no man's land, and then they decide to scale into Hooker, which is like a very close angle, and of course you're going to get rolled by a shotgun here. It's like all the things that we're asking about the pace and stuff was a bit better.
Yeah.
But then some of the fundamentals were just really bad at times.
I think that the context for this round is also very important. It's off the back of a timeout, so you see that there's going to be a plan in place. I think that this opening from Hookah, I think that we see in every single Giants game, because it's supposed to what they do on the defense. Seeing it here, I mean, what I mean is like it's something that you expect a lot. And then not only they have that kill, they go and use the drone on the other side of the map, the Skydog, and then they just walk in. And Ekko's just waiting, who by the way is absolutely stellar today. I love the fact that he's having this performance, but it also something that we do not see in the clip, but we could see live. It's also the ultimate situation that Fnatic had.
Yeah, they were about to scale up on all their ults. So like if they had won that round, they could have closed that half really nicely with ults. And then what ended up happening is they had all of those ults left on the last round and only managed to use 2 of them in a 2v4. And so like that half could have gone very differently if that round were played out properly.
Yeah, well, hindsight 2020, Eternal Fire just was playing so aggressive, so quick, so fast, and it felt like Fnatic was at times getting pretty overwhelmed with how they were approaching these rounds.
Yeah, we were highlighting that coming into this meta. We assume, well, we can kind of think what some teams would have an easier time doing and adjusting, but I think that this is a lot of what we can expect. This incredible double height, super fast executes onto you, and I think that this is a very good example. For Fnatic, you have to make a decision, right? You either flawed, like this for example, is it a miscommunication? Is Alpha expecting the Vekash picks with him? And then you have another player playing in showers, but this same thing happened many times where there is a very explosive that it execute that is literally meant to at least get one of your players and put you in a very complicated situation if you just push forward or whatnot. For Fnatic, the retakes were working so well for them, or at least they were intending to do them much more. But when we met kind of like in the middle, it just looked awkward for them, like not comfortable. Again, the composition is made and those executes are made to make you feel uncomfortable. Why doesn't Fnatic have a read onto that?
I think one thing for me is that like Eternal Fire used to playing this playstyle. They have reps on it, and it looks far more natural for them when they're doing the explosive stuff. And they're even like executing into sites sometimes, and Fnatic are unable to hold. And I think it's because Fnatic aren't used to having to think about team fights in this way in this meta. And I think that might be one of the big things that I'm looking at going forward is even when they're stacking a site and they're not winning, why? Like there's got to be something about the individual kind of agency these players have that's like not quite working with each other, if that makes sense.
Maybe chemistry? It was weird, no?
Yeah. No chemistry on Fnatic.
Yeah, that's like their bread and butter, but regardless, we also have another confession from the coach to see what went wrong, what are we expecting from Lotus, how was everything meshing together?
Lotus has been a staple in Fnatic's pool since it came out in 2023. How do you think the latest changes will affect how the map plays out?
Just from like playing it, A feels a little bit different with the changes, and outside of that, well, obviously we've seen like a variety of comps, so I think it's going to be much more like versatile, and that should make it a little bit more interesting.
Much more versatile, should make it interesting. If we look at what we saw on map 1.
Do you remember what I said to you when we saw Alpha then going on the ISO after the neon? Do you remember what I said? I said I love the word versatile, but to me, it's a lie. To me, it's a lie. In many times, it just means forcing someone to do something.
He was very good at Wele, though.
He was very good, and the up was insane.
Yeah,
it was one of those Alpha maps.
Yeah, true. Yeah. What do you want him to play on this map?
Vice on Lotus?
Vice?
Yes, I would love to see him play the Vice. I think that we saw it a bit during kickoff. I think that I like it unless they go the. Well, yeah, I think I would like to see him playing Vice. Maybe it's time for Vekash to pick up the Duelist.
So like the classic Fnatic.
Yeah, the classic Fnatic with
It would probably be Neon, I guess. Kayak. Yeah, that makes sense. I think something.
What would you like? Would you agree? Do you okay? Would you be deceived? Did you see him playing Killjoy?
I would be very disappointed to see him play.
Well, there we go. So we're sorry to ruin your day.
Because the question is how is the Killjoy going to deal with that Neon and Raids on the other side? Eternal Fire have a very explosive composition. They're going to dive in deep. The Killjoy doesn't have much to deal with that. The Veto is very interesting.
Ooh.
How do you think that's going to play out?
I want to see, like, they're starting on the attack, and I'm a little bit more interested to see how it would work on the defense. But maybe because of that, I'm more interested to see how aggressive they're going to be. They have the double dive without the waylay, though, having the race. I want to see if he's just going to be playing out of pack, because having Ekko out of the pack, it seems foul.
I don't think he should be out of the pack. I think Eternal Fire's comp is set to be extremely aggressive on both sides, and that Veto is probably not a huge anchor in this. He's probably going to set up some more aggressive fights potentially, and I want to see that. I don't want to see him playing very passive.
But it felt like Fnatic was struggling with the aggression that was thrown their way from the side of Eternal Fire. So would you say, when we're looking at this agents like that, they are playing to their strengths?
Fnatic are?
Eternal Fire.
Yes, Eternal Fire are playing to their strengths. They're just all in. Like, Sky is pretty all in this meta on a Lotus, I feel like. Double Duelist and a Veto. I think these are all aggressive fighting agents.
I want to see Kayak that we're getting glimpses of, but I need to find that consistency in him.
Well, this is it. His opportunity to show us that consistency as we're ready to head on to our third map of this series. Lotus coming up next with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, I bet these guys feel like they've already played 3 maps. A lot of OTs in those first 2. And Eternal Fire just about being able to clinch out that previous map. It was a tight one, 17-15. And for Fnatic coming in as the favorites, it doesn't seem to have made any difference.
Ekko's turned into everybody going, is it always like this? And the Fnatic fans are going, yeah, it is when it's us at least. They are known for their long series, known for their OTs, and known.
คู่ 1 คู่ 2 ให้ไปใครคู่ 1 ให้ Fnatic คู่ 2 ให้มาเก่า
But this is the map that, kind of alongside Icebox, they made their name. Like, this is where everybody knows them from. They had a streak that was undeniable, and okay, the comp has changed slightly, but not a whole lot. They've kind of kept to what they know. The other side of things, a very different look.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how Ekko is going to be playing. There's a lot of discussion on the desk there about it, but Eternal Fire expected to play a little more direct. It will start with him playing on one side of the map and 4 trying to get pressure towards A main. Crashing his man, no damage, and spam out Fabian right off rip. That's about, I think he tried to jump on the platform that used to be there. It's not there anymore. Few changes to this map. Odin players, well, they're really struggling in these days. First Ascent, and now this.
You can spam the other wall.
Someone has to stop them. Don't even start, Tom. You're gonna make me angry.
That's good. That was the goal. I'm glad it's gone. Screw the Odin. Map's been improved. Wonderful stuff.
Blatant rage bait, but it is working.
It's also what I believe.
Ow!
Fights back and forth, but it is.
มันกล้าเล่นจัด
Not
อะ
from Eternal Fire, not for long though. Crashy's still waiting behind.
เนี่ยต้องเจอ Crashy.
Oh, faithful one, maybe not. Kayak a little bit ahead of the curve, and Izzy now left to try and turn a pistol. In the last map, it was Alfia pretty much doing everything in the pistol rounds and closing them out. This time, he hasn't really had to do too much. We'll see if the Turkish duelist on the other side has a chance.
Well, Izzy has been very impressive, but the death ball on the other side should put a stop to any chances. He does isolate the first, but fails to convert the kill. Kayak's still alive. They know where he is. As slippery as he can be, Crashy is on the hunt. 3 kills from him in this round. His Sheriff laying down the law as Fnatic find a 1-0 start.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time when I see like Veto play, I think that's going to be a big talking point, because again, expectations initially was that this agent could light the world on fire. Never really happened. I had a few moments here and there, but I feel like especially on the attack side, it can be difficult to really find that same level of value. On the defense, I think expectations are he's going to be able to get into aggressive positions. He's going to have trap plays to make things awkward. He's going to be able to deny a lot of these early takes, but I want to see if he can have the same impact, because Ekko has been fantastic on attack. He's been so good at finding impactful kills and just being a general annoyance. So if they lose that,
ไอ้แท่นทางออกมันทำมาเอื้อทีมบุก จัดอะที่ทำใหม่อะ
They've done such a phenomenal job on the side of Eternal Fire, keeping themselves alive in maps that definitely were hitting the mental boom. You could see it even from Afro and some of the coach
He's
camps.
just walked on.
แคชชี่มันเก่งกว่าสมัยหนุ่ม
He has indeed. They've managed to fight through all of that. Come out looking relatively strong. Now, Seaside taken, an outlaw that you have to push back into. There are definitely problems on the horizon in this round, and the question is how much can they get? They shouldn't win this on Eternal Fire, but they could do a lot of damage.
Time now ticking in their favor. Fnatic were pretty much all set up for the retake, but there goes the sniper.
ค่ายกลแตก
There goes a lot of the real chance to do damage in this round. The clock becomes their greatest ally, and maybe the only one they have left. Everybody falling to sat in the corner. In fact, it will be not a single player being able to do any relative damage to the side of Fnatic, and while keeping everybody alive and in zone flawless. We'll put them 2-0 up.
Yeah, a lot of dangers in that round. Seaside taken. You've got an outlaw that you're up against as well. It did a ton of damage off rip. But the paranoia just hitting that little bit late. They can't convert off the good ideas. But execution, well, it was their head on the chopping block. Here is where things can change, though. We come in with Eternal Fire, sitting with rifles for the most part. Odd as, you know, there has to be someone biting the bullet for that outlaw. It was a reasonable investment. It didn't quite have the impact we were looking for. And now Audaz is the good old team player to bite that bullet. Fnatic have got a decent buy, though, across the board. With 2 outlaws brought through, it is only going to be Fabian that's one shot to that. But even then, a 140 tag is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, or if they both hit him at the same time, doesn't matter.
Indeed. They are playing together, so yeah, there's always a chance.
The 1-2 punch. We haven't seen an early start for Fnatic. It has always been a 9-3 half, an 8-4 half, and then a climb back into it. So they can win this bonus. It would be huge, and that's one hell of a start. In fact, a double up of openers. An attempted reaction, but well, even with the vulnerability, it made no difference. And wow, the last one was nice. They decided to do it twice. Another in-zone flawless for the side of Fnatic. That is a clean start to this.
Oh, this game has been back and forth. There's always a streak at the start. Someone finds momentum. But for Fnatic finding it, that's where I get very afraid. Double in-zone flawlesses. This is a team that we've seen bounce back. We've seen them climb back into games, but once they get the reins, it's very hard to wrestle those.
Lotus ด่านดี
เหมือนจะโดนโพสต์มันวาดอะไรวงๆอ่ะ
One of them would be removed by Fnatic anyway, but this is a map that if you come in versus Fnatic, you have to be at your best. Even though we haven't seen it in the pool for a while, I think this is the map where I think most, including myself, would argue Boaster does his best calling, especially on the attack. I think the mid-rounding they've always had has been fantastic. So from an Eternal Fire standpoint, it must be something that they've been doing well in prax, expected to beat, but clearly from the coaching side, it's like, okay, not even just, okay, we've lost a buy round to a bonus, whatever. There must have been something either in the communication or the way the players were reacting to it that goes, okay, I need to pause now because otherwise I can see this spiraling.
Better get ahead of that issue. Well, there's Fabian down already. It's a very low buy from Eternal Fire, so not too much of a concern. We're seeing Ekko not with the pack. He's been waiting for aggression, waiting for space to be taken on the other side, and Fnatic are not given those opportunities. Safe rotates through spawn. keeping to the space that they know they own, especially up against those lower buys. Previously, when they were on a low buy, obviously they were happy to push up. They were happy to take those engagements, but no advantage being offered up to the opposing side. Now, late play through from Ekko with a Sheriff. He does stand a chance of catching them off guard, but traded out immediately. Now we look to another hero of the round. Izzy will not be him. Taken down by Al. Gets his knife out. Okay. Odas, better kill. A second goes his way. A tag onto Vikash. It's looking a little bit risky. The jump into the angle will get him. That frag will find 4 for Fnatic. Phenomenal damage in the end, though.
Yeah, and they needed something because those credits are already starting to get out of control for the Fnatic side. This is where it's only going to get tougher and tougher. Like, they have enough credits to buy straight back in with an operator. They want a bonus in the midst of it as well. So damage is nice, but they now need to start converting it into something. And as I said,
I should jump like that.
It's only going to get tougher and tougher. I think as well, it's worrying for me that Fabian's quiet so far, because in the last map especially, he was the best player in terms of those opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the difference. I mean, the pistol, he got shut down instantly, but not having that waylay to fall back on, you don't get to dive in and find info. That means you have to body check, and that's exactly what the hell am I watching? It's exactly what we saw happen for Izzy there. Goes through to see what's happening. Gets himself shut down by the op. Kayak, a lot of impact early on. Snakebite almost counters that paranoia. They're cut off, or indeed losing health as they go through, risking being taken down while vulnerable, but a risk that's paid off. A plan for Eternal Fire and a shot that doesn't quite land for Kayak. He sent
เดินทำเกมตลอดเลยนี่อ่ะ
Again, their backline has been cleared. Their angles to defend from have been diminished. The paranoia has just left them blind. A singular shot, but Neki just, there's nowhere to go. Oh, a nice shot onto Kayak, but it was almost a distraction. Another retake for Fnatic. They have been happy with getting that opener, playing the retake every single round. It is showing the level of comfort that they have on this map.
Neki was really close to that as well. That was like a wrist breaker of a flick to get back on the crashies, and he was pretty close for a 180.
That's
the problem. You play slow, you don't know at what point the utility has to be committed to force them back, and because of that, there are constant windows for that operator to find openings. Play that bit more aggressive. And of course, the fact that Kayak being on the waylay, he can really push that, you know, the angles that he can be on won't just be conventional ones. He can play much more aggressive with a one-click solution to get right back out of there.
Yeah, they've also got so much delay.
Boaster obviously on the op too. We can't overlook the echoes.
เรียบร้อยฮะไม่ผ่านด่านตรวจหายหมดฮะยาวๆอุ้ยด่านตรวจ
ยังไม่ผ่านด่านตรวจครับ
Nice from Odas. Neki's
going
to be dealt with them all. There's nowhere else to go. We mentioned
what
can be done to try and basically stop anybody just running through all of that utility. Well, it turns out if there's a snake bite alongside the orb and then alongside the utility of Killjoy, that does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean already when you're running...
Look at his health!
Jeez. When you're running through that, you take your insta-decay, you get hit by the alarm bot, and then land yourself...
You guys don't know how to walk, bro!
Smack bang in the middle of
the sounds like, you know, the corridor monitor, like at school. It's like the guy who's like, do you not know how to walk?
Oh, goodness. Oh, well, a little bit more damage taken right off rip. They thought they had that catch corner, but he ends up landing the kill.
นี่ไปทักเขาไงโดนเลยดิความตกอีกอย่าทักรวมได้อย่าทัก
He snake bites main. They can't push off the nade. I didn't expect Kayak to run, but the nade was kind of forcing his hand. They have to fight back into this. Favored and Vikash catches them. And then they're looking the wrong way. Boaster easily shutting down Fabian. And the showstopper, well, there's no stopping this show. On the defensive side, 6 in a row, and a 2 versus 1. Half HP on Izzy, spike down in the open. He can try to run his way in there, but this is going to be a difficult round.
At this point, he's just trying to sell the idea that he's somewhere else. But Boaster is just locked in on that angle. The second he sees anything, Akash will swing back the other way.
พี่โบ๊ทตาย
He's going to have to try something a bit more risky, otherwise he's just walking to his demise. I thought the 6-0 at the start of the day on Breeze was going to be the biggest lead we saw. Not the case. 7-0 for Fnatic. Well, okay, this one was at least a little bit closer.
Come on. We saw that from the other player's perspective as Audas threw the paranoia. We saw it hit Bekash. In fact, he was just full spamming it, and then the showstopper.
โอ้ยช็อตสำคัญแบบเนี้ย
Because they know we're one player.
Fastest in the West.
Fastest in the West. Can we pull up his stats from map 1 and 2?
เล่นได้สมมติเล่นสไนได้
How far west of England? Maybe?
Hold on a minute.
They've been so quick to crunch. If you try and go towards that B site, you're wrapped on through C. There's not really been any control. They try and fight for the C site. They have to run through all the utility. And Fnatic even seem to have the read on what they're going to do. They are set up with a convergence path ready and raring to go. This could be perfect.
รอดูครับฉากนี้
If they push this smoke, they're going to be met with an ult.
มาแน่
Yeah, the best
เตรียมแล้วดู
part
ดิ
is if Boaster's showing the off, or indeed the jump peak like that, you don't expect a player on the right. Now here comes
โอ้โห
Paranoia on the left. Ult on the
รอ
right.
อยู่แล้วฉากนี้เป็นไง
มันยิงไม่หยุด
This is wonderful from Fnatic. It's like they have the playbook out in
มือ
front
ส
of
ไน
them.
จำเป็น
And
เบร
the
กเกม
fastest
เสิร์ฟ
gun
อะ
in
ช็อ
the
ตเนี้ย
West.
ไม่ต้องเล่นอะ
Self-proclaimed finds
โอ้
himself another as Izzy falls. It's all on Audas. A timeout, their second timeout, their final chance to touch base with the coaching staff. And they come out of it to a complete anti-strat. And the man himself, the leader of Fnatic, with a triple. That is
เห็นภาพในอนาคตเลยเมื่อกี้
It's a perfect
เจอค่ายกล
You literally couldn't get a better setup if you tried. That was just knowing that, okay, we've had so much sort of love over towards that C side of the map, our ability to push through the back line.
One ping.
one ping.
But yeah, just being able to catch the fires on
พี่โบ๊ท
B,
เอาจริง
the
ว่ะ
adaptation from Eternal Fire makes sense. You want to try and take that ground away. So they set up with a convergence path. They trap them in an impossible scenario. And again, this is why a lot of teams opt to try and
เอาแล้วไงสไนสอง
Kayak has been
ของ
caught.
แคจี้มี2ปืน
That's a gun in hand. But they have to almost win this round. Like you're looking at a low buy and going like, okay,
ปักไล่เลยครับไม่ให้เข้า
not
4 ครับ
anymore. Damage doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay, lockdown goes in. That's going to slow the B take at least. Send them scattered in another direction. A rifle picked up for Izzy.
ด่านนี้ด่านหนุ่มไม่เหรอ
Alpha
โอ้
steps
โห
forward.
แฟนติกมัน
He's got a
โคตร
nice
กันเลย
spot
เนี่ย
now. The off drawing their eyes as he's good for one. But
โอ้
the flash is
เจอ
perfect. Neki does well.
ไม่น่าเลยว่ะ
Boaster has to back off. Create
เฮ้ย
a little bit of
ยิง
distance.
อุ้ย
A little
พี่
bit
โบ๊ท
of space.
เอาดี
And he doesn't go for the dog.
โอ้
Straight onto Izzy through the
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
smoke.
ใจเย็น
Wonderful work
พี่
from
โบ๊ทมีช็อตตี้
Boaster.
เปล่า
He
จะ
said
ซื้อ
he's
เชอร์ลีฟเลย
unstoppable with the off, but now he's gone to the sheriff, and he is putting them
โอ้โห
away.
พี่โบ๊ทมันเก่าจัด
Another
Yeah.
round for Fnatic. The flawless streak continues. An Eternal Fire. They look like they're out of answers.
No, they're even getting the openers in some of these rounds. They're even starting them strong. By the way, Boaster is 11-1. Like that is the point we're at. A screw it, I'll do it myself sort of vibe. As his operator has been impressive, but as you said, it is just the constant repositions. It looked like there was an opportunity to deal with him here, but just never got the chance. Backash with the cover, who hey, he's 11-3 as well.
I whiffed twice. We don't talk about that round.
we don't need to. Crashy saved his ass as well. That seize that went through stopped them from pouncing on him. And there he is, down and out early on. I was going to say the outlaw in the hands of Alfier. It's not going to find any success.
สวย
Flash
แล้ว
off
พี่วอ
the
ต
angle.
เครื่องติดไปหน่อย
Hesitant. Eternal Fire are
เครื่องติดอะ
Ekko closing in a lot of distance
เครื่อง
towards
ติด
this
ทำไม
A
มันดับไป
side,
แล้ว
but he is in trouble. Luckily, his TP's positioned just close enough for him to get out. Very nicely done. A little bit of aggression that should leave this side of the map lighter defended, although it hasn't. Alpha's the only one there.
ผม
But the B side very much doubled
ไม่เข้า
down
ไม่เข้า
on. And
เฮ้ย
now, as they make it through that wall, these players are isolated. A TP taken to the back of A. This is a
ผมมันเข้ามาแล้ว
chaotic
มันอันติ
round from
ในไซส์อย่าง
Eternal
นั้นเลยเหรอ
Fire. They're running the gauntlet, but they found themselves a wide open sight as a result of that C and B fake.
It almost seems like Fnatic are
มัน
just
สา
waiting
แก้
at
เอ
this
มา
point.
ให้บุกง่ายขึ้นนะ
No worries with the
แม่งก็
economy.
ยังตีเอไม่แตก
They will be risking it for a biscuit here, and the only post-plant ult available is Ekko's ability to evolve, which
กำแพงเจาะไม่ได้
will
ชี
be
วิต
too helpful
โจน
here,
ดีขึ้นเยอะ
unless he wants to run through a snake bite or something on the way in. Instead, though, almost just needs to be patient. Ekko waiting, watching. He doesn't win the fight. An opportunity
Adman,
gone.
said I.
Neki quickly responds. Izzy with operator in hand. He's got a freebie. Not looking the right way. And now Alfier is all that stands between Eternal Fire and their first round. That first round that, well, they've been hoping would come quite a bit earlier. He can look to make this one quite expensive, but two will survive. Finally, they reach the board for the first time in the third map, but that mountain is taller than ever.
Yeah, you saw the instant priority shift there from Alpha, where he just doesn't want them to get away with the op. Going to try to contain them as much as he can. And TP from Audaz, though, put a spanner in the works. Nicely done by Eternal Fire, as you said, though. That comeback is going to be tough. It is a steep, not hill, but mountain decline. 8 rounds down, and the half isn't done yet. It's been nothing but success for Fnatic. The off back in the hands of Boaster, and he has been virtually untouchable with it.
Okay. Evolving allows him to get straight past the C's. The problem is that C aggression has succeeded once again. Something Fnatic have just thrived within. Already gaining so much space across the map. Prowler obviously doesn't
เขาเริ่มไม่ร้อง
connect onto
อย่าง
him.
นี้แค
Ekko's
ชี่
getting
ก็ร้อง
so
อ่ะ
much
ดิ
space. His ultimate is helping him out to potentially find crashes, but they're playing ring around Rosie. He doesn't even realize that death could strike at any turn.
เรียบร้อยเลยงงดิมาจากไหนวะ
But that's the space they were looking
มาได้ไง
for.
แม่งเดินชิวเลยไอ้
The only real defender of this side of the
มาได้ไง
map.
ไม่รู้
Light gets across. That should be enough for a plant, and well, it will.
Really nice usage of Ekko. Ekko's ultimate being put through there. I think that it takes a little bit of getting used to, right? You don't see it all too often. You pop that Prowler through and you think you're safe, but not even close to it. This is going to be a second for Eternal Fire. And if they can get it to 9-3, hell, Fnatic did it over on Breeze. You got to believe if you're the boys in the chairs, but from our perspective, it's certainly looking a near impossible task. 2 in a row.
แปลกๆนะเหมือนจะติดตลกแล้วจะยาวหรือเปล่า
Yeah, I do think that, again, for an 18-year-old, Ekko's sort of read on the game is fantastic. Like, the fact that he knows the space delay comes off the C's. I can walk through that. I know for a fact that if he's going to check for info, it's probably going to be off a Prowler. Like, he takes all that space with perfect timing, and then even reads that, like, okay, I've wrapped around far enough, let's go back the other way so I can't get spun on. Just clever stuff from such a young talent. It has been a rough map, though. And as I said, the expectations on the defense, I think that's where his utility belt helps him out a little bit more. It's not worked on the attack.
There.
One last round to play for. Find this and a pistol with the follow. Okay.
เปล่า
Maybe the game is
อุ้ย
still on.
มันประมาทแล้ว
Very
ปะเนี่ยมัน
nicely done.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Is he able to get the opening off the back? Off the boom
ดี
box?
ดี
Fnatic aren't giving up the angle just yet. Akash is posted
Cheer.
up, waiting for his opportunity as Boaster walks through. The eye drawn, that's where Vekash chooses to strike. Timing perfect, and another for the Viper on the other side. Fnatic, they seem set to bring this to double digits as we close out the first half. Ekko, so impressive in the first 2 maps. A stellar debut from this man, his first series on the stage. And he's finding more impact, more value for this squad. But still, 3 big names to take down.
โดนเซ็นแน่
Boaster
โค
up top, watching for the cross, but Crashy's waiting to strike down below. They combine in that crossfire.
ไม่น่ารอด
Ekko got
เล่นอย่าง
away
นี้
with this in the previous. Crashies won't let it happen twice. 10-2 at the halftime. A different story from what we saw in the previous map.
Yeah, there's going to have to be an incredible turnaround from the side of Eternal Fire, but we've got to wait and see if they'll be able to do it.
เรียบร้อยแล้วกูมาตอนฮาล์ฟไทม์ใช่ไหม12เลย
12
ให้ไปลุกไปชีนะ
เอ็มเล่นทีมที่แพทใหม่
ยังเลย
มึนจัดอะตอนนี้เล่นอยู่ เล่นก่อนมาดูวาโล
จริงๆมีความคิดหนึ่งนะถ้าแมป3จะเร็วขนาดนี้มึงจะมีทำไมวะแล้วจะจบไปตั้งแต่บ่ายแล้ว
จริงครับเอ็กโคบอกบูธสายตรงเลยโทรชวนเอ็กโคหน่อยบอกเอ็กโคเพื่อนเราไม่ค่อยไหวช่วงนี้มาเล่นแทนเพื่อนเราหน่อยเซนติเนล
Hope he's talking about the operator.
Well, I've heard stories. 10-2 is the score as we get back into the game. A more convincing half than what we saw out of Eternal Fire on half one of Breeze. A big comeback needed for the defenders, and they started with a bit of an aggressive flare. A very aggressive flare, in fact. Pushing up to B, will be 3, make that 1 as a double found by Alpha. Lights out start from this man. He is making his mark when it comes to pistol rounds. There's a reason Fnatic are doing so well in them.
Well, yeah, I think the last one earlier in the map was the only one where he didn't really do too much. He got a singular kill. I think he got 4 and 3 in the one before.
มันปะมันจัดขยันเดินแบบนี้
มันจัด
ไม่เช็คด้วยมึงก็เพิ่งยิงเขาอยู่เมื่อกี้นี้ไม่คิดว่าไอเวคาร์มันจะเดินไปซีเลยเหรอ
คิดเหมือนกันนึกว่ามันจะเช็ค
มันควรที่จะเช็คด้วยซ้ำเพราะว่ามันเพิ่งยิงเขาไปเมื่อกี้นี้
to cross through though, so there will be a player on the site, however incredibly low on HP. It would almost have to be a mistake. Come on,
ปวดหัวป่ะเจออย่างงี้
is enough to escape any danger.
ปวดหัวจัดเจออย่าง
1
งี้
versus 3 to try and turn this pistol. Kayak already holding. We'll have info.
That should be the end.
ปวดหัวป่ะเจออย่างงี้
And I want to just touch on that. We started the half by talking about Vekaj, and I was very much in the camp of like, I don't think this guy was great on mates. It wasn't somewhere that you had a chance to shine, I'm sure.
ตัว2เวอร์จัดอะ
The reality was it seemed like a left field pick, and yet I very quickly, and maybe it's just because I love Viper, I love seeing good Viper play, but I very quickly became a massive fan of this man. Vekaj has climbed up in my estimation, certainly from when he debuted in the league, which on the other side for Eternal Fire, it's going to be hard for Ekko to fall, to keep up with the expectation he set in those first 2 maps. It was unbelievable. And obviously this is a slower performance, but that is across the entirety of the team. A very tough final map for Eternal Fire from what we've seen so far, and it's going from bad to worse with the pistol loss and now a low buy where naturally you play a bit looser, you try to get aggressive, but it hasn't worked out. Yeah, but I'm playing Sheriffs and Shields. Yeah, at 11-2, if you're playing the Eco, you're a madman. But this is usually just the last breath before death.
Be right back.
Yeah, they need to win this if there's going to be any chance of a comeback, and I don't think many are believing at this point. Vakash again. Another on the body pile, and the Sheriff not so kind this time. Fabian, he's in a good position, and they are trying to watch for him, but he's been able to slow the plant a little bit under pressure, and the Seas will hold him in place. Nowhere to go, being hit by every single piece of utility. Oh, well, no surprise that Crushies has an assist off that one. 12-2. Fnatic's final form showing up in map number 3, and I think there's going to be a lot of squads now looking at this Lotus and going, hey, you know what? If this is a third map, or a choice of a third map, I'm not going there.
Let's go anywhere else. Yeah. The old line certainly showing its teeth on this final map.
Yeah, that's a Lions roll.
And you do a a comparison of sort of the vibe check down there, half one, map one, and now unbelievable the difference night and day. As Fnatic look to close this one out here and now, plenty of opportunities to do so.
It seems unfortunate that we're not really going to get to see the defensive Ekko Veto, because even in this round there's no weaponry for him to play with. A Sheriff alongside the utility belt. Neki started off strong. They've seen this already. They might start strong, but it just doesn't finish that way. Izzy already dropped, and that's the A side completely open. A flank coming in, but there is an alarm bot available and walking through the utility. They are just walking to their deaths, it seems.
No hope.
Fabian
It's over.
trying to get back into position. They are checking every nook and cranny. That's one at least, and now the timing is there, but it will be Crashies to close.
ทำให้ยากแต่แรกใช่ไหม
รอชมเว็บไซต์พรุ่งนี้ดีกว่า เฮ้ย กด TFC ต่างทันป่าวะ
มันนานเวลาแพทเนี่ย
มันก็เท่ากันปะ40 นาที
ไม่ทัน ขอบคุณแอมมีเพนด้านะครับแอมมีเพนด้าสำหรับ5 เดือนนะครับ
เดี๋ยวเล่นอยู่เสร็จ
EDG เปลี่ยนโหดวะ A7 กับ CB สลับกันอยู่2 คน
ไอ้ไทม์เบรกเกอร์นี่ก็เก่งนะ
คืออะไร
อ๋อ
pace strong duelists, so
I
I can just kind of play
com
around them. They're very easy to set up. And yeah, I think the playstyle is pretty nice for us.
แปลกดิแพทนี้
Unfortunately,
มัน
with the
ทำอะไร
nerfs
แบบ
coming
ใหม่
soon,
ๆ
like
แปลก
we might have to switch some things up. But yeah, it's been a nice fit so far, I would say.
Okay, and with your opening series, a confidence boost, winning it, or are you still faltering a little bit with the fact that had to go to map 3?
Yeah, I think obviously we would like it to be cleaner. You know, we showed Lotus when we didn't really have to.
Right.
So that definitely sucks. But I think you know, we got to win at the end of the day. But yeah.
There's a lot of fans, I'm going to say. There are a lot of people. But Crash, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. A nice way to start stage 1 for you. But for now, we're going to head on back to there, see what they've got for conversation.
Thank you so much. It's me, Billy, and we are awaiting Alpha at some point will hopefully be joining us. But Billy, in general, I think having a conversation about how this match went specifically for Decisive Fnatic. Like, yes, they're able to lock this one down. Yes, they get that point, of course, that one championship point because they win the matchup. But Eternal Fire was able to push them to their limits. They took them to the turret map for Lotus, which Crashy literally just said they didn't really want to show that already on day 1.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, like, Tom kind of summarized the end of that series pretty well in the sense that Eternal Fire have probably gone up in people's estimations considering how they were able to take a map off of Fnatic here as well. And we now have Alpha joining us as well. Congratulations.
Thank you for joining.
So yeah, I think like Fnatic can come away feeling very happy about that one so far.
Are you feeling happy about that one? Yeah. That's good. Let's start things off. I would like to start the discussion off with you, particularly with the roles and the agents that you're playing, because we saw 3 maps. You start off with ISO, Waylay, Killjoy. It's like, what's going on here?
Like when I play one agent only, I get bored of this game. So my coaches are giving me different agents so I can enjoy the game more. And when I enjoy the game, I play better. So maybe that's why.
How many can you play?
Sorry?
How many can you play? Like, if you had to give us a rough estimate, what can we expect this stage?
I mean, the meta changed, I guess. So I don't know what am I gonna play, but it looks like 2023. I will be playing Killjoy and Cypher, I guess.
Okay, that's exciting. Do you feel like Killjoy is still a decent enough sentinel? Because I think that Minnie was kind of quizzing why you were playing the Killjoy and Lotus. It almost feels a little bit not outdated per se, but I think we're expecting perhaps a bias or something. What value do you think Killjoy brings?
I mean, I don't know what value Killjoy
แสดงว่า
I think my Killjoy is the best Killjoy in the world.
Okay.
Probably
ขนาด
the
Fnatic
stats
มันตื่น
wise,
มันก็ยัง
also like that's what I think
ดู
as
เหนื่อย
well. I think if we can play Killjoy, we prefer to play it because I'm good, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some plays coming out from you on that Lotus map where you were just completely being able to anchor that site completely from utility as well. So yeah, it's really exciting to see you back on that Killjoy and the confidence as well that you have on it, Alpha. Where do you feel the Sentinels sit right now in the meta?
แบบแรกก็ยังไม่ค่อยตื่นเท่าไหร่นะ
Right now. Because like nobody is playing Sentinel right now. Like they play Veto, but I think Veto is also really bad on this map.
Oh, okay. Why do you think that?
We tried.
สองไวนะได้นอนไวแน่นอน
Tried and failed, but today was a success. You guys get this 1 point after the win. But I want to talk about Eternal Fire as well in terms of them coming through. They take you to overtime on map 1, then they win map 2. I mean, map 3, you know, amazing from you guys. Were you expecting them to put up such a fight on day 1?
To be honest, no. Because they are an Eve team, kinda. They get easy, and I don't know how much days they've been practicing. But the individual was, I think some of the rounds they won, they just individually just killed us. I mean, like Ekko on the breeze, he was just playing half time. He was playing like live game. And then we go in second map, Izzy with operator. He's just annoying to play against. So I think they are individually good. So that's why I think they took us overtime.
I want to touch on the breeze actually because the defense wasn't looking so hot to begin with. Do you feel like not being able to have someone activated with an operator is what kind of limited you guys? Because we saw Kayak pick it up a couple of times but didn't find too much impact from it.
I think their comp, it was different than usual, that we didn't used to play against this comp, like when we saw Kaya and stuff, because we've been practicing a lot and we don't see Kaya that much. I think we just didn't know what to do against their comp. It was default comp, but it's also we are not used to play against. So.
do you think KO's someone that could be brought into the conversation then? Because we've seen a lot of double duelists recently, and we're looking at the Vi's, the Killjoy and stuff for stopping power. Do you think that more teams should be perhaps utilizing a KO?
I mean, I think with the changes now, it could be, because I think KO is a strong agent, but you just need to know how to play around him. So, let's see.
In regards to stage one, then, now that you've had your first game on the stage, you've gone up against one of the opponents, what are your expectations out of yourself individually for the upcoming matches?
I mean, I don't expect anything, to be honest, but I just had a goal that I will be better than kickoff, and I think my stats were on the kickoff was really good. So I'm just practicing to get better on than kickoff, and if I can do that is my goal. And I don't expect anything from me because it's gonna make me pressured.
Okay.
But I will just, let's see what happens.
Better than kickoff. That's a high bar to set, considering how you were performing. I want to ask quickly about Vitality. I know that you've had a couple of words about them potentially being a Fnatic retirement home, I think was the last thing that you said on this desk. They're obviously the opponents that you face next. How are you feeling going up against them again?
I feel good. I think they're a really good opponent, and it's also like we're gonna test ourselves, because if we can beat them, it means we are also a really good team. And they have a really young player, Sayonara. And I don't know if he's gonna play. I think he's
playing, yeah.
And he's a really good player, and I like him as a person as well. So it's gonna be good to play against him.
You've not had a chance to play against him yet, have you?
I know, we played with him, but we didn't play against him. I think he's the next superstar, potentially. And let's see what Izzy gonna do against us. I will be watching them and they play as well, so let's see what happens.
High words of praise. Well, thank you so much for your time joining us, and congratulations once again on winning. That's it from us for now. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our second match of today, KC against Team Liquid. Stick around.
1, 2, tickle my shoe, you heard?
Oh, I love your shoes.
Can I see your feet?
We gotta find this wave.
Find this wave, baby. Come to Papa! Come to Papa! Come to Papa!
I'm the fastest in the West.
Is UK in the West?
Alright, now I'm gonna show you I'm the fastest in the North, brother.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
to VCT EMEA.
Too camera shy.
Yeah. He already did his bids.
Fighting.
Yeah, I think that was kind of highlighted in the last match where like it felt like Eternal Fire were the team that really understood how to do some of that team fighting. Like sometimes it's about
That's inherent to them as well.
yeah,
no?
it's inherent to their identity, and then
Yep.
some of our more experienced teams sometimes don't look as natural when they're doing those things. It doesn't seem quite as like just obvious or natural. Yeah, natural. I
Yeah,
think is the word.
I was using the word chemistry in the previous one, and it's weird to use the word chemistry for some of these rosters that have been together for a fair amount of time. But I do think that at some point during the way, they lost that kind of like feeling with each other of just like, I think, you know what, a team that is very good at it, mates. You know when Bipo and Martin are entering the sides, like there is some kind of bond in there that you know they're going to be completely compartmentalized, and it's just like I think and I hope that we give team fighting the prioritizing that it needs. That doesn't mean that you have to run at everybody and just looking for the duel constantly. It's like you need to learn to make each other stronger when you are going into this team fight.
EMEA team should basically just be watching like Paper X and Nongshin VODs and basically go into any moment that they take a fight and just understanding how quick that decision making is and how they can kind of can we do that and like train it and coach it rather than because those teams obviously have done it for a long time and they kind of,
this is like not the first time.
I was set them to play ranked literally for 2 hours a day in duos and trios.
Yeah, could. I mean, listen, there are other games. I'm not gonna name names that have this exact same issue between the West and, you know, when we're looking at the APAC, and it's also down to team fighting. We haven't cracked the code there either.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what's gonna happen there. But either way, Liquid, however, they are returning from a very swift outing in Santiago. So let's check out how that went.
I mean, in this roster, we already broke my curse to qualify to the event, so now it's a second curse to go out of the group stage, so we're just gonna fight until the end and that's it.
ดีแนทว่ะ
T1 versus Team Liquid. The desk was talking about it. So much veterancy, so much experience across both of
เอาเจ
these
โม่มันก็เดือด
squads.
อยู่นะ
Doesn't get the catch.
เดือดดิ
Can now. Last one, but he cannot make it
ให้ยิง
happen.
พูดเดือด
15 to 13. Team Liquid change up the comp. And they rattle T1, taking them down in 2-0
ไม่ทันจริงด้วย
fashion.
ไวจัง
Nice regional battle. Only minor damage inflicted. But he gets can nearly gets the trying to hold his
ภาพเก่า
own
นี่
here.
ว่า
Default on the side. Minibu, however, from stairs, he'll appeal one back, pops the overdrive, and is right up on Starzo's face.
ก็เริ่มแล้ว โอ้โห
The spot out, Wayne will fall. The ace not to be had, but the victory is theirs once again. Starzo.
And Marta's found them. Gonna go 1-for-1 on the trade, and he has been clutch as hell.
We're playing elimination game. Elimination. Why are we saving energy? For what, man? For what are we saving energy? For what? For the flight tomorrow or what?
Now it's a 5v2. Wayne's a formality with Marta.
โคตรแนทเลยว่ะ
God, you can't get away from it. Energy, a cut above the rest.
They will shatter the hopes of Liquid again, just folding in this second map.
Liquid to the limits. Let's be honest, there are no easy games here at Masters Santiago.
A rough one from the side of Liquid, but they managed to go through the lower bracket and kick off. They get this international experience. They hopefully got closer together as a team, and now they can come back and give us better expectations.
The problem is that at some point it becomes a curse, the not being able to make it out of groups. It is good, you know, because at the end of the day you have players like Wayne that have never been to a global event and whatnot, and the experience is definitely there. But I also feel like the change that we've seen in Nats in like the last 2 weeks of kickoff and Masters, like, do you guys remember when he was like, oh, I can see Boaster, like he's doing this across the stage, we're getting into his head. And now we also heard that speech that turned into a mad Nats that is like, guys, what are we doing? Do you not acknowledge where we are? And probably that is like one of, I'm not in his head, but one of the first show-ins that I've seen in a Nats that is seeing the real gap that is between him and the rest of his teammates, where to him that is a given, but to the rest is like, we're not that sure.
He's becoming much more of a natural leader, I feel like. I feel like when he was starting off some of those speeches, it felt like someone was trying to give a speech, and now he feels much more natural with it, so I approve of the
Like, I was hearing that speech and I was like, ooh, that's but
I would have cried.
No,
I would have cried. I would have cried.
I'd have been like, oh, I messed up. But in general, like for Liquid, this was a very invaluable experience because, as we already touched upon, some players didn't have that international experience, and now they do. And they have that opportunity to go out together, to bond together. So you're back in EMEA, you've played on the international stage, you've seen how other teams have done it, you've been in that environment. What are you bringing back to the region to make sure that not only elevating yourself, but you're elevating all the other teams with you?
Yeah, I think to some regard, I think that it was... I don't say this, I'm a bit of a hater of Team Liquid sometimes, it feels like. Like, them getting to the global event, I think, was impressive. Like, they had to go through that lower bracket run. They almost lost to what was off back then. who had 2 subs, and they had to come to that finals against Fnatic playing a new composition that they apparently never practiced before on like 2 or 3 maps and won. So a lot kind of went, I wouldn't say it went their way, but like I didn't expect them to go is like deep. So
it was, I guess, in that sense, like the David and Goliath story, and they managed to come out on top. But we also had a chance to speak with Wayne specifically earlier today to see what he took away from the experience at the International and how much he's looking forward to this stage of VCT EMEA.
Hi, Wayne, joining me here from Team Liquid. Wayne, I've got to say, congratulations, by the way, on going to Santiago. How was it, your first global event?
It was very fun for me.
Yeah?
I think it was like the first international for me, and the audience was amazing. And like, I think the feeling I got from playing on the stage was just nothing I've ever felt before in my life. So I think it's like a wonderful experience for me.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of, you know, being on the stage in front of a lot of fans, how do you feel you grew as an individual and as a player?
I think for me as a player, I learned a
ข
lot
นาด
of things
ทีม
from
ไอ้
Santiago. One of the
ทีมไม่มี
things
มัน
is how to deal with
ยัง
like
โห
the
ดอยู่ดีนะ
pressure. I feel like
โอ้โห
going
ดู
into
คน
like
ละ
the
คน
first
เข้ามาแทน
tournament
สิ
for me, like
ใครเข้ามาแทนนะ
internationally, and
ไอ้
just having a big crowd
ฝรั่ง
and a
อะ
very loud
ฮอตอะ
crowd behind you is very nerve-wracking for
ไอ้
some
แฟลิง
people.
เหรอ
And I think after
ไม่ใช่
like 1 or 2
ไอ้
games
มิ
on
นิ
the
ไมค์อะ
stage, you kind of get used to it
อ๋อ
already.
มินิไม
So
ค์
I think
อ๋อ
for me,
ไอ้ที่มันไอ้
it
ตัวจริง
definitely
เลยนี่หว่า
helped with like a lot of
โอ้ยังเดือด
pressure
เลย
situations. So I think in the future it will be way easier for me.
Yeah. So then,
Harper กับ
looking at
55
stage
ใคร
one
เก่งกันตอน
now,
นั้น
have your expectations shifted a little bit of
ฮัป
what
เปอร์
Team
กับ
Liquid can achieve?
ฮัปเปอร์
Yeah, for me, in kickoff, I didn't really have a high expectation because we didn't really have much time to practice since I came late and I missed the first game as well.
ไอ้55ล่าสุดที่เจอสายล่างมันไม่มีไอ้นี่นี่หว่าไม่มีแคนาดีอ่ะเปลี่ยนคนอ่ะ
international, it definitely changed my expectation. So for
โอ้
now,
แคนาดีหายไปที่ห
the
นักอยู่
goal is to just win the whole thing for stage 1.
Just that simple, just win the whole thing. I love it. Well, it starts. So how exactly are you feeling? You guys energized, excited, ready to just get in there and play your first matchup?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. I think we waited very long for this moment to come. And some fun fact is like in kickoff, my first game was KC. Like the first game I played was KC, and it's KC again today. So maybe history can repeat itself today.
I love it. Like history is going to repeat itself. Where exactly would you rank yourselves in your whole group then, right? Now,
แต่คน
you've got
คนมา
that
แทน
confidence
แคนาดี
coming
ก็
up against KC is your first match again.
ยิงไม่ต่างกันนะ KIX อะ
I think in our group,
ยิงเหมือนกัน
probably first or second seed.
ไม่ต่างเท่าไหร่
It's either us or Gentlemates, honestly.
All right, I love that.
อันนี้
Thank you
เซิร์ฟ
so much for
เซิร์ฟ
joining
ระเบิด
me.
ฟอร์ม
Good luck today. Thank you.
เซิร์ฟ
We're
ระเบิด
head on
ฟอร์
back
ม
to the desk.
โหดสัตว์
Thank you so much, Nat. Valuable insight here. Expectations that he's now setting on himself. He's like, feels like all the stars aligned. We've been waiting for a very long time to be able to do this. We're going up against KC. We got this.
Yeah, the other thing is that like they were
พี่
relying
รู้
a lot
นี่
of
ผม
the
นอน
way they neo
บ่าย
and
ตื่น
Sky,
ทุ่ม
and that
เดี๋ยวแปซิฟิกมา
now
ต้องเปลี่ยนเว
seems
ลาน
quite
อน
good, at least until the patch in maybe a few weeks' time. But
Yeah.
so that makes sense. Like I didn't realize how little time they seemingly had. Wayne came in late too, and now the thing that they kind of stumbled on to get them to Santiago is now something that's very good. So the stars are kind of aligning.
It goes with the bold decisions, right? But now that they made those decisions and they changed some of the things, they're in a pretty good spot. You have someone that is comfortable in Sky, you have something that's incredibly comfortable on the Neon, and I'm very excited to see where the rest is going. For Team Liquid, this should...
Oh, okay.
It should be one of the easier stages. Like if it was complicated to get to... Where were we? Santiago?
We were...
Woo! I travel a lot. They were able to make it to Santiago. Technically, London should be easier if they are able to master now the meta that they're in, because they have less worries coming into this stage, I would say.
KC though
แต่รอบนี้เวลาดูเป็นมิดหมดเลยนะ
Bells
ดูโอเคอะ
has
ดู
changed
ดู
their
ดีขึ้นอะ
roster as well. Shados is out.
รอบที่แล้ว
Narrates is
โอ้โหแย่จัด
in. Who's IGLing? What's going on? Did something burn in the kit? Like what? Make it make sense. If anyone can like put their hand up that wants to make it make sense.
I can make this make sense.
Go ahead. Okay, Minnie.
Okay.
You wanted to first.
You wanted to. It's okay. You said it very
I
loud.
think when Narrate first left KC for Sen, I tweeted that Sen had won the off-season. Like, that's how good he was playing for KC. And to be honest with you, they didn't look very good when playing with Shados. So it makes a lot of sense. The thing that doesn't make sense is that I've heard 3 different names as who might be the IGL. this
I
week.
ask Sage,
I
is
think
what I do. I just go straight to the source because I hear this, I hear that, and I'm like, why not just ask
But
him?
the fact that like I could believe that it could be 3 different people
Yeah.
is the problem.
Oh,
I
Maybe
think.
you're just gullible.
So here's the thing. He is gullible, and it is Abyss. Well, technically, that is what Sage has said. So this brings on the next question onto KC, a team that has sometimes innovated and overcooked. You know, they found a niche, but it was not a successful one. And it was the using compositions that nobody else in our region is using and trying to go against the current constantly. The problem is that worked in kickoff 2024, and that is when it started and when it ended. Ever since, I think that we have to change the conversation around Casey. With Abyss now being on the IGL, first question is, double duelist. Is he going to be a duelist that plays from that role? Are we putting too much on Abyss's plate? Is he going to be able to handle everything? Narrate, I think, is going to be great. I think that everybody should be very, very excited that he's back in KC. We always wanted you here. So, yeah, I still think that for this stage, the thing for KC is, what are we keep going to see a KC that is good on one map, like theoretically good on one map and struggles to really find pacing in anywhere else?
I think there's a couple of things I want to see from them. I think that the best
เมื่อไหร่
thing
มันจะเริ่ม
was
วะ
when Magnum was IGLing in the team.
Yeah.
And their start
That'd be
back
Magnum.
then was just very set strat heavy. It wasn't requiring too much cooling, in my opinion. And I think that would be the route to go with someone like Aves. Just let the kind of creativity shine, because they have the coaching staff to do that kind of creative, just fast strat style. And yeah, the second thing, I guess, is about like, honestly, I don't really care what comps they play. I think that me and Aang just fundamentally disagree about compositions. I think I just want to see them look like a cohesive team, because they have the star power in this. They have narrate too. Like, this team on paper is ludicrously good. They have firepower everywhere. It just doesn't look like it.
Why
because they
do
don't
you
play
think
together.
that's okay?
There's no synergy. Like, it kickoff so far, there was like no synergy between the team. You had Saigetsu winning rounds every
the
time
good
through
old
clutching,
days.
you know?
Oh, look at them.
It's a throwback, that's for sure.
It is a throwback. As we're saying, I think that Narrate does improve this, but I think that the question for KC is still on leadership, and it's both on the IGL and the coaching staff, because at some point, I know that Aang does this thing where he goes on Twitter and he's like, I'm so sorry, it's all on me, it's all on that, and I respect that. I respect that a lot, because at the end of the day, he doesn't want his players to be targeted, and he says, just come after me because this is my fault. But at some point, we are also going to believe it is actually his fault. Like, at some point, we're going to have to create a separation from like the idea that we had of Aang and what we've been getting this past years.
Yeah, he's had like the keys to the castle the entire time with KC, and since that very start was very bright, but since then we've been asking for more, basically.
So it's more like a honeymoon period that kind of then faded. So for now, KC to actually be able to recreate that success or find that success once again, it's more playing to their strength. So you're talking about playing like a team, having that cohesion,
Well, right
having
now,
that synergy.
isn't a strength.
But that would be a strength if they could do it.
Sure. I think it's a very fundamental idea. They have the firepower there. So if they do that, that is playing off the strength of their firepower. I agree. Yeah.
Well, either way, that's something that we're going to want to see. Anything else we want to see from KC? Come on, what else? So we want to see them play together.
Phoenix, I want to see Sky, I want to see Harbor. I want to see a lot of Harbor for them. Now it's the time.
Okay, actually true. Like, finally, we're in a position where potentially they could capitalize off it, but will they be able to do it? We'll find out as we're ready to head into our second match of today, KC against TL.
เพิ่งเข้าดิแสดงว่าเพิ่งเข้าแน่เลยวะ
เฮ้ยโดนนะถึงแม้มันจะเป็นเพลงแชมเปี้ยนเถอะเยี่ยนาเลดว่ะ
นาเลด is back
เดี๋ยวแนทบอกจะยิงให้คิดว่าทำไมต้องกลับมาเล่นใน EMEA จริง
สักพักแพ้
Teams might look
แพ้แล้วก็โดนนเรศชี้ใส่
This time around
นเรศกลับบ้านนเรศมาอยู่เมกาแล้วจริงแต่ว่าก็เฮ้ยโม่อะส่งโม่ไปดูกับใครอะโค้ดเหรอเฮ้ย
Oh my god! Zage!
That was not one
two
jab, but-
bullets! Okay!
Wake up! Where was this when he said?
Yo!
เฮ้ยลงไปเล่นไหม
It's now or never.
It was 5-2.
This. Oh
You want to say where was this when he was playing?
Where was this when he subbed in?
พี่เพราะเปลี่ยนคนเอาโค้ดลงดีกว่า โค้ดกดโม่ไป5-2
โค้ดอย่างแม่นอ่ะ
ไอ้เชี่ยโม่บอกเฮ้ยเสียทรงเลย
I don't know if we're playing over. No, I'm sure he knows. I mean, at this point,
ทำไมไม่
he
ส่ง
had to
แนท
suffer
ไป
through that. Okay, he went through it. Casey, however, they're going to be able to.
จริงๆผมว่าการส่งโค้ดลงไปแม่งดีอย่างนะแม่งไม่มาเสียแรงกดดันให้นักแข่งอ่ะถ้าแพ้บางทีมันใจเสียอะไรอย่างเงี้ยโค้ดไปเล่นแม่ง
ไม่ต้องมาโฟกัสตรงนั้นด้วย
รอบหน้าพี่อเล็กต้องลงไปยิงแทนละ
from the ones that have been. They could prove that they're incredibly strong, but also they could find.
It was?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was. You're asking me about something that happened 5 seconds ago, and you assume I have any sort of memory.
Would you want to see Abbas on Phoenix?
Yes.
Is that the strength that we need KC to play to, Aves on Phoenix, while IGLing?
I don't know if it's a strength. Like, again, I'm not getting involved with comp discussions with KC anymore. I just want to see them play some team play Valorant.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't touch that anymore.
Then second map was going to be Pearl.
Pearl, yeah, interesting. A map that I don't think we're very good at, generally speaking.
Yeah, it's a region.
I think the
negative Nancy.
Team Liquid had a phase of liking it. And then really didn't like it, and I don't think they're.
เพราะนี่ไม่มีข้อแก้ตัวแล้วนะ
So hopefully this we keep
เปลี่ย
calling
น
this
โลมีเวลาเตรียมตัวละ
the 1 month between, but the little bit of the month break between.
Yeah, some people have done some cool things with the time. You know, like Clash was fun. No.
What do you mean?
Like not every team is like you can speak about teams like Pacific who literally had 2 months without
I
doing
thought you were
anything.
just blaming me for not doing anything for a month.
What?
But there is no Phoenix.
There is no Phoenix.
Why is there no Phoenix?
คาโม
Phoenix on the hands of Camel. He's getting back at Zage. I'm telling you that.
คาโม
ผมอะไรอ่ะ
Not what we expected, to be
So
fair.
it is interesting. I think that another one of the questions that we have for
แปลก
KC
ที่เวท
is
ไม่
now
เล่น
that
ฟี
Euro
นิก
is
ซ์
a
ได้ไง
little bit
ด่าน
more
นี้
dead.
ใช่ไหม
I think that favors Levin, that I think he was struggling a little bit. So unleashing him, putting him on the jet, whereas he's 100% going to be comfortable. And we learned that last year from BBL. Should be a win.
พร้อมแบบนี้ดูสนุก
A discussion all over kickoff.
สองทีมเลย
Levin was farming on that jet every single time, and it feels like an obvious choice in this matter. Going for Fade and
เขาเหมือน
together
สลับ
feels
ฝั่ง
like
กัน
that kind of KC creativity. I don't hate it. I think that there's something there maybe to explore, and then the Vice in
What do
this
you make of the
matter
Vice?
completely counters Neon,
เอาละครับ
and I think very underplayed right now.
ไล่
So
ห
I
มด
want
เนี่
to
ย
see that
ไล่หม
come
ด
through. Team Liquid side is going to be very just all in, kind of fast-paced Neon.
ซูเปอร์เน็ตบอกว่าอะไร
They can't really work the map too much. I
อยาก
don't
จะ
think
เล่น
it's
ให้
going
มัน
to just
คิก
be
ออฟนะ
aggressive in your face. So let's see if
Off แม่งแย่จัด
KC's double initiators are going to be able to play the map a bit more spread, a bit more kind of diligently, and that might come into play stylistically.
But do you think they will struggle with the aggressiveness coming in from Team Liquid? Because like, especially from the defense, if you want to take advantage of that Phoenix, I feel like kind of you have to.
I think KC's comp can deal with that pretty well.
ทำไมรู้สึก
They
KC
have a lot
ชุด
of
นี้แม่ง
information and they have a lot of store.
แม่นว่ะ
In regards to both of these teams going for the compositions that they have today, which is not necessarily what we've seen from them in the past, do you think the time off has been well utilized?
For which team?
We'll have to see.
For KC specifically.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Well, I guess we're going to see as we're ready to head into our first map of the series with our casters, Kenzie and Hypok.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of question marks for me here, Mike, if I'm honest.
It wouldn't be a KC series, and it wouldn't be a Liquid series actually following an international without that, yeah.
I don't know where we stand because, okay, for KC1, I'm really excited for Narrate. I'm really excited for the role changes. I'm excited for that new in-game leadership, if it stays, if it sticks. Liquid, I mean, gotta hope for more. I don't know where we're at with these teams. It's waiting, right?
Yeah, I think to come to KC, it's another turning point for them, right?
Yeah.
But again, we haven't really had many good turning points for KC over the last few years. I think this is probably one of the more positive ones.
I agree.
To be quite frank. I actually love Bayer touching on the fact that Levin's going to be able to actually come back into very much comfort-oriented gameplay. That was obviously an issue previously. Here, I've got, I guess, with the bigger picture, this should suit this roster very well, especially with Narrate coming in on the initiator/flex role.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
Initiation.
It looks like, obviously, it being us, we are going to have a
small
delay,
yeah,
small delay. Ready checks. It's all good. Look,
Nobody looks ready right now. I'm looking.
No.
I'm looking.
I reckon it's Narrate getting used to the EMEA setup again.
Wrong.
Wrong? What is it?
Camo's got issues.
Don't we all, mate?
After the absolute schooling he got from Zaysh. So yeah, no, my setup's not right.
Yeah, something's wrong. Yeah. Let me get the.
I had the same issue out there actually for skirmish. I don't know if you want to look into that as well.
Something?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something. Oh, it's not working for me. Let's kind of then touch base because if people didn't watch Santiago, one, you missed out. Two, let's kind of talk about what we took away with Liquid. I guess let's start there, right? Because I know, but it's better than KC, Michael. So for Liquid, it was once again a group stage exit.
Do you know what? I'll backtrack a little bit. For me, there were some positives.
Sure.
Again, I think it's very easy to slip into the normal assumption, which is Liquid bombed out, right? Sure. They continued on the trend that they started kind of testing within kickoff, right? When everybody was talking about win rate with Neon and Mini Blue doing really, really well, and even coming back to some of those interviews at kickoff with Lohan saying we are trying to double down and go quite deep into finding our identity, right?
Yeah.
I think they continued on that trend. Now, you could argue results-based, it wasn't a good showing, but for me, there were positives. One of them being Purpo, alongside the other.
Now that, yes.
The other changes, Purpo, for me, really impressed me. We saw glimpses of it at kickoff, but there were series in Santiago where he was delivering rounds by himself, which, again, within this roster is a statement to make.
It certainly is. I think my bigger questions with Liquid we'll find out throughout, obviously, this split and the evolution and the comfort role of Miniboo. Now, I think
it's tough because I'm coming here now and wanting KC to win the first series.
Isn't it weird? Yeah. It's a new feeling. KC are going to be starting out on the attack, obviously Liquid on the defending side, and we jump back in. We don't dump.
We don't dump yet.
Oh, can you tell it's been a minute? Let me just turn up that in-game volume as we are bursting towards the B site. Nice and easy stuff to begin with. Again, I just want to kind of get the lay of the land of these guys.
ทูซีหรือเปล่าแบบนี้
KC looking, and that's with a lovely
เรีย
bit
บร้อย
of
ครับ
timing and
คน
positioning.
ซ่อม
Catch two in the back, but it is just
แนท
down
ต้อง
to
คอย
Narrate.
เก็บ
Welcome
คอน
back
ซ่อม
to EMEA.
ซ่อมให้ตลอด
Start with a clutch for him.
ยิงสกิดก่อนอันนี้นันเลดบอกเดี๋ยวไม่สูสี
After the
ใช่ป่ะยิงเรียกก่อน
แพ้ละ KC แพ้ละ
Yeah,
อย่างนี้
I
นะ
think
เล่
it's
น
the
ตรง
best way
นี้
to put it.
ไปสะกิดเขาเฉย
I'd say moderate turbulence reported in the area.
เดี๋ยวมันไม่สูสีไง
Here into what should be a very different look for him, I think. Again, I'd imagine he's gained a lot of, I don't want to say necessarily confidence, but just
ไม่เน้นหน่อยวะนะใช่ไหม
เข้าหันหลังให้อ่ะ
coming back around. But if we're going to walk away with the first, happy enough with that, and that's with that lovely bit of timing, just working through the B site, catching those two is going to be pretty much the essential part of this.
แนทมันแอบไปปรับเป้าให้คาโม่เลย
Letting this one settle in.
Great pivot here from KC. Unfortunately, Nat's able to slip into the smoke right behind them.
โหแนท
Unfortunately, then forced out by the dog.
หัวรัว
Really.
Sarge, you mean to go on?
Yep. Catch Nats when he arguably should have. Yeah. Well-rounded purchase actually around 2 for Liquid. No investment on the side of KC. So try and brute force something into B, but Wayne should catch a glimpse here just out of sight.
อุ้ย
But still catches the headshot
โด
there.
นเฉย
11 more
จริง
four.
โดนได้ไงวะนะ
I actually have. I can't
Like, I'm not
I
even
can't
saying
even
you
deny
are,
it.
bro.
No, no.
Like, you've been backing this, dude. I'm trying to support you here. That's crazy
แต่
work
เซต
from
ติ้ง
you.
เดิมไม่เคย
Also,
เปลี่ยน
he did
ยัน
really
ส
impress
กิน
me,
อะ
Santiago.
Yeah, no,
Individually
Wait.
looking
Oh, mate,
so
Oliver.
comfortable, especially with the
ahead
first.
of his years.
Yeah, first
Oh,
few
check
series. And did see some clutches. But yeah, for me, certainly a highlight for Liquid coming back to EMEA here.
Yeah, I hope we see build, right? I hope it's positive steps off of Santiago. I just don't want it to feel like Liquid have plateaued. I don't think that would be the case. So for me, I do want to see marked improvement, right? That synergy there with Miniboo. Wayne still at that sort of level. Camo, once again, firing on all cylinders.
มันก็เล่นเหมือน
Everything
ผู้
lined
เหมือน
up.
คนเขาเล่นได้นี่หว่า
Purple, we saw from
เล่น
Santiago.
แบบไม่
Those
ยีด
are
ไม่เลย
would be lovely.
แต่
This
ทำไม
is
ไม่เล่น
a bit of a cakewalk.
นั่นน่ะดิ
No problems
ตอนไป
there.
วัตเตอร์รวดจัด
Once again, that's alive.
เออ
Bound. Easy stuff. Liquid keeping 5 alive.
เนี่ยเป็นผู้เป็นคนเนี่ย
Before
เล่นเนี่ย
Santiago set them off perfectly in this first half. Again, to come back to the Veto, again,
โจ๊กวะเนี่ย
a chance here to maybe show something
แผน
unexpected.
ปั้นโจ๊ก
Unexpected being it's only 30% diffused there, but I think that was just a little blip with the HUD. Is a flawless nonetheless. Going to catch here onto 11. Yeah, they did have a chance to get quite close up to that choke point outside B, but
Nice. Good job, guys.
comfortable start here. Nats 4-0 already. It's going to be Camo though, just one away from the ultimate here.
มินิบูยังไม่ได้เล่นเลย
Around and narrates.
แม่ก็เชื่อแบบนี้แนทคิวจอย
Very Americas right
the
now.
boy out of Americas.
Okay. Well, that's certainly going to add a little something to the
Line
mix. But the
out.
aggression not really stopping. A 4-1 split for the defending side, putting
Another quick
all the
pivot
eggs
from
down
KC.
towards 8. And you're right, and you were liking that before. Let's see if they stick the landing here. Obviously, a little bit more on the line this time around.
That's got to be careful here. He's not pinched from carriage either. Looks like Sugetsu might just tuck, but they don't actually plant it. That's going to catch two.
Oh my god, this guy just gets
มีมินิบูมาช่วย
gifted timing so often.
ยังคนดีอะมุม
Narrates
คอร์
gets
แอง
in
เกิล
a
แบบ
spot of bother, man. This is meant to be a
Yep.
bonus, and it's becoming a lot more than that. What are you meant to do about this one? Spike where it is.
เดี๋ยวพี่ซุยครับ
Wayne's
ตัวเดือด
multiple odds, but it's certainly not looking good.
I mean, effectively give this up unless
Calling
they
it
find
quits,
a freebie,
right?
yeah.
And if you're Team
I'm not
Liquid, I
s-
want,
แบบ
I want
เลือก
a
ด้วยนะ
freeze, or
KC
is it
เนี่ย
clean?
Maybe a misread on how well
อาจจะ
invested that
2-0
A long take was.
แต่
Maybe
พี่
they'll
ผม
wait for
สัง
somebody
เกต
to
นะว่า
swing onto
ลิ
B
ควิด
side here when they
พวก
tap
นี้
the
มันหยิบส
spike,
กาย
but
รัวๆเลย แล้วยิ่งบัฟมาด้วย
very bizarre
เข้า
to see
เข้า
KC
ทางเลยนี่
call a very
ข
solid
นาดนั้น
audible
จริงๆ
and
มันน่า
then
จะเหมาะกับ Purple ไง
ไอ้
kinda
เพอร์โพ
lose
มัน
themselves in the
ตอน
chaos.
ลาเตอร์
Well,
กาย
there
ไม่
was
บั
no
ฟใช่ปะ
chaos. I'm not gonna say chaos. There was nobody there.
ไม่บัฟ
They're
แล้ว
trying to bait a peek
ตึง
out
เลย
from somebody. Nats is just
เรียกได้ว่า
tucking
เข้า
on
ทาง
average and
มัน
unfortunately no pinch at the same
Aggressive
time.
อะ Aggressive Player อะมันเล่นนิดอื่น
Sugetsu was tucked
น่า
outside
จะไม่ค่อย
doors,
เข้า
but
สกายมันยังแบบมีแฟลชอะไรเล่นเองได้
still a lot of time to kill
แต่
here.
ลิควิดมัน
Fnatic
ตั้งแต่มันไปเล่นซิ่งนี่มันดูเหมือนทำอะไรได้เยอะขึ้นนะ ถ้าเกิดมันกลับมาเล่นดีฟอลต์ดูแบบซิ่งก็ได้
I'm sure they're
เล่นแบบ
looking into
ใต้
it.
เน็ตก็ได้
On the case.
We didn't have a liquid logo about 30 seconds ago, so now we've got that. So
I
we're-
did
แต่ต้องรอดูมัน
wonder
บุกดีกว่า
why the HUD looked
มัน
weird.
จะเสีย
I was
ส
going,
ติเหมือนเมื่อก่อน
I don't know why.
น่าจะบุกเร็วนะ
Since I've casted since Santiago.
แนทเรียวคิวจอยมาหรือเปล่า
Okay, we'll fix it. We're on it. We've
แนท
got
บอก
our
ไม่
best
ไม่
people
ไปเรื่อยละ
on the job.
คิวจอยดูหลังอยู่กับเพื่อนนั่นแหละ
We've sent
ก็
him
มัน
out
แบ
there.
บมันเหมือนมันจะไม่เล่นเมตาโยรูแล้วป่ะแนทมันก็น่าจะต้อง
You can see,
อาจจะ
they
ต้อง
get
ได้เลื้อย
Sugetsu
หน่อยป่ะ
outside. It's,
Punch as
yeah,
well, yeah.
eventually
เดี๋ยวต้อง
traded,
ดู
but I think it's just a mystery
ไซ
on
เฟอร์มัน
how
ห่วย
many
ตอนนี้
bodies
มัน
are
ห่วยจริง
invested towards A.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้ว
Forces
ไซเฟอร์
KC to
ได้แค่อิน
second
โฟ
guess themselves or hope to
จริง
catch
ๆ แบบนี้
that
ไซเฟอ
anchor
ร์ก็ยัง
somewhere.
โอเคอยู่นะ
Catching
เก่งอยู่
Nats anchoring
เพราะว่า
เรื่องข่าวกลาง
รู้เลยมันเยอะอะแบบเนี้ย
กล้องกลางเนี่ย
Nice start.
ไม่กลางมันก็โคตรดี
Still got two of those rifle weapons to bring
ผม
across
เล่นไซเฟอร์ด่านนี้ผมกล้องกลางเดียวแหละแบบ
invested here
ได้
for
กลาง
KC.
ก็คือสบายมันเล่นง่ายขึ้นเยอะเลย
Slower an approach here.
ไม่โดนพวก
Similar
ดันมันเนียน
setup once more. Nats to hold down the fort on this side of the map. Does have a rifle this time around though.
เอาละ
Veto has been removed. Does he get a chance?
We're gonna watch this. We're gonna turn and keep an eye on that. Sugetsu.
โอ้ยพี่ซุย
Okay. Calling up
เดือด
his own
จัด
number there. A bit risky considering he was one of the
เป็น
only
เรื่อง
few
เลย
players to have that rifle, but that's
นี่
job done. However,
นี่
Camo
ทำเกินหน้าที่
coming
ตอนให้
back
หน่อยครับ
around. We are
เดี๋ยว
down
มัน
to
จะ
a
ยาก
แล้วคนมี
but
ปืน
keep
ด้วย
in
นะ
mind the weaponry.
ไม่ไปหา
Two
ทำเลย
sheriffs,
A slightly upgraded pistol with Doja, and then obviously Narrate. That's still there.
and the bulk of it coming towards long.
อ้าว
Mina Dome's going to play well
โอ้โห
here. That's lovely work from Mini, but he's
มินิ
isolated.
บูว่ะ
There's no trade capability.
ละเอียด
There was
จัด
no pressure from sight. So now Levin and Aves
เดียวคัมแบ็กเยอะ
curve here. This will take some big boy shots, and Levin's got one. Gonna need a couple more of
ดีกว่า
those.
คัมแบ็กเยอะ
And few and far between. Team Liquid navigating the waters well. Looking
คัมแบ็กอยู่ดี
unfazed.
ก็โดนชก
In case they have an opportunity to read this situation really
ตัว
well,
ละท้อ
even with Sugetsu.
อย่างพี่ยังมีหวังสเตจหนึ่ง
Early
ใช่ไหม
kill here, but then being found so early here means they don't, again they don't really need confirmation from the utility, but it just kind of
หมดใจใน
bolsters
คัมแบ็ก
that backline hold. And unfortunately, there's minimal support for Narrate. He's got an Odin, he gets stunned out. And what it's Sheriffs from sight to try and offset that. Really awkward spot to be caught in, but Liquid will find number 4. That's just one off the lockdown now.
แนทนี่แม่งเป็นไอเดียที่ไม่แผ่วจริง ดูเล่นกับใครมันก็ได้หมดอะ
But I like a little bit of pressure coming out from Liquid. You know, just kind of coin flipping
ยิงเยอะ
aggressive
ด้วย
round, get in their faces, touch, take a
ตอน
risk
นี้
with
ให้
Mini
นัด
Boo.
เป็น
You're
เกม
up
แบบ
4-0.
TS เลย
Why not? It's actually bad team going back a second.
พี่เอาเวทจะตายหา
Window and that barrel. I mean, it's pretty
Mini
big,
Boo.
but Narrate fine to handle it. Camel on the quick trade, going to keep control of Garage. And again, you're looking at where these fights are happening. This is just
หลังพอดีด้วยนะเมื่อกี้
space for KC. They're still not even working towards a site. Still controlled by Wayne. It was a bit of an out of the ordinary approach from Mini Boo. Play a little bit more aggressive, take a risk. It's left for KC behind the curve.
ปีนี้ได้อยู่นะ 3-4 แต่ว่าได้ไซส์
โดนรีเทคกัน
ดูของรีเทคก่อน มีนกมีหมามีบาย โอ้ยโดนนี่โดน
มีบายมีสโมกอีกโอ้โห
พกเลยอ่ะแต่มีแนทวางเขาลงเทเลติมีแอนโอดินอ่ะแนทอ่ะตอนนี้อุ้ย
โอ้ร้อนตายไปหนึ่ง
It's Levin who's
เฮ้ย
done really
แต่
well.
ริวมีกระสุนนะดิ
Push and pull crossfire
ริวกับดอนนาย
between
มี
the
กระ
two.
สุนไง
Doja and Levin actually finding great synergy on the site.
Initially, a few kills
ดู
going
ใช้
through
ของ
for
แบบ
KC, and
กำ
they
ๆปะ
just nobody from Liquid able to find an angle to even trade that off. I think even Arves
hand
called
lane.
to the molly for free. I didn't even
Maybe.
see where that. Yeah, right here onto Graffiti and comboed up here.
อ๋อริวมัน
Paranoia, I
โอ้
believe.
มันแดดหนีเลยนะว่า
Yeah, between Levin and Dosia.
ดูร้อน
Great
นาย
hold here. Snappy shots coming
ไอ้
through.
ตัวใต้เว้น
By KC,
สตรอง
they're
จัดอะ
thirsty on Haven. Blade Storm in hand, Sugetsu.
เขาบอกเลทเทปมึงเอาวินให้เลย
KC just
แต่คนตะโกนก็สตอมเหมือนกัน
again going forwards.
0-5 อยู่ตะโกนเสียงดังฟังชัด
With the Blade Storm.
เนียนอยู่ฮะ
เนียนอยู่
On the Prowler, you're gonna know he's close.
Ui.
Camo though tries to go
ยี่ห้านั่นเลด
massively denied by Narrate.
จุดจัด
Just brute
มันจัดครับ
มาแล้วอะ
เซฟเลยหรือเปล่า
House plants on the cards. They're pretty much sorted. They found a little something that's
เออ
working
มันต้อง
now.
งี้ดิมันจะได้มันๆหน่อยอย่าขาด
Just 2 members
โอ้
left.
ไล
for
น์อัพ
Liquid.
อุตส่าห์แบบน่าดู
Now they want to make an attempt here, and that's probably
จะ
going to
มา
make
แพ้ยับก็
this
แปลกๆแล้ว
downtime. Sugetsu on the hunt though.
แต่ผมว่าลิควิดมันจะบุกยากอยู่นะมันเจอไว้อะ
An ultimate to invest to follow up here. Pacier take here and only really rides on the fact that Miniboo ever so
ไว้
slightly off.
ไม่ค่อยเห็นคนออกมาเล่นเก่งนะ
แต่ผมว่าไว้จะมาในแพทนี้มันจะเก่งขึ้นนะเพราะว่าไม่มีโยรุอะไม่มีพวกตัวออมเลยว่ะ
Just giving up the
ใช่
angle.
ที่ถามนี่สุดตายไอเวน
But I'm gonna be a little bit more critical than I think I have been in a minute, and I want to be on kind of Miniboo watch because I feel like since he's joined this roster, we gave him a little bit of room to get used to, you know, the new team, new calling structure, you know, everything like that, right? You come from like
รู้อะ
right? Santiago didn't impress
ไม่
me.
ไม่กระโดด
Others
มีด
stepped up to
สัก
that
หน่อยแล้ว
level. You know, you had Wayne,
No,
you had Purpo,
yeah,
Đi bộไม่ค่อยมีตังค์ครับพี่
massively with the pacing in a lot of series. You saw
มึง
yeah,
หลบ
it's
แฟด
like,
อย่าง
yeah,
คีน
great,
อะ
Liquid are embracing this double
แบบ
duelist,
หล
this
บ
more aggressive
หลบเหมือน
playstyle
ไม่มีแฟ
stuff,
ด
but
อะเหมือน
เอ
แฟด
อ
ไม่มี
หลบ
ค่า
คีนจัด
the
อะ
outlier in a lot of those situations. And again, when you talk about some of the
ไอ้
teams
สุด
that they faced off against, it's not
เนียน
necessarily
มาเล่นมาอิน
white,
นี้
right? It's they are the tough opponents to obviously take
ก็
that
ตาม
to
ตำ
an
แหน่งเอา
international
เวทเป็ก
stage and repeat what you did here domestically. But I'm kind of with you here.
เฮ้ย
Back
เจ็ด
into
อัพ
regulation.
เดี๋ยวใครเขาไป
you know,
เผามันจะเผาไอ้นี่นี่ว่า
Well, I
ใกล้
do
จะ
wanna
เผา
just
ไอ้ตรง
kinda
ที่โอเมน
touch
ชอบ
on
บัฟอ่ะ
not as your
เฮ้ย
main
เฮ้ย
focus. You know they've
ต้อง
got
ไปกรอบไลน์อัพ
firepower,
อ่ะ
but again, just in that
แต่ต้องเอาแบบ
capability
ซ่อมแล้วนะ
showing.
ไม่เอาแบบเมื่อกี้
Just a little bit of a form watch. Obviously, a little bit more room with
Oh,
KC.
back there.
Brand new real approach here.
preemptive lockdown here, though.
Yeah, very
Invested.
early. What's
Hey,
the
Todd,
plan
come on,
here? This
come
is going to put the cooling under
I mean,
question.
yeah, they don't go for the plant here.
No,
ครับ
they've
รีเซ็ต
fully
กันใหม่
rescinded away from
กลับมา
site.
เริ่มไล่กลับมาเริ่มใหม่
It's important here to get
กูแล้วดันกลางออกมาเลย
survives. There's
พี่
four
ซวยแล้วพี่ซุย
liquid members
เจอ
walking
วะ
in
เนี่ย
here.
Oh my god, this is going to be
ละเอียดอยู่แล้วครับ
either a
คนนี้
movie
ไม่เคยไม่พลาด
Absolute
นี่ไง
nightmare it is. Okay, Minibu going to pin down
Ui,
Sugetsu,
khom.
but quick trade for Arvez, and they now know there's more here. Levin quickly clearing Minibu, but look at Camo's position.
อุ้ยเห็นมัน
Again,
คมเหมือนเดิม
so
ตัวนี้
quick to this.
แล้วเก็บโอดินไง
The 2v2 is highly impressive.
แล้วพี่ริวเขาอยากจะเล่นโอดินเฉย
เก็บอะไรไม่เก็บ
อารมณ์ไหนเนี่ย
พี่ริว
Gonna
โอ้
find
ชิบ
this
หายแล้ว
plant here.
เก็ตโอดิน
Levin actually picking up the Odin
เป็นเวนโดดีๆดีเลย
to try and swing things in their favor here in this 2v2. Still health
น่าจะขี้เกียจ
advantage
รีโหลด
ever
ดู
so
ทรง
slightly
เนี่ย
in Liquid favor.
ไอการรีโหลดนี่มันต้องทำขนาดนี้เนี่ย
นี่แหละ ของแพง
On the Odin. Oh, just turning eyes. Yeah, back to business though. And yeah, I mean, Nats, come on, that was
มันมีแต่ตัวคมๆไปเลย
this little duo, this Levin and Doja duo doing
ไม่ผ่าน
wonders
ด่าน
for
ตรวจ
KC.
นะ
Keep in mind, one of the first rounds they really got back into was that crossfire on the site. Seeing it again here, this is very good stuff from KC.
ไม่น่าเชื่อว่าเวนกับดอทไนไม่จะมาเจอกันเทียร์สองแปซิฟิกมาเจอกันที่ EMEA เทียร์หนึ่งงงเลย
KC take a huge risk here, but it does confirm a lack of presence on C site, allowing them to transition into a post plant.
อะไรยันติครับพี่โม
Rifles in hand here. Some ultimates to play with Camo Wayne and Mini Boot.
เห็นพี่โมไม่กดเลยเหรอ
The other side is
ยังเลยพี่
โอ้บูดแล้วมั้งเนี่ย
See Arvez investing just here to clear out C site. Nats tries to still catch
โอ้
one,
เละเทะ
but
แล้ววัน
Levin
นี้คือ
they capitalize on the paranoia.
I mean, Levin's putting in a
มาไวจัด
shift
มินิ
so
บู
far. Sugetsu gonna get that crossfire.
โอ้
Oh,
เหี้ย
sorry,
โคตรเชี่ย
crosshair
คนตีน
placement
ปะ
pulled away. Minibu gonna get the kill. So again, you're kind of looking at the plant
เป็น
now.
ใคร
going
ใคร
to
ก็
play
โดนแฟด
4v4.
ช็อตเมื่อกี้
A couple of ults actually with Liquid, Camos, Waynes, and Minibu's. Rates
โอ้โห
position
ดูมันเล่นดิพี่
with support should be where this kind of starts and ends. And I think
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
for the first, but Alves a little late on the trade here, going to give a bit more room for Purpo.
อุ้ยคม
Guess not. Next up.
Well, Camo's reset on long here now after the ultimate Levin.
Ooh.
Missing slightly.
Ui.
A whole lot right now. Yeah, Levin's gone down, and he's been the kind of game changer, right? Bit of a difference maker in these, but the time is
Ui.
late.
ผมหน้าแล้วครับ
Oh,
โง่
Surely not,
Camo
right? Surely
head
not, right?
down.
โอ้ย
Undenies Doja in the end. Diving in.
Ow.
the
Oh my god.
And the knife.
โอ้
That's a kill with everything he
มัน
had.
ช่วยเหรอพี่การก้ม
Bringing
หน้า
into
กู้
that round tied up for
แล้วมัน
Beast
ก็แบบ
Liquid.
ฮิตบ็อกมันก็เล็กลงไง
To roll the
นิด
dice
เดียว
a
เอง
little
นะ
bit here. I mean, leaving Nats on. Like, KC have already figured out that he's hard
ทำดีที่สุด
anchoring
แล้ววะ
this
วิน
side
นี้
of the map. As soon as they figure out this A aggression, KC have just not really deviated away from
โอ้โหยิงจากข้างนอกด้วย
ยิงนิดเดียว
Able to find success once more.
Jeez.
Fairly polarizing here. Really Liquid to call the first time out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Take a
been
breath
straight
here.
here.
นิดเดียวจริงยิงจากข้างนอกด้วยเสียดาย
มันเป็นช็อตตี้อะดิมันกว้างอะดิเหลือแค่30 เอาละอยู่ดีๆตึงเฉย ตอนแรกนึกว่าชิล
To come back out of this. Stingers, a Guardian, maybe Mini Boot to invest the ultimate, but back in this.
They certainly have. Between Levin and Doja, starting to really find what they were looking for, and obviously Liquid left on 4. Great start for them, but as you said, once that understanding has dropped for KC,
Missile deployed.
seem pretty solid. Now, problems, Levin. Gonna have to try and back away. He does get to keep his life. You can see what Liquid are working with. Not a great deal.
Potential to piece something together here. Miniboo's able to invest. I mean, he's tucked up. He is ready to come out swinging here on the back of contact. So a paranoia set up as well from Sewers. It's Purpo to maybe catch this. But Miniboo's confirmed. It's Purpo to find the first though.
Bloody hell, all right, Purpo. I mean, there was so many blind players there, Wayne.
Another catch there,
Get
actually.
away. Yeah, I don't know how we're at a 3v3. If I'm Casey, I'm getting a bit nervous about here. Wayne's still looking for it, man. Has to back away. Going to be noted on the horn, which is great for Casey. That should allow safety for the plant. But look at Doja's HP.
Yeah.
It ain't pretty.
They've got the upgrades here.
Doja's found instantly. That's so quick to clear. They were fast to this. Great follow-up from Camo. And it is just stunning. It looked like Casey just couldn't find any comfort in that post plant.
Unfortunately, enough chip
พอแล้ว
damage
มีพลัง
done here. Great work
ถือว่า
on the
พอส
front
ดี
line of Liquid
ทำได้ดี
to
โค้ช
limit the numbers as best they can. I mean, almost effectively winning out in that engagement. Even with Miniboo being identified first, but a great catch from Purpo. It's a little chaotic here. I mean, actually, yeah, full blind to find the trade. This could have gone
เนเล่
even
มันได้แรงบัน
worse
ดาลใจมา
for
จากปลักหรือ
KC
เปล่าเนี่ย
considering.
Hey, ult-wise.
สับโอดินไม่พักตัว
Looking at KC, they still got a couple to bank on. Sugetsu's got his, Doja and Levin. But beyond that, it still feels close, right? This still feels pretty close between these two. And again, they want to just crawl on this A side. Miniboo this time with an operator though. And Purpo just, I assume straight through smoke on Levin.
Yeah, as soon as you pop the Blade Storm as well.
All right, not bad find as well. Good follow-up here. Now they don't need to overstay their welcome.
Able to slow things down now. KC have to backfill this space. Again with no contingency in place elsewhere on the map. I mean, Liquid are just tucked into garage. Actually, even with Camo looking back for a lurk all the way through B site. Just holding a flash ready for Nats.
เดดแมนครับเจอสไนล็อก
Miniboo though.
เอามาหนึ่ง
โอ้ยเอาฟิกเฉย
A miss from Miniboo.
Messy there.
ยังไงวะ
เฉ
เนี่ย
ยก็ตายแล้วเอามาหนึ่ง
ไม่โดนเฉยเลย
Foothold, at
ว่า
least
ยังไง
the
ทีนี้
first step towards taking this A site now. Has to play on a slightly deeper angle. Still trying to hold by that side step in case Doja does want to go forward. He's going to take the TP instead. 5v3.
ได้เล่นอยู่เนี่ย
Total still in the
Yeah, I mean, with this much
หน้าตี
util,
สกายเหมือนกันนะ
if Liquid don't
เขาชัวร์
find this retake successfully, it's gonna be a major concern. Seeker's invested now. Doja able to slow things down. The paranoia potentially though. Narrate's found the first.
Yeah, Purpo does fall.
ไปครับ
Good
สอง
trade
สี่
for
ฮะ
Nats, but Doja and Arvez, great flash, but Doja still
โดนในอีกแล้ว
holding this
อุ้ย
corner. There's only so much
ตัว
one
ฉีก
man
เป้า
can
ดิ
do.
ตัวฉีกเป้า
He
รอบนี้
tried. In the end, does fall.
ถื
So
อว่าเรียนรู้ครับ
Izzy is there. Taking away 3 players is pretty
Yeah.
solid work, honestly. So Camo and Wayne will survive. They get to pick up the operator. There's a hand of Miniboo, so no loss on that front. And they have kind of corrected the way things.
ตัวจังอะโดน
Great
สแปม
catch
ตาย
from Purpo. Start of this round. Liquid switching things up ever so slightly in terms of this A long hold or this aggression.
ก็ใช้ได้นี่หว่า
Yeah,
เวน
ahead
ดอ
of
ยนะ
round 11 from KC.
โอ้แมนเป็นดอนแนทอะ
Again, they've probably read
แต่
the
แนทไม่ค่อยจับ
situation
เหมือน
now
แบบ
that Liquid is
เดี๋ยว
switching
มันจะเก่งเกินไป
แฟนทอมไหมแฟนทอมที่มันใช้ก็ดีนะ
Do you see this going through maps?
Two. All right, actually currently 0-2 against Liquid, losing once with KC and once with Sen. Probably a fairly exclusive club of teams that have lost to Liquid Internationals. When Narrate's in it.
There.
That's a short list, isn't it?
It is. It really is. And I hate the way you've dragged me into that. I'm on your side, Liquid. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
เฮ้ยมินเอ้า
Hard smoke to open things up. Mini Boot still
It's done.
on the other side of it.
โทษทีเมื่อกี้มันจอด
Said I was looking for a slower exploration here. Mini Boot reading into that perfectly to put the operator here. But it's textbook from KC.
Oh, all right.
Dropping spike.
Might even catch both there, depending on timing.
Okay.
Face your fear.
Now we'll get the confirmation on 2. Yes, he
that's
will.
Both. Okay, so where do you pivot to? Straight towards B? It looks like still a little bit of a setup there to clear through, but that's fine. That's been handled. You're looking at now the connector side. Layering to this. Now going to force the fight through. And was Purple fully fine during that? I guess so. As Camo, the last one alive in a 1v2. Doja trying to make the run. He's done just that. Camo, though, clean player. Brutally hard retake to pull off, though. Sugetsu just shouldering this corner. Very disconnected from Doja, though.
Very bold to be shouldering this the way he is.
Yeah, okay. Just don't need to play on our own here. Camo's still with a little bit of kit. Trying to work his way forward.
Respect shown here.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, you're willing to shoulder that corner, and then you're going to pop the ult. That's a strange succession of actions there. But hey, it's job done, I guess. Tick of the box, right?
Round on the board.
Yeah, take those.
KC looking to push closer and closer to a tied half. He's actually catching Mini B. We'll transition back through. Purpo just catches a glimpse ahead of the near side taking effect. Can't really even fault KC for the timing there. But the fact he gets 2, that's what slows them down. Doesn't amount to anything though. KC still posting around victory. Final round here, Nats down on a bucket. Sure if he has got another weapon elsewhere for him to, all the way down. 3 members down C long here. Almost a complete mirror of the earlier setups here from Liquid.
Just slightly inverted, right? Okay, and again, this B approach, it looks like they still want to try and commit through that connector towards the A side. Mini Boot makes the back lines, but heads to and a third!
ครับอุ้ย
Big impact for
ของ
Mini
ดีปะ
Boot.
แก้ตัวหรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้
From him. He certainly brought it that round.
Beautiful stuff, switching things up like that. Over to the other side of the map and executing perfectly when KC get an initial read into the setup.
Lovely from him. While we wait for the second half, we're going to take a moment to hear how Levin and Rate are finding life on KC.
มินิบูสนใจกลับเฮลิติกไหม
จริง เสื้อเหมือนแบบนักแข่ง F1 เลยเจซี ทำไมพอนาเลสพูดเรานึกถึงเซนเทเนลเลยวะ
พูดว่าอะไร
ก็แบบที่นี่แบบซัพพอร์ตมันอะไรเงี้ย
น่าจะโดนเลยมาเยอะ
นึกถึงเรื่องที่เกิดขึ้นเลยอ่ะ ทุกคำพูดที่ออกมา
แต่ผมว่าตอนนี้มันอยู่เซนมันก็ไม่ได้แย่นะ ตัวมันอะ
ไปแย่ดีด้วย
เหมือนมันผู้เล่นไม่เข้ากันมากกว่าปะแต่มันไม่มีเทนนะ
ออกดราม่า
ตั้งแต่มันไม่มีเทนมันก็ดูไม่ค่อยออกทรงกันเลยเซนตอนมีเทนมีเซลซิตยังดูดีกว่าเยอะเลย
ต้องการกำลังใจเหรอ
ส่งพอทำไปเป็นโค้ด
There's got to be, I mean, fewer teams you put ahead of in that list in terms of stepping into a roster and hoping for a turnaround, right? To come to KC and have to be the player that arguably is the focus now. Is it because we've seen another turning point, right? Is he one that can fix KC? Dare I say again?
I can fix her.
จบคู่นี้ผมก็ไปแล้วผม
So that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah.
So obviously the fans can be fairly unforgiving. And I've had certainly a rough go of things. Speaking of, Levin straight down mid here, isolated by
Oh my god, the blind though, that near sight.
ปลายโดน4
Just taking everyone out of the equation, and Nats had nowhere to go to, right?
Right.
Choose or pick your poison, and it's a brutal
ปลาย
start
สวย
to
จัด
things.
ตัด
Just
รถใน
swinging.
Docia's
Ui.
got 3 kills. Docia might have more.
เขาดี
It's going to be heard here. Camo's going to creep back through the... Oh, I thought he was going to follow through that.
Dangerous.
แล้วดอทไนท์เอ็ดอย่างเงี้ย
Can't risk it.
ตอนนายกับเชอรี่ของเขา
ขโมยมา
Camo and Purpo left to try and recover this.
Yeah, you don't want to make a mess of it.
Part will come through.
Spike planted.
And Docia is tagged up a little bit. And silence falls upon Haven. No
ไม่เป็นถาม
information
ที่
here.
ดอนนายจะโดนไปเนี่ย
Clean slate here, but
นั่นไง
both teams, but Camo with a great catch.
Yeah, right to the side of the dome,
Tạm
leaving
biệt
Alves in a
Việt.
1v2.
มึงรออย่าง
Still
นาน
with
อ่ะ
Purpo. Dog being
Don't
sent
die,
through.
Lord,
Alves
and
looks
that,
dead to rights here, but gonna give it a go. Double swing and goodbye. Liquid picking up the pistol in the second.
A little bit of a gap here to start the second half. And bold here from Levin. Paranoia is perfect,
Oh,
but
it's so good.
like I said, Docia just getting way more than he should have in this
Nên thầm.
situation. That's obviously forced out of a position, only on 10 HP, but Miniboot
One enemy.
just desperate to get back behind that.
Let's go,
คมจัด
bro. I wanted to say it's obvious you cannot shoot.
Oof.
I mean, 2 to 11, man. Be nice.
มีคนเนียนป่ะพี่
You said middle of the table
It's
at 9
day
to 10.
one. It's day one.
พี่ซุยก็เนียนอยู่
Bring
เนี่ย
that energy. I'm gonna bring it right back.
Yeah,
That's woo.
นี่ก็เนียนไม่ได้จับปินอีกแล้วเหลวไหลเลย
Dangerous. But classics out. So easy
ถึง
stuff.
พี่ซุยล่างพาม
Right?
You could able to scale up behind that as well. It's Harvez, unfortunately, on the other side of it once more, which I think is going to spur Miniboo on a little deeper here, but does catch a tag
He
here.
can shoot.
คนเดิมเนี่ยผม
Yeah. All right. Anybody chasing him down? Didn't fancy it. He's going long.
Solid setup here. You can already see KC just
Yeah.
having a discussion around even giving across the old progress.
อยากเห็นมิกซ์แมป
Probably a fair shout to just let that one simmer by. We'll just send Alves in for a kill.
เขาบอกว่าไอ้มิกนี่จังหวะโดนไฟไลท์อัพก็ปาฮิวแล้วกู้นี่มันไหวเด้อ
I've seen you win these.
Only really
มันไอ้นี่อยู่บั๊กอยู่หรือเปล่า เลือดลดไม่ลดเลย
Obviously what's required for his ultimate. That's
เนี่ยไปดูคลิป
clean
มา
catch here from the right.
And that's a bulldog.
bulldog
ไม่ลดเลย
on the side, yeah.
That
อืม
good flash. Camo. Oh, there's a little trap.
อุ้ย
คือแปดโคตรกวนตีนเลย
เหี้ยแปดแบบบ้าจัด
Okay, they've done a bit of damage on this,
เอาละ
honestly. Not the worst in the world. Ooh, there we
โอ้
go,
โห
okay.
เสีย
Just
หาย
gonna give it
จัด
a clean slate.
Good damage though.
Yeah,
Obviously
really
removing
good.
one of the key pieces of weaponry here, denying Camo from finding anything more than just the 1 point. We'll bring a stinger in here. We're reconsidering that purchase now, actually. All right, back on an Odin this third round in the second half.
How do you feel about the Odin?
สังเกต KC นะ เวลาทำคอมอะไรมาชอบไม่ค่อยเหมือนชาวบ้านนะ
Yeah. No.
แบบนี้อินนี้รีคอนส่วนมากจะเป็นโซวา KC เอาเฟดมา
respect people being good with it.
ส่วนเซนติเนล
I don't enjoy watching it.
No.
เอาไว้มา
Fair point.
แทบจะไม่มีคนหยิบมาเล่นเลย
Focusing through garage to
ผมมี
start the
คำถาม
ball exchange.
กายแมปนี้ที่มันหาข่าวได้ดีมาก
Yeah, that,
เจ๊
okay, Alves can shoot that time, but not be able to follow up there.
เดี๋ยวเว้ยด้วย
Purpo's going to find him. Doja
ตัวเดียวไม่พอ
Good
ต้องพีค
bounce,
เพิ่ม
gets both. Purpo and Camo both punished. He can fall away with that unscathed.
เล่นดีกว่าดอ
Lovely
ทไนวันนี้
push and pull, not letting it go unanswered.
ตัวใช้ได้อยู่นะตื่น
Wayne and Miniboot left to try and recover this. Miniboot's found some space towards 8.
แล้วคนเนี้ย
A little bit deeper hold here
คนนี้วันนี้ก็
KC.
ใช้ได้
How far does he go exploring? Actually does bait out a couple of shots here, so very telling. Issue being Wayne is a million
มัน
miles
ไม่
away
ไม่
here.
โรเตทไม่อะไรเลย
Try and fake something towards A, draw an extra body
โอ้ดูดิมันหลอกแบบ
Drawn two.
โอ้โหต้องหลอกขนาดเนี้ยถึงจะไป
จะเชื่อได้หรือยัง
They can just play retake if they have to
Yeah.
as well. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't
แต่ปืน
necessarily
มัน
want to see
ลุ้
them
น
get
ยากว่ะ
30 seconds
themselves
left.
เฮ้ยนี่
into
ไง
a post plant here, especially with Minibu
โอเค
catching an upgrade.
มินิบูต้องตัดเศษให้ได้
เฮ้ย
อะ
Standing.
เอ้าเป็นทอมโมเมนต์
โอ้โหเป้ากระดกกันดิ
โดนห่วงไงเมื่อกี้
Just, all right.
ถ้าตัดได้
process
เมื่อ
the
กี้
sky
2-3
man.
ได้ลุ้นเลย
Sick. Wayne 1v4.
โอ้โห
Now, he's been good for a clutch.
This would be quite.
This would be one.
Lock in. Show me what you got, Wayne. Not today, Doja. Get out his number. Smooth stuff from Casey.
Well handled here in the end. If Minibu is able to find that kill, it potentially changes the outcome.
Yeah, he could have done.
Instead, the bigger hurdle here is getting themselves into the post plant. So, unfortunately, he doesn't win out in that situation. Great catch on that. So,
Doja's having a bit of a
Dosia,
game.
yeah,
Yeah.
quietly in some of these rounds, still posting 3Ks here and there. Up to 17 and 8 for KC.
Comfortable scenario.
They start heating up towards the end of kickoff as well, Dosia. He was individually looking pretty solid. See, rifles back in hand now. Both teams, Ultimates-wise, Camo just one away Purpo. One off the Seekers as well. Side of KC, it's only really Narrate that's made progress outside of the TP for Dosia, but Liquid once more dipped their toes into Garage, but kept at bay for the time being. Don't want to risk giving away a first blood this time.
Yeah, good little draw of the util though, and look down C long. Space already taken there, so as much as they're feeling this pressure through Garage.
Yeah, they don't have to make moves in Garage, yeah.
Yeah, they're solid where they are, so kind of indicative it's going to end towards that B side, or maybe even shifting towards A if given the opportunity by Minibu, but it's to get to...
timing.
Oh my god, the timing.
Both missing the timing there.
Yeah, Minibu, protocol, you know, you check to the right, you check to the left. I mean, well done by him there. Wins that 1v1 and opens up the site. There is no Ray waiting, there is an Odin. There's only by one, so trading well and keeping the spacing right. They get the A site in their hands.
ร้อน
ได้ฮิวอยู่ It's in the back line, so KC
เหยียบไปแล้วมันฮิวต่อ
3v4 retake to try and piece together.
I've got your trail.
So question marks here. Seekers invested as well on top for Liquid.
แอดวิ่งเลย
Don't have to take any risks here.
ผมเป็นแนทหน่อย
Popping the dash, so has to try and make a move here. Nats immediately on the back of that though, going into the back lines.
Oh, okay, hold on, but they're trying now springboard in towards the side. They're trying to play through the smoke. It's brutal, but Doja up to the task again. This guy looking lethal. He is still doing damage, but do you predict this positioning?
แล้วมันเหลือคนนี้ไง
ยากหน่อย
รถนายบอกไม่ได้เจอบ่อยเลยไม่รู้ว่าจะต้องมองตรงไหน
You think there's a chance, but again, you don't consider that. And that's just toying with the information given by the Seekers. Again, knowing they're going to follow up on that immediately. Even so, I mean, they do pretty well to hold down the site for the time being. Nice! Just playing out trades here, and it's a crucial round in terms of getting some more progress here. Camo's going to have his ultimate now. Odin back in hand for Narrate, but a little bit of a broken buy here. Some gaps here, most notably being Levin.
That's getting spammed up pretty early too. See if that comes into any sort of later stage issue, but Camo just trying to pull those in, but that wall gonna deny it, and Arpez doesn't need to shoot. That's wild.
อ้าวไม่คิดไปแล้วนี่ว่า
Feel foul to witness. He's now down to 3. Though he's still there with that paranoia, he's been solid as a rock. Highlight player for KC in my mind. And again, look at C Long. They haven't checked this in a minute. No. This was happening in those previous rounds. He didn't find much, but Levin only here with that Sheriff, but still holding a lot of space.
Struggled to dig him out last time. Even if he goes 1-for-1 here, and Minibu knife out, just changes up, but Levin still can't find one. Managed to come through here.
Minibu is affected by that. And it's going to
ซิง
slow the
จัด
roll.
ซิง
They've
จัด
kept
อ้าว
control of C with that paranoia here. Wayne looking for an opportunity on that B side, though. Might have just caught a glimpse of
Sugetsu saw him as well.
Yeah, a little bit of trade of information. They're heading straight towards A.
Oh, except for Nats.
ฮะ
Has patience.
เหลือเชื่อปะ
He's going to let him
เฮ้ย
go.
ปล่อยเดินเลยเหรอ
Out to Arvez. Lovely. Just to not give
โอ้
away the
โห
game.
มันจะฟูลคอนโทรลเลยขนาดนั้นนะ
มันจะเอาทามมิ่งไงเผื่อแบบไอ้เนี่ย
เผื่อคนโถมเข้ามาเยอะไง
จะได้ยิงต่อ
Lovely. Bit of heads up play here.
ตัวคัดครับ
Sugetsu got through the smoke.
กากเก็บหมดเลยเมื่อกี้
It's all good.
Yeah,
Come on.
all good.
Oh,
All good.
It didn't feel all good.
ดอทไหนมันเล่นโคตรดีเลยพี่
Tucked up next to a
ดี
wall.
โอ้โหโคตรเนียนอ่ะ
มันคือท็อปฟอร์มมากเลย บอด
See, we'll find a response here.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, back and
brutal
forth.
way
โอ้โห
Yeah.
ลูกเดียวไม่พอ
You're right, though. Arvez doesn't have to shoot.
All good, man.
Great placement there. To catch Camo on the retreat. Will break the buy of Liquid. See some investment here from Wayne and Nats. Maybe a pistol here or there.
And the Aries. What are we seeing?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I was like, what is that weapon's name again? The Mini Odin. Early ult and well,
How's Wayne won that?
I don't understand
Aries
what I'm
moment.
seeing.
Aries moment.
Oh, they're up against pistols, mate.
But the issue being, Wayne had a rifle. Now it's behind enemy lines.
Oh,
โอ้โห
that's nice. That's nice.
beautiful
Didn't even want to touch the spike there. Like, nope.
Not for me. Go on, do it again. One more. Una mas.
Another two-piece.
You want both?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he might be listening. Mini Boo, you wanna? Come on.
แน่นอนจริงว่ะตัวนี้
Head somewhere else.
I'll go and see. Seems good over there.
Sugetsu's got great coverage though.
Almost out.
Obviously, with his U2 invested here, going to be fairly telling for Mini Boo. The flash comes through Sugetsu
เรียบร้อยเลย
on the cleanup here. Find
Very
KC
nice.
number 8.
รออยู่แล้ว
Pushing distance now, 2 away.
Off kilter here. Arvez just one away from. Yeah.
Just getting a normal rifle, man. Narrate's really good, please.
Like I said, yeah, it's an Aries moment if ever I've seen one.
That's nice, though. Oh, so nice you get it twice.
Nice, boys. Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
Retrieving flash.
Those pistols.
Flash placed.
Let's go.
Liquid not necessarily there with their ults either. I mean, one away for Nats and Mini. Boo.
อุ้ย อ๋อ นึกว่าตาย
Got it now.
Yep. Okay.
จริง
Down to 4.
ๆเปปเปอร์เล็กเนี่ย
At about the 1 minute
แมป
28
เนี้ย
marker.
ไม่ต้องปรับอะไรเยอะนะ
Yes, they
ทำ
do.
ติงเจ็ตเหมือนเดิมเนี่ย
He's stunned.
He's dead. He is
ก็ยัง
dead.
แบบ
Dead. Okay, C is open, but can you
แบ
make
บไม่
it
เจ็ต
through
เก่ง
garage?
อะ
Yes, you can. Okay, little help from that utility
พี่
from
ติง
Nats
เล่น
to
อะ
make sure that
เออ
passage
พี่ติง
is
เล่น
safe.
ดูเล่นตัวเดียวเนี่ย กลับมาเมตาเดิม
Gonna be working
ง่าย
through as well. Camo now stands tall on one. Good trades for Liquid here. Keeping the numbers favourable. Even Doja and Levin.
11 though. Is he going to be able to find one? No, Liquid actually taking the back of sight.
Oh, the timing!
ๆดูทามมิ่ง โอ้โห
God!
เฮ้ย
Brilliant on the timing. The second they thought
เหี้
they
ย
were
บ้า
safe,
จัด
he swings and he punishes. Absolutely perfect.
That was absolutely
absolutely perfect
Blended
จริงว่ะ
timing to perfection.
พี่ช็อตนี้บ้าจริ
ท็
ง
อปไหนแม่ง
Absolutely
bad.
beautiful.
Watch this one again. That was outrageously good.
See as well catching Wayne smoke in hand. Nats
โอ้โห
score out. No cover to find here.
ตั้งภาษาเกาหลีด้วย
Brilliant stuff.
Oh, this guy's something else, man.
What a map he's had here.
Yep.
To kick things off for KC. 23 and 9.
เอาเพลง
Making
จริงว่ะ
plays like that as well.
โคตรบ้าช็อตนี้
You don't see that at this level.
There's
You
a
really
sucker
don't.
punch, man.
Whew.
Was he looking to spam back through again from position a little different?
ไม่น่าเล่นมันเล่นแต่
Looking to
ปืน
maybe spam through a
ไอ้นี่วะ
smoke. A switch
เดี๋ยว
up once
เอ
more
เลส
on the
เดี๋ยวโอดิน
defensive formation here for KC.
อยู่ NA เยอะเหรอรับวัฒนธรรมมา
Maybe
ไอ้
being
บลัก
delivers
ไง
on
บลัก
Watchparty
ไง
here,
ไม่ไหว
gonna lead towards C long once more. Right, actually opting out of a spam here early on. Doesn't want to take too many risks. Trade out here of info. Liquid are just gonna roll through here on the back of Minibu's ultimate. Perfect, take it. He's gonna get a second as well.
What?
That is such a well
เรียบร้อยเลย
side take. That is lovely to see.
ลากตามไม่ทันอะเมาส์ช้า
ลากตามไม่ทัน
They
นะ
know there's follow up to this as well. But the site's getting closed in on. Look at Levin. Look at the rest here. They'll give up the plant, obviously. But this retake has a little bit of momentum to it, potentially. Doja still breathing, still a threat. This time goes down. Alves just gets to drop towards Wayne. No trade, no sight lines. But it's all on Alves. He can't quite
เปิด
convert
โป้
it.
ไม่มี
Liquid
คนดูให้เฉยข้างบน
showing a little bit of something there.
Minibu over delivering in this situation. Looking to maybe create a little bit of chaos to force that initial player, which is narrate back, but
ใครเป็นคนฆ่าตัวหลัง
to catch. I mean, did he end up converting the third down?
I think he got two. I didn't see the third.
Let's do here, but
มิ
as
นิ
you
บู
said,
แม่ง
a
คนลุย
beautiful
หนาม
take of the site. Right,
เลิก
unfortunately, just
เลิกเล่นไหมโอดินเนี่ยนะเลด
trying to pin him down.
ดูไม่ค่อยมี impact เลย
A little dicey
เปลือง
here.
ตังค์
You're
ด้วย
seeing a free
เอ
drop
อ
from heaven, and
ไปเล่นไรเฟิล
No
ยื
one
น
else
โฮ
able to
แม่น
see
ๆดี
it.
ว่ะ
No crossfires on it. Gets a little unnerving, but hey,
ยังไม่หยุด
up to 11 regardless. Camo just 1 point away from another ultimate. Purpo, Seekers in hand, who again today has looked sharp individually.
Yeah, solid. Hasn't had to overshine, it feels like, but just kind of doing that role. Doing it well.
I've got your trail.
Progress made through sewer at the same time. So Sugetsu better be prepared for this. Really pressuring towards that B site, kind of feigning that attention.
Sugetsu stayed on A site though.
Yeah, but they've crept up sewer pretty close here. He might get caught off, but actually it's them to get caught off. Great timing, but a really big trade for Minibu. That has to cause a reaction now. They have to respect the space he's taken. Fowler goes towards it. He tries to play ahead. He's been caught. He's playing a very risky game at the moment. So are they, apparently. Alves just going hell for leather on that one. Hell bent on trying to close down towards him, but Nats in the meantime doing what he does.
มาละ
แอดมินนั้นบอกในสุดก็ได้เล่นในสิ่งที่ตัวเองถนัด
รอวันนี้มานาน นี่อ่ะ
ดูดิ ไปเรื่อย
เละเทะเลยอย่างนี้เละเทะเสียโพซิชั่นหมดตอนนี้
They
เค
don't
ซี
really know what's behind it, right?
ในสุด
Now
ได้
they
เล่น
can
ในสิ่ง
clear
ที่ตัวเองถ
the
นัด
site,
สุ
and
ด
they know that there's no one
30
really
seconds
around.
left.
Going to set things in motion to find a plant on B here, but Liquid still just waiting for somebody to overstep the mark. We'll get a confirmation here, so Purpo goes for the plant now.
Spike planted.
Operator in hand, but Levin does have a rifle.
They need something free almost.
Yeah.
เมื่อไหร่เคซีมันจะทำคอมแบบเมตาปกติให้ทีมเล่นง่ายๆวะ
Maybe cancel that, but wasn't spotted.
No, so
มันวาร์ปไปเอา
doesn't get any
สไนด์
easier. And it's comfy for Nats, right? They tried to make something happen, it didn't really land. Liquid playing the post plant very
ต้องทำขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Those are going to get one on the way out, but it is on the way out. So whether or not he gets to keep this operator is pretty much in the
Stat padding. It's
hands of
crazy.
Minibu.
Crazy work.
เดินไปเรื่อย
Lovely round from him, actually. If you're looking at that A take,
Then
he
we'll say it, won't I?
commanded that space really, really well.
แน่พี่ขอโทษกัดสะกุดเลยเผลอไม่ได้
This will see a KC timeout. Pretty late in the day. Just a last-ditch attempt here to make
จริง
something
ผมว่า
work.
ตัวเฮ
Obviously,
เว่น
Aiden being
ไม่น่าออกเมื่อ
KC's
กี้
choice here. Haven't seen Liquid
มันเงียบนานนะกดดันขอดูหน่อย
maybe being caught off guard
อย่างน้อย
ever
มัน
so slightly.
ปืนมันช้าเนี่ยถ้าเป็นปืนไวออกมาจิกเกิลดูอาจจะได้อยู่
Looks pretty well refined in terms of the approach to this second half in particular, which I think is where the focus lies for Liquid.
Yep.
Especially in some of these, I don't say weirder comps, but more, well, it's just different comps for them.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight as well, as much as I've been on the Minibu watch, I think I've seen him do much better here on this attacking side. Looking like he's able to kind of call his own number up a little bit as well, finding his own form, pressure that A site on his own back, and then, as we've seen, kind of hunting those players down in the end. This is really good to see. Just gives that a little bit more option to Liquid, not having to be solely dependent on the likes of Camo or Nat or Wayne on Purpo. It's good to see Minibo finding his own sort of space here. And this is what I'm looking at. On those attacking sides, especially in this Neon role, how diligent, how well settled he is now. And on the other side for KC, looking, again, they don't look terrible. They look pretty solid. It just, Liquid look a bit better.
As well, I think Arvez, even previously in some of the other compositions, he did struggle numerically, but again, when you're on the Phoenix, it can kind of look a little weird sometimes when you're feeding into some of those defensive setups and having to go hyper-aggressive, just wanting to get the ultimate online and almost kind of running it down in some situations. Here, it's a little more concerning to see that, obviously alongside Sugetsu as well. So you're just saying kind of numbers-wise is what's the issue for KC. I'm not that concerned really in their first showing with the raid.
All right, off we go. Can Liquid close out cleanly? 12-9 the current score, and Camo.
Oh,
come on, he's just
แล้วพี่ซุยเขาก็ไม่ล็อกขาดด้วยนะ
Doja
นี่
desperate
แล้วก็
to
ไม่
try
ล็อก
and
ดู
fall back into this, but
ไอโมเองโดนทิ้งไปแล้ว
too late. Look at Nats' position.
อ๋อโดนสโมกป้อมเน็ตดูให้ตอนแรกอ่ะ
วิไม่ได้สักตัวเลยนะ
Pressure. I need to see that back because he had no right to do that. Purpo called upon. The HP is low. Levin down low. Doja below half.
He could line him up here.
He certainly could. Still has a flash to play with too. Trying to split the corners here. He's going to find one. Low flash swings it. Gets caught out and run down.
คมแค่ไหนเจอวิ่ง
Doja
ไถ่
is the X factor that KC have been waiting on.
Again, the
ยิง
catch
อย่าง
on
ค
the
ม
backside of Camo's ultimate.
เจอวิ่งปาด
I think
จบ
looking towards A-Long and didn't catch it. It was behind window though. And things just spiral out of control. There's a turret here to kind of watch.
ไม่มีใครดูให้จริงวะแนทไปไหนอะ
เทเลตแนทโดนสโมกไง
Doja
Yeah.
continues on that, and Nats unfortunately can't convert the first. Tries to transfer onto the second.
ทุกอย่างมันจบตั้งแต่แนทโดนสโมกป้อมอ่ะ
Liquid.
I can't
with a
believe that round,
a round that was teed up.
Camo
Tied
gets
up.
you two.
Yeah.
Sight clear. Brilliant. Cool. I'll careful of the
Even there
crossing
with
ริวน่าจะบอก
with Camo
ซุยแกสู้กับ
falling,
อีฟ
it's
อ่ะ
like you can
เอา
still
เวทอ่ะ
recover from that situation.
ตอนนายคูดแบกเลย
Wild to me. Okay, well,
จบแล้วปืน
is
นี้
it a death rattle or maybe the way back into this? Still a buy in hand for Liquid.
ไม่ได้วะ
No flash, similar scenes here.
มันจะมีหมาเข้าไป
No
เมื่อ
this
กี้
time for Camo, obviously.
จบแล้วปืนนี้
Yeah, no real way out of that. In the same time, though, in the same breath, Miniboo just
ใครจะเช็คว่าเหลี่ยมนี้ถามจริง
off angle for Sugetsu
ดูพี่
suits
ซุย
him
นั่ง
down
เลย
to a T.
Prepped with the ult in hand as well, just in case Liquid look to springboard off the back of that. Look to slow things down a little bit. Recontact back through Garage. Now Sugetsu, much deeper position now. So could concede the site. Well, they're now just opting to cater towards a retake.
เฮ้ยใครก็โทรเฟซ
Sugetsu with a spot there.
It's a big ult.
Very shallow investment though.
Yeah. Oh, Camo, so heads up. Arvez. I don't think that was necessary. You still had two other players nowhere nearby. They were trying to maybe thread the needle on timing, and it's just gone terribly. KC, able to get on the same page there, it felt like, and obviously Liquid gonna lap that one up.
It's almost like that would only really work if Liquid go
GG
hyper aggressive towards spawn. Right now looking for something
น่าจะ
back outside
2-0
this
มาดู
smoke.
ละ
Levin trying to pave the way, gonna
Oi.
take down Camo. Levin, no,
Yang, yang.
flashed up. Does get to keep his life, which is more surprising to rate this time.
เดี๋ยว
Cleaner with it, but that doesn't matter at 13-10. Team Liquid get the job done. KC showing signs of life. I mean, Doja, that was a formidable performance, but not enough to change the outcome. Haven gonna be falling Liquid's way, of course, Pearl. And I think we're actually gonna be hearing
หมายถึงยังไง BBL โดน2-0ว่ะแบบหน้าลิควิดไม่น่าพลาด
แบบหน้าลิควิดไม่น่าพลาดนะหิวข้าวอ่ะทำไงดีวะแชทหิวข้าวก็กินข้าวดิใช่ไหมปะข้าวกับยำปลากระป๋อง
coming into today, we're like, yeah, what we really want to see from KC is, you know, stick to the wacky picks that we've known them for and that they're always used to do. But wouldn't it be crazy if they don't end up picking them now that it's actually a good spot to do so?
Well, I think for KC, I want to see some cohesion, and we got to see some glimpses of that throughout the map, I think. But one of the things that we have to highlight here is those thrifty rounds that Team Liquid were able to pick up, as well as those 2 pistols. I think KC winning any kind of those rounds could have made this a different scoreline.
Yeah, even though it was 13-10, I feel like KC played pretty well this game. I think that if a pistol went a different way, even the anti-bonus went the wrong way, I think that it could have been a lot better for them. I don't think that it was, I think Lohan's right, it wasn't a particularly like clean game from Team
เย้ยถ้าหนองชิมไปได้แชมเปี้ยนแบบที่ไม่แพ้เลยทั้งปีจะเป็นตำ
Yeah,
นาน
there's a saying in Dutch, and I actually have
ไม่เคยมีใครเกิดขึ้น
no
แล้ว
idea
น่า
how
จะ
to translate it, but
น่ามีใครทำได้อะ
So that's really useful,
มันเคยมีทั้งคนทำได้ใน CS ป่ะ
But it's basically like all is for ball and
ทั้งปีอะ
so
นะ
we're sitting here like if but that didn't happen.
มันก็
Okay,
มี
like,
สะดุดบ้างนะ
KC didn't do it. They didn't capitalize off it. Yeah, sure, it wasn't clean, but it's Liquid at the end of the day that does walk with that win. So for me, then the question becomes, like, what did Liquid do correctly to actually not allow KC to capitalize off the comp that they had locked in?
I think the comfort in their composition and the way that they're playing it in the very aggressive way. We saw at Santiago at times that they went so aggressive that it almost looked a bit of a meme. But like in this game, it was playing with aggression, but like pulling it back when they needed to. So here we see like Haven, a great map to push out and get those flanks going. You see it here from Miniboo. It happened all over. It happened out of C, out of A consistently, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, I think consistently for them being able to do this on their defense. I mean, look, we can see a triple walk down C here, right? Just being able to push and pull and create question marks across the map for KC made it very difficult for them to kind of adjust. I think as well, when we look at Team Liquid's composition, they don't necessarily have a recon per se, rather than just the sky. So I think that kind of played a part in knowing how to play this composition, particularly on the defense.
Yeah, I think going forward with Team Liquid, I'm going to be interested to see if they're going to continue to run the double flash. I think it's just a comfort for Purpo to go Sky, but I would prefer overall for him to be like a Sova or a Fade. That's a more traditional way to round out that composition. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on going forward with them.
I think as well, like, I'm happy that they're leaning into that double duelist strength, but I wasn't quite expecting them to pull out the Phoenix. And I think as well, things that we saw Team Liquid play so well in the past was having that kind of double dive with the Yoru, with the Neon being able to get into sight, and Camel being able to kind of help support Miniboo in that sense. But of course, with Purple jumping onto the sky, it meant that we were having to see that synergy between those two, which we kind of hadn't seen so much during kickoff. So it's nice to see that kind of developing.
Yeah, it feels like they are finding, as every single game goes on, it's more of like an identity and what they're comfortable with and what they want to move forward to. So for Liquid, like, I'm happy. From the side of KC though, there are still question marks, especially because we're now seeing Aves on the IGLing. We're seeing, especially when it comes to these mid rounds, it's not necessarily hitting the marks that we were hoping for.
Yeah, so it was just early in this game that if KC had won this round, they could have been in a really good spot. So we see Team Liquid with that activity that we saw earlier, and KC's response is they pushed A. We know Team Liquid are A. Let's run up to B, open sight. But here, and that's a good reaction from Abbas, but here we see them going through this C link into the tiny choke, and it gives Nats, who's got like a slightly weaker weapon, to just do his thing here, and just running into him in a way that's like kind of unnecessary. In that instance, just go B plant or just go C plant. Instead, they kind of slightly overcomplicated, and I think it's those crucial little moments that is sometimes going to happen when you have someone new IGLing, and it allowed Team Liquid to go into a snowball 4-0 up, and from there, like in a 13-11, like that's everything really, or 13-10.
Yeah.
Close enough.
I still think in that round in particular, Benny, like, it was nice for them to have the initiative to push out that space, right? And I think as well, like, you know that there's only going to be one player there, right? They want to try and isolate Nats, and I think that that's when, again, we have to question and start looking at the cohesion. We said it looked better, but ideally, you want to be able to take Nats out there. So, yeah, I think, again, it's like a question of cohesion. It did look better, but there was moments where, like that round, it didn't look so good.
And now it's a question of whether or not they're going to replicate something crazy on Pearl, or if we're sticking with what we're used to. Camo again on the Phoenix. We heard him say in that interview check-in with Nat earlier that, you know, Yoru ain't it no more, so this is the replacement.
I mean, I disagree with him on this map in particular. I think Yoru is still phenomenal on this map. I think if you play it correctly, with some sort of like pushing those extremities and then leaving the Neon there and TPing to the side, I still think it's great. And KC's comp on the flip side, I think now it seems like KC's identity is going for this double initiator, the Fade tail together with that Vice. I think on Pearl, that's a very good pick. I think having 2 initiators on such a wide map to clear all the spaces is really strong.
I think starting on this defense as well with that composition is going to be key for KC here. I think that on the attack, the Teho was a little bit of a question mark for me, kind of struggled being able to utilize it properly. But of course, this is something that they leaned into during kickoff as well, having Aves on that Teho. And I think with him picking up the calling, it makes sense for him to lead into an agent that he already has experience on.
I think it's weird. It's like Team Liquid's comp theory now.
ผมสงสัยอย่างหนึ่งพี่เอ๋ยรู้จักปลากระพงปากหมูปะ
อะไรนะ
ปลากระพงปากหมู
ปลากระพงปากหมู
ใช่
ไม่เคยได้ยินเลย
มันเป็นปลาทะเลชนิดหนึ่งอยากรู้ว่าพวกแบบว่าพวกอิสลามเขาจะกินได้ไหม
ได้ดิ
ใช่แต่มันมีชื่ออยู่นะ
ใช่มันไม่โอ้โหไม่เหมือนกันด่านอะไรโลตัสเหรอ
I'm just looking at Doja. After map 1?
Yeah.
Eyes on him. Show me a little magic here. Alright, so KC defending side, Liquid on the attack. And, well, someone tell KC that, because they are going hella aggressive here.
แต่เล่นก็
ไอ้ริวแม่งทิ้งไอ้เวทเลย
I mean, Purpo's just
โอ้โห
brutalizing them at this point. It's looking too simple.
แล้วนายเก็บหมดนะครับ4 คน
Behind how quickly that happened.
ต้องเคลียร์เคซีด้วยรอบนี้
I was saying I wanted to
เคลียร์
keep
ขึ้น
eyes
มา
on
วะ
it,
เนี่ย
but not the only
Well, not like
player.
this.
Yeah, this wasn't. The observers weren't even watching. It's crazy we gave Prius a chance. Welcome to EMEA. Love the observers. I'm sorry.
โอ้ยแนทไม่เดินเลยดูดิ
ไม่เห็นก็ไม่เดินนะ
And these are
Marked.
The Nats again going to look and try and get behind this, even if Dosia lets this run a little longer. Liquid though will find a confident
ไอ้โม
pistol
เริ่มเข้า
round
เส้นแล้ว
win
ฟินิ
here. Purpo to bulldoze his way through
Yeah, I
this
mean, look at
setup.
มันได้อย่างนั้นเลยเหรอวะเพิ่งเห็นแบบดูมินิแมปยิงเลย
Just able to throw bodies on this angle, especially with Levin recalling so far away from this. I'm not sure who was caught actually in that initial exchange of utility. Fairly similar here in terms of the approach for Liquid once
นึ
more.
กว่าแม่งจะสกายทุกแมปเพิ่งเห็น
แบบนี้เฟดดีกว่า
Deviate from plan, especially against the buy that you're probably coming up against. As long as you don't walk into
Jordan.
a blind stack and you kind of,
ปั้นเปอร์โป้
I guess, don't cross the T's and dot the
ตัวพวกมัน
I's.
ยิง
You
ไป
should
3
be
แล้วไง
perfectly fine. As Camo willing to take those first couple of steps, it's Sugetsu towards the backside of the side, joined just off to the side by, I mean, 3 players at this point. Actually, Doja's
ดูดิ
there,
ในข
Levin's
ณะที่
there.
เขา
So
จ่อจะเข้า A แล้วแนทแม่งเดิน B
coming on over.
โอ้
In the
นี่แหละ
meantime,
สิ่ง
if you look towards
สิ่ง
what's
ที่ถ
happening
นัด
on B, that is going to be Nats taking a bit of a deeper look down there. Wonder if he
เอา
caught
ไว้เพิ่งนึกออกได้ว่าเฮ้ยเชี่ยเกมนี้แม่งมีแนทว่ะ
In reality, they should
หายละ
make it past this. Oh, maybe good. That's at least
เวทบอกเฮ้ย
Yeah,
ยังไงดีวะเพื่อน
เยอะเยอะแนทบอกบียังเงียบอยู่
shots here. Nats not
เวท
making
บอก
moves
นี่แนทไม่น่ามา กูไปกูกลับก่อน
Now obviously
ดู
trying
ดู
to
ใน
fake
เว็
a
บแม
little
ป
bit with these smokes will keep KC interested at least, but yeah, Nats finally spotting
แปลก
Arves. Conscious of a second, but
เวทบอกมันมาว่ะเฮ้ย
Arves not going to know there's this many players now. Here's the utility.
มาเยอะแล้วพี่น้องฟินิก
Have to peel away a little bit.
มินิบูไปหลอก
Was Minibu trying to, I don't know,
โดนลุม
farm
มั้
it
ยเนี่ย
up, I guess, trying to
โด
get
นลุมดิ
that all going
นี่
early,
อ่ะ
but that's
เฮ้ยเอาละ
embarrassing.
นี่ก็เรียกทำหมูหก
4v4.
เป็นคำหกได้ไงช็อตนี้เอาเวท
Should be a round win. Easy said.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough, even
Yeah.
with one upgrade here, Dosia to pick up Minibu's
Yeah.
weapon. It's going to be really hard to crack through.
จริงถ้าจะให้มินิบูหลอกมันน่าเอาสเปกเตอร์โยนให้เปอร์โป้ไปก่อนนะ
Player.
No, actually, it's four standing. Yeah. Yeah, look at this.
แต่1ให้ใครแชมป์หรอโห
ขอดูแบบทีมละ1 แมตช์ก่อนได้ไหม
Curious whether or not KC
ที่เพิ่งเริ่มมา
are going to go
เนี่ย
forwards, but
They
just
think
going to
champ.
deny some progress here early on.
พูดยากเลยยังไม่เปลี่ยนคน
More to find a comfortable start to the half.
Doja.
Doja's
หัวอะไรวะน่ะ
missing here at least.
แปม
We'll find it regardless.
Big zoom. All right,
Longest
2
pan
rounds.
out of B side I think we've seen in a long time
To this
actually.
day. Look, I've annoyed the observers. They're going to start doing weird stuff. So
Obviously, we'll be well invested now to follow up here with KC back on a buy, but I mean, there's 2 Bulldogs here, prioritizing full shields and util over that. Purpo already though, ultimate in hand.
yeah, that's happened pretty fast. 4-0 start for him. And this time, Casey going to put a lot more bodies behind this early A start. Now they've got the weaponry to fight it. Deep wall for Sugetsu.
Retrieving flash.
And a steady bit of work from Team Liquid. It's Minibu who's basically playing his own game here, kind of man-marking Arvez, it feels like, and he's just now behind the wire. Managed to get away.
I'm not through.
Guys, go walk out there to art.
Go fade ulti out. Go fade ulti out. Wait 1 second. Give me a second. I will molly Arden.
Guys, I'm gonna throw.
Fade ulti now.
ไม่มีเดดแอร์เลยโคกันมันจัด
Go out, boys. I'm mollied it.
I'll find you.
Just plan that side. I need to cross.
Secret does. Yeah. I'm re-smoking for.
I plan for secret only, okay? In main.
Yeah.
Guys, we have shit guns. Let's fight.
Spike planted.
And obviously
fight.
showing intention here for the post plant.
Yeah,
Lesser
looking for a
weaponry to
vibe.
go forwards.
Yeah. See what they can do is Camo and Minibu is going to be really shouldering that burden called into Doja.
ยิงปุ๊บ
Levin
contact
Sugetsu
fat
getting much closer. Great flash, but Levin away.
Oi.
Maybe turned anti, or maybe just
ทันได้
slightly
ไง
deeper
วะน่ะ
off the line. Cleared quickly.
โอ้โห
เป็นสิ่ง
KC
ที่เรียกว่าฉีกเป้า
dealing with
ซี
all
ช็อตนี้
that early aggression. It's Wayne
เฮ้ย
to
เวีย
answer
นเอาให้
back
อะ
now.
เฮ้ย
2v2. Sugetsu and Narrate having to now try and break this deeper post plant. Find some time here. Wayne trying to construct something that works in their favor. He's getting it.
อุ้ย เวน
has had an
เวน
outrageous round. Finding both of
เล่น
the
คนเดียว
players
เลย
there, denying that scale up after clearing out pit. Brilliantly done.
Bonus conversion.
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่ามันจะป๊อปสโมกแบบเก็บสโมกอะป๊อปหลอก
Early momentum in their favor and absolutely succeeding. Looked a little awkward here with the exchange when, especially if KC finding so much success at dismantling that deep trap play on the back of the flash. The safety net delivering here for Liquid.
ไหลยาวไปเนี่ย
They see Sheriff's in
Ay,
hand
yao
for
đi.
Shiko actually. So Nat's
Nat
going to have
จะไม่
an
ตายเลย
opportunity to really punish this purchase now. Minimu's still tasked with at least
นี่ถ้าจะหลวดลงแหล่ง
pumping
นี่
the
เป็น
chest
เรื่องอ
up
ยู่
a
นะ
little bit here towards A. Doesn't want to entertain a scrappy buy though. Actually, Narrate did get a bucky late on into the purchase. Liquid anticipating some aggression elsewhere. We'll get an audio cue here at least on the back of Arvez's utility. Drone
โอ้โห
doesn't
มันตี้
spot
โคตร
anyone, I believe.
เล่นแบบคนมีสติ
Liquid just going through the motions now, but have waited out that initial wave. Have themselves a very
เรา
favourable
คาดเดาเลยว่าไป
engagement
บี
here
จบ
towards
บี
A.
แน่นอน
And the gates are open, right? I mean, the wall is going to trip, but
Wall
they're
is
so
cut.
far away. I mean, this map is long rotations on the best of days. Sugetsu
เฮ้ย
hoping for the best,
ตุย
but probably expecting the worst.
ตุย
Lucky
บอกยังไม่ค่อยถนัดเท่าไหร่
won't be
ตัว
alive
นี้
that long. This plant should be up next.
จริงๆว่ามันติดแบบติดไอ้ตรงข้างหน้าใสอ่ะ จบเลยนะ
แต่ผมชอบติดไอ้ตรงนี้เลยด้วยซ้ำเนี่ยไอ้ตรงบ้าน
Narrate's got
ใช่ไหม
a sheriff
เออ
behind this bucky, but I'm not entirely sure actually.
At this point, that's Minibu's position. Going to get played in the more and more that they just path straight through C.
อ้าวเอาปืนไป
Okay,
แจก
hold
เขา
on.
เฉย
Doja going to take away Minibu. Don't know if he's going to be able to get much of an upgrade, but maybe they
มี
don't
ภาพ
need
เฉย
it. Wayne might be the checkmate though.
ไม่มีแล้ว
There's no way you check
Half-
on this.
half dap
Doja, you've been
ภาพ
brilliant,
ดับ
but
เลย
sadly
เพราะ
that
มันเดิน
positioning just too strong there. Very heads up work as Arvez got 2 to find and almost no chance to
เค
do
รียด
it
เครียด
here.
เครียด
เครียดเครียดจัด
He
อยู่
just
ไหนวะ
stalling him out. Second
Yeah,
by
tap.
second.
ลึกลักไปหมด
And
ต้อง
indeed,
กู้แล้วปะ
he's had a love.
เซฟเรียบปะ
Arvez. And he's not going to get much more of it. There we are.
He's
So
looking deadly in some of these
Yeah, what
scrappy
the hell, man?
situations though,
User
particularly in the
disconnected from your
approach to another retake where this time around they haven't got lesser weapons, dismantling them. Minibu to find the first here. again, looks so good for KC on the initial approach here, but Wayne being the anomaly
มันโคตร
in
แสบ
that situation.
ไม่เจอแนทก็เจอ
Liquid
เวน
up to
ข้างหลัง
4 in the blink of an eye. Rifles back in hand for KC. Doshi 11, one away from ultimates. Decent progress elsewhere, but Liquid certainly winning out in that regard as well. Burpo's already being invested. He's already past halfway.
My ultimate's ready.
Okay, Camo. I'm going to be a little bit closer at this point. You've been given enough freedom. They are rotating, but easily going to make it up towards Pillar here. You can see where that spike does continue towards, because there's still that
ตอน
little
นั้
bit
น
of
เอาหล่อ
hesitance.
ไม่หยุด
It
เลย
feels like they just leave Miniboo on these kind of individual
เห็นเขาจนหน่อย
exploration missions, which, as it stands, I mean, might be working.
But you can keep 3 interested
Yeah,
here.
that's
They're
fine.
actually going forward.
เอาละ
Oh my
อุ๊ย
god, I
โอ้
thought he
โห
might have actually
ถ้า
had him then for a
ถ้า
second.
ปล่อยให้ลอยนวลนี่
Dive back
ได้
towards Pillar.
เนียนอยู่นะ
But they've seen there was nothing behind it.
Liquid น่ากลัวขึ้นน่ากลัวขึ้น
Being though, Liquid are going to try and find space towards double doors now. Top of the ult from Camo to try and go through. Base out a ton of
ตายอีกแล้ว
usage.
เนี่ย
Dealt with, yes, but doesn't get punished on the recall. A huge exchange of utility here. Miniboo looking to pressure even further. That's
เกือบ
catch him eventually.
เอ้า
Nats as well.
แนทจะเนียน
It
ว่ะ
just feels like the
ทำไม
one
คน
man
ไม่
band
ช่วย
at
เช็ค
the
มุม
moment,
นี้
doesn't
กัน
he?
วะ
11 Ooh, God, I got a bit
มุม
nervous
ดอท
there on
นะ
that, but gonna get the job done. That's Camo gone, leaving Wayne and
อืม
Purpo.
มันเป็นมุมสุดท้ายที่ต้องดูอ่ะพอเลี้ยวเข้ามามัน
Look
โอ้
at
โห
this towards top mid 11s.
One enemy remaining.
อุ้ย
Just gonna catch him on the run. Right, done it. Lovely,
มา
lovely.
แล้ว
KC,
นับ
there
ห
they
นึ่ง
are.
KC
Not falling, maybe starting to understand what Liquid have been trying to do. These sort of trickier plays, leaving Miniboo alone, reading into it well, and then, well, Doja
Yeah,
also just having a round.
I mean, my concern being that's not necessarily. I mean, this is Liquid kind of leaning too heavily into kind of this bait and switch across the map, trying to create some space. And unfortunately, when you try and do that, you can't be caught with knife out,
Yeah.
running back
Yeah.
through towards mid. So yeah, KC will find this one, but is that repeatable? The Liquid seemingly aware of what went wrong there, so see if KC can string together anything else to follow that.
They're playing so close towards middle as well. 2 posted up towards Art, 2 towards Con. Working towards double doors here. 11 going to be checked on early. Bit of a trade out of info, but again, just testing those waters.
Big investment here. 11 to come through, but shut down immediately.
Yeah, Miniboo just going to instantly deny any sort of scale behind that. 11 gone. That should... Oh my god, Nats, come on, bro. You can't keep doing it. KC, when will you realize? He left the door open for a second.
เลื้อยแบบคุณ
and he
ภาพเนี่ย
sliced on through.
คิดเลื้อยยิงเขาตายหาไป
Again, brilliant player. This time, I don't think it's going to matter much.
Oh, did he get spotted there? I'm not sure if no, Miniboo didn't.
เลื้อย
see
ยังไงให้มีคุณภาพ
Spike planted.
I mean, it's a full 1v5.
คิดว่ามินิบูตายปะ
Take an ace and Liquid
ตายดิ
feeding into this. He can even
Really?
find something. The bait hit. Oh my god.
เฮ้ย
Oh my god. I was going to say I'll take an ace. It
เฮ้ย
might just
เฮียแล้ว
go in
พี่
this direction.
เฮ้ย
There's no audience to
left
give
him.
this away.
เป็นเรื่อง
เอ้ยแต่มันมีแอตตาดึงอยู่
Normally
วะ
I'd be pleading with them to stay quiet.
There's a star down on the spike.
There is a world
มีดาวอยู่
where this
มัน
might
ต้องดูด
happen.
ตัว
The
เองว่ะ
closest player, I believe, is going to be
มันต้องดูด
Purpo.
ตัวเองเว้ยแล้วกู
They're coming back to check.
They are
Yeah,
coming
they're
back.
to
Something
check.
doesn't feel right, and yeah, that's the reaction as to why. But okay,
เห็นปะ
มี
yeah,
คนอ
he's
ยู่
fine.
แถวเนี้ยดิ
You should be
ไม่
caught.
เนียน
That's
นะ
checked on. It's all good. You saw the stars
มันดูด
aligning
ตัวเอง
there
ว่า
quite
แล้ว
literally in some moments there. Handled in the end.
มัน
Liquid
แย่เลยมันมีแอตตา
instantly
อยู่
course
เลยฮะ
correcting.
It's bizarre to see KC with the way Liquid are playing. Almost roll the dice here with this set piece towards mid.
Nice try. Bravo.
ไอ้สาย
Just friendly. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Wayne and Purpo both with ultimates. Levin, operator in hand now, so another hurdle to overcome here, and probably indicative of a slower approach to some of these defensive early rounds for KC. At least we'll just leave him to anchor towards B now.
I'm out of here. Shocking. We're good.
Okay, this time going to challenge into the util. A lot less freedom here. Could potentially catch Nats. He's not going to get timing again on these guys, is he? No. Okay, Doja and the Prowler both very much on duty, but this leaves that A site a little bit lighter. Narrate again, keeping position and keeping bodies dropping for them. Sugetsu's timing here is, ooh, it's a bit messy. Purpo should be dead though, right? Purpo should be dead. Camo is, so how's Purpo breathing? Still living for a second longer, but KC find some rhythm.
And dysfunctional here was some of the engagements being taken, but KC able to weather the storm here. Liquid a turn of pace. Start this off. Miniboo just getting caught off. In terms of the timing here, it's a bit awkward. They've not even really made the progress they need to be able to counterbalance that through main. The divide, unfortunately, doesn't lock KC out of the site. The numbers still suiting them. Purpo still sitting on ultimate. Miniboo now with his in hand on the other side. Rosha and Sugetsu have to continue potentially with this pace, at least initially here to take control of the orb.
ตุยดรอปมาสักพักแล้วครับผมเทเวอร์เหมือนเมื่อก่อน
They still have that wall there, so they don't need to be doing too much. Those just starting to clear in middle. Be careful not overextend. Obviously, there are 2-3 players there. And Nats deeper on this. It's Arvez going to get traded out on, and you can see where the weight of KC's players reside. It is still towards that A side. You've got to push up towards B long though. Levin going to take great deals of space.
หลิวได้ลึกขนาดนี้แล้ว
Here later into the round. Now we're going to see if this site can be held.
Oh, Miniboo. Gets right in here. They're not going to be affected as well. He can go back in the race. Finally shutting him down. There's a 2v3 here. Liquid with the numbers advantage.
เพื่อที่จะกลับ
They won't have noted Levin with Nats
มัน
falling
จะ
so
จะผ่ายเอาเนี่ยอันตดีไว้ริวเดินกลาง
Now he's going to hear the steps.
ได้ยินละ
Oh, the timing and the positioning really good for Levin. Almost an impossible obstacle course to clear, but
ยากอะไรอย่างงี้ยากละ
with the spike.
จริงเมื่อกี้น่าให้ไอเวนเดินมายิงให้นะ
Push up on the other side. Narrate also getting active. Found a bit of safety to slip through by those double doors. So the plant should be on the cards,
ได้เล่นเฉย
but long certainly isn't.
That's going to be a weird plant.
จากเวลาน้อยๆใช่ไหม
Again, with where Wayne's set up here, should be able to hold on to
AC
this initiative.
IGL
Don't be any challenge coming through from long.
วะใครวะไอเอาเวสครับ
Able to get themselves a more traditional position here for this post plant.
Oh, purple.
Oh, damn it.
Just unscoped.
ขวาสะโคบ
ทำไมไม่ซูมเคลียร์เป้าไปเลยวะ
But now Narrate has to deal with the 1v2, and look at the positioning. One long, one towards elbow. Really hard to get in between here. And I think he knows it. Obviously, we know where they are. He doesn't have to go through the list of potentials and possibilities and probabilities. The check on the spike, noting he's no longer on it. The time is going to become a problem, and the positioning's great. Liquid again showing some real versatility now.
Up to 6. Find themselves a comfortable cushion to really start leaning on now. The pressure is on KC to really take the fight to them.
ป้าโหมันโคตรขีดอ่ะ
มันยิงไวด้วย
ไว
I mean, look at the
มันมีคนที่ไม่ยิงพั่มเพื่อกระสุนมันอยู่คลีนจัด
Gosia finding a bulldog. The money's not necessarily going to be there, especially now with a back and forth exchange.
ดูทรงแล้วน่าจะได้ไปเหมือนเดิม
Alves looking to invest here.
Okay.
ลาก่อนโม่
How much does he go forwards?
I guess he had to, right? To an extent. Maybe the timing could have been a bit better for him, but the firing squad was there.
เฮ้ยเฟี้ยวว่ะตรงเนี้ยสโมกปิดท็อปมิดอันติไล่มาจากไอ้ฝั่งโจร
Why are you so apprehensive to say that?
Because I don't think I've said it before.
Liquid recover now in a 4v5.
ใช้ได้เลยอันนี้
One away from the lockdown.
ตดกัน
Finds a kill, could find them a clean sight take. And lucky Wayne's not noted on this jump, but Arvez still shouldering towards this position now. See, Nats need a kill. To get an orb and clear out the B site as best he can. Minibu finally scaling up with this spike all the way through connector.
Yeah, they left that hella late. Narrate even was trying to have a little look above it just to see if he could catch anything. See,
you get the part on the initial.
I thought the timing maybe on that C's coming in, and then others is
แม่ง
utility.
แผ่นแบบเล่นในไซด์เลย
but
มาครับไฮไลท์
ต้องเล่นในไซด์อยู่เหรอ
เพราะว่ามัน
ตาม
เนี่ยมีเวอร์ดีไวด์
Minibu looked a little asleep then. He had a chance on that, but not being active on the
ไว้ละ
angle.
3-5
Opens up the floodgates, and now we go. Tap on the spike, and then Purpo strikes back and forth. Nats and Wayne, what are you meant to do here? Wayne has to deliver massively. And now, well, the position's noted, and the spike's not for it. There's not much more he can do but watch as they defuse. KC given a third there.
Wayne, unfortunately, not able to make enough progress here with the divide being invested so early. He can't just charge all the way through spawn. KC given, well, I say given, they took around here in the retake. Crucial kill. Like you said, maybe just a glance elsewhere. Look like maybe he was favored in that engagement with Sugetsu. Still trading back and forth here. 6-3 the scoreline. Your team able to really stabilize off of one of these victories.
Need that back.
KC now looking a little more comfortable in terms of playing deeper on the defense, but Camo.
เอา
doubles
คลุม
down as well. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, well.
เอาแฟนทอมมองงัดกับแวนดอลระยะพันลี้ก็โดนอะไรอ
As
ย่างเงี้
long
ย
as you win, everything's fine. Plant should be up next. They got 5 standing, 3 for KC.
มันยิงไม่โดนเลยดิพี่
Contact hit.
ถ้ามันได้หัวสักดิ้งก่อนอะเป็นเรื่อง
Even KC expecting more layers. There isn't. It was what it was. That's how they got you. All 3 through the same angle. I guess. Minibu looking to be played in here. Anyone still
ไม่เคลียร์ของมันเลยวะ
semi-dedicated towards site itself. Obviously, the rest repositioning, taking their time. Minibu does
ทำเกินหน้าที่อันนี้
cleared. I don't know how the hell he got that kill, if I'm honest. Is there anyone who could? No.
เซฟดีกว่าจริง
I got a little excited. I was
ไป
like,
เถอะ
Just too much time has passed. Narrate and Sugetsu will have to watch this one conclude. We'll be able to hold on to rifles elsewhere. I mean, yeah, just above 1,000 credits each to be able to enable a repurchase. Camo, ultimate available here. Purpo and Wayne just 2 away. Decent position to be in coming into round 11 here.
Yeah, one flash and go, I guess.
And Liquid not shying away from this fire when there's been a couple of set pieces invested here from KC. But you're right, it seemed a little weird to see them just win out on 2
pretty dry engagements. Yeah.
ใน Liquidpedia เขาเปลี่ยนรูปประจำโซน
Arvez, I believe, all the way above them connected there, which is so late.
มันน่าจะเป็นกิมมิกอะไรสักอย่างวะ
Okay, we fell back in. It looks like Liquid is starting to flex a little throughout this map, but see what we get now. They'll probably be on red alert down by connector after that.
Well, the issue being now they can rinse and repeat with Camo's ultimate.
Certainly can. See if they smoke, flash. There's the ult. This time actually more util. And it actually goes worse. Less util is better.
ไม่
But
โจ๊ก
also
อย่างไกล
preparation
กลัว
and
โดนจรวด
understanding what's coming your way. Probably the bigger
I mean,
factor.
Levin taken down to 8 HP, so he can't really stay posted up here. So they will give up this space.
ต้องยืนแบบที่ไม่ default อ่ะ
towards A site. Actually, my mistake. Still one invested elsewhere, but the wall, the flash, and something to slow down Liquid. It's not going to slow Nats down.
อุ้ย
He's done really
ถาม
well
จริง
to find the space. They might assume that
แอ
was
ด
just.
Well, they didn't.
แต่เอาเวนมัน
They
เปลี่ยน
would
โพ
have
ซิ
heard
ชัน
it
แล้ว
jump, whether or not they read into the fact that he slipped the net.
ใจจิตใจแนทแม่ง
They still need to win out one of the sites, though, and Levin just holding the line. Even on 8 HP, outdoes Minibu.
ตื้อจัดอะดูดิ
So now they look to depend back on Nats' progression on
รู้
the
ด้วย
A side potentially. The spike is coming
นั่น
this
ไง
way, and that's why he's going to dig
มัน
him
มันดื้อมากอะ
out of
มัน
it.
มันดื้อ
A
จริง
little time towards Secret. Arvez working his way around, but eats that flash. He's dead
Oh,
all day
Nat.
long.
ใจคอ
KC slowly just being worn down.
เดิน
it
เข้า
felt
วอลเข้ามา
like, as the
ดื้อๆอย่างเงี้ย
trade. I mean, it's not the
Right,
way
has
you
to
wanted to
fall
go.
to the volley,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. There's only too many ways you can cut it. And Nats is
หมดละ
on
เอ็ด
4
เกินไปปะ
kills here.
เกิน
Lemons AHP.
ปีนี้นัททำเกินหน้าที่
And
สุด
immediately heads the other direction.
I mean, brilliant round again. Just as much as the wall was there, paying no eyes towards it, putting no mind towards it until he's already passed through in that next smoke. He basically single-handedly got them that option. You look on the other side of the map. I mean, Mini Boo didn't get
ๆแต่นะว่า
past
ไซเฟอร์ตอนนี้กากมากอะ
พี่ไม่เคยกล้าอ่านชื่อน้องเลยชื่อน้องแบบซาเว
The
ท
issue
จัด
being Nats has
คน
got
ที่
so
แบบ
much
เล่น
time
ไซ
to
เฟอร์ตั้ง
explore
แต่
some
เก
of
ม
these
เปิดแล้ว
angles
ก็
that
เล่นคิว
he
จอยไม่
figures
เป็น
out
อะ
as soon as Arvez is crossing back over.
ไม่ชอบคิวจอยอย่างแรง
Somebody is there to play or
ก็ยังต้องหันมาจับคิวจอย
counterbalance the site. So gets unfortunately shut down 4-3. Liquid up to 8 now.
หมดละยุคไซเฟอร์
Very concerning situation for KC.
แต่แบบนี้คิวจอยเก่งจริง
See what the last round purchase looks like. I'm already seeing a stinger in hand for Arvez, so see
not
exactly
looking
what they
good.
can muster together. Narrate, unfortunately,
เฮ้ย
just
ไม่ต้อง
gets
ขอโทษ
caught.
สบาย
I think, yeah, taking maybe a tag.
Yeah, just
Molly to finish him off.
ๆ no นรกอย่าเชียร์
Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry guys. Sorry, got excited. My bad.
นัทบอกกูไม่ตลก หน้านิ่งจัดอะ
Oh, poor Camo.
โมบอกกูสา
Yeah, that's actually
มี
brutal.
energy enjoy แม่ง
เออ
Okay. I'm still grinning about that. Nats, well, luckily they didn't go much further there. They've got 3-4 players about to go walking in middle. Finello's with the fight on the side. Camo succeeding on the first, going to open up the space.
Oi.
Trade there, good for Purpo.
ดูดิขนาด
Now they
เมื่อ
can
กี้
build
มันไม่ได้
back
สเปรย์นะ
towards
ยิง
the
แบบแ
plant.
ทบๆนะ
Getsu tries to,
ได้เนี่ย
oh, excuse me, Narrate tries to slip in towards that, but don't know what the plan
มันยิ
really
ง
was
แถบ
here.
โคตร
That
เดือด
it felt like they're
นึก
mentally
ว่าส
checked
กรีม
out of that one.
ในปี 2026
Melbourne last alive again. Identified here. Gets the spin on Mini Boo, but Wayne to shut things down for a 9-3 half here for Liquid.
Yeah, it was what, 7-5 in the first map, 9-3 now. I don't know, man. That looks a bit worrying for me. Casey looking a little
Lit,
bit
back, back.
dreary towards the end. I want signs of life. I
ก็เลย
want
มา
them
ปรับตัวนิด
fighting.
นึง
I want a game.
ตัวยิงแทบ
ดูดิ โอ้โห
คีน
เห็นคีนตัวนี้
แต่บางจังหวะแม่งถ้าไม่สเปรย์ก็สู้ไม่ได้เหมือนกันนะ
มัน เฮ้ย หูฟังโดนตรงนั้นเนี่ย
ปิด
ฟัง
ละ
ติดเหลืองมันเนี่ยฟังดูหูฟังไปเมื่อกี้ แต่คีย์แคทนี่โดนชัวร์
I think they just follow with what we were just saying. It's a concerning situation to be in here. I think with map 1, Boot obviously picking up where he left off in kickoff in particular. Here again, not necessarily shining numerically, but after some tough opposition in Santiago, I think probably looking to reset a little bit. This is a more familiar opponent, a more familiar stage for sure. And certainly had some highlights today.
Yeah, he has. I think map 1 to me was quite impressive, actually. And I know you might
มัน
argue
เพล
here
ง
in map
มัน
2.
โดนนะ
Position Liquid went through, in particular what they were working on in kickoff. He unfortunately is the focal point of a lot of that.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be a work in progress for me to keep checking back in, seeing how he's looking, keeping a very active eye test. And speaking of, I mean, that flash from Camo just saved you. You had a second breath. I think he thought he was dead. And now, well, for Arvez, he might be dead.
Purple does back away from that. Does catch a glimpse of Arvez though, so the confirmation is there now. He's retrieved the spike.
ไลน์อัพ KC แม่งน่าจะสูสีกว่านี้หน่อยแต่นี้แมป Liquid
Three members of Liquid. Stays on the angle. Tagged out 9 HP though.
I mean, he's doing something.
ตาม performance ปิดมันโหดมากเลยนะทำไมมันมาสเตอร์ถึงโชว์ได้ขนาดนั้นนั่นดิไม่เข้าใจคือดูเล่นอย่างเงี้ยมันโหดจัดเลย
The cleanup is there for Liquid to find double digits already here. You're right, what a flash over the top here from Camo.
แฟดโคตรทรงพลังอ่ะ
It's like a fairly rehearsed pistol round actually for Liquid in terms of the timings here. But yeah, look how close it is for Wayne to get out of that.
เมื่อกี้เวนแลบไปเทรดหัวแตกทำไมล่ะ
That was another sorry moment. Sorry.
Ace, sorry. Any view on the judge? 11 down. Oh. Okay, judge gone. I mean, they're buying around this, right? Casey, you kind of have to do something, right? Stay down as sheriffs. It's what can you do to recover? 3 rounds ain't enough.
มีสกินแรงมันวะเนี่ย
Now the Liquid know there's going to be some threat here in this second round.
เสียงก้องๆอ่ะน่าจะสบายสะท้อนครับ
3 Spectres and a Sheriff, so they have to respect this. Especially with a man advantage here, 11. Let's have a rechargeable, so on 25 HP, but does have a little bit of a buffer. Not much.
No, not much at all.
Unfortunately, going to be looking fairly dry in terms of util to follow that up. Nirei actually does get his hands on a judge as well.
Slow and steady. That's just shouldering this.
ดูดิอีเกิลดูจนเมื่อยคอต้องแบบสะบัดคอเอง
25 seconds.
That's going to be awkward though.
You could still just die to Camo though. There is every. Oh, there it is. Yeah. And Camo's got ult. He's got his flash, and now he's got.
อุ้ยคาโมโกงแม่งเลย
Brilliant work between Camo and Purpo.
ไอ้โม่อะ
Cool. Kept their composure. Get up to 11.
Shining in that chaotic situation here. When, like I said, there was real threat for KC to maybe stick the landing, especially with an advantage found so easily onto Mini Boot. Beautiful reposition from him, snappy with the Spectre.
But also great to see Purpo diving in there, right, making sure he's got bodies on towards it.
โคตรแบบเหลือจะเชื่อ
เฮ้ย
บอกว่าอะไรนะ
มันบอกว่าอาเวสคุณไม่สามารถทำอย่างนี้ได้ตอนคุณเป็นฟินิกอะเนี่ยคาโมนี่มันต้นตำรับฟินิกอยู่เลยนะเว้ย
Yeah, that's not going to be able again. Shut
down
here in the early round brings Arvez to 6 HP.
Still alive though.
Still alive. Liquid have to win out another 4v5 here. Don't necessarily know about the rest of the buy either.
ก็แซวกันเจ็บอยู่
We've
นะ
seen this one before, haven't we? Narrate's going to have to dig out a couple of players on this A site if they do want to continue on this. There's already doing some great work. They've got to clear Camo. It was a problem
เว้ยบอกกู
before.
เป็น IGL แล้วเพื่อน
Just be a problem
ไม่ได้เล่นแล้ว
again.
ฟินิกอะ
This time actively on the corner and getting curious.
จริงๆมันเปลี่ยนคอมไม่ได้เล่นฟินิกอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าไอเจียวได้ส่วน
Camo, time to work again. Oh my god! You can't keep letting
What's
him get
that?
away with that. 2 kills to get to the 1 straight
Insane.
back in. But it isn't even 3v3
เอ้า
to
มัน
a
จับ
degree,
มาก
right?
ไอ้คาโม
Around
เว
the
ลามัน
same
ฟิก
point,
อะ
It's the
Bar and
Guardian
Purpose.
that's concerning now.
ดูไวดูแม่นอะ
ก็จะพีคเลย
Went off for the plant initially, waiting for a peek out elsewhere. Finally,
ไอ้
we'll
เปอ
get
ร์
it
โป
down.
นี่แม่งเล่นโคตรสเตเบิลแบบไม่โอเวอร์พีคไม่อะไรเลยเล่นตามหน้าที่ที่มันต้อง
I guess
ทำ
that's the weaponry you got, so you got to play around it. And Narrate desperately trying to be a problem, right? Be a nuisance, get involved, get active.
ตายอยู่ดี
Well, it's on the receiving end. Wayne So he gets close to Getsu. No, he doesn't. So Getsu sharp with it this time. Purpo, the one with the Vandal. Meant to be the bigger danger, but Dozier going to extend play. Keep KC in the matter.
And with a bit of a weird exchange in terms of the finances here, still Liquid going to come back in a majority rifles. I mean, Minibu will be one that obviously struggles considering the first 2 rounds here. KC can't necessarily stabilize off of that, but a good progress on ults at least. They want to piece together a comeback. Minibu looking a little flustered. Unfortunate to be shut down once more. We'll be on a judge again.
มันรู้สึกดูเคาน์เตอร์มันทุบเมาส์มั้งปุ่มคลิกซ้ายเปิดเลยอะ
Well, at least fend off any proactivity here on the side of Liquid.
หมดร้อนทุบเมาส์พัง
But again, Camo's been getting 2s every time.
เด็กพอเลยวะ
เด็กพอสเด็กเมาส์หนึ่ง
Others going to have to commit this to clear close. Make sure to check for Camo because he's conditioned them to this point now. He can play a little bit deeper, be a little bit more tricky. Minibu's going to be the problem. And they keep him at bay. Camo wants to get in, try and get involved, but he's being held back. Slowed down and denied. Can't really do what he wanted. Oh, going to come down.
เอ้าไอ้ที่ยังตายอีกอะ
I can't believe it. Alves
ไอ้โม่เนี่ยมันยังตายอีกอะ
for KC. Minibu just caught off guard. I don't know where he thought he was.
Again, able to punish the backside of the ultimate. It's a 2v4 here for Nats and Wayne to try and recover.
Looks like a save already.
Yeah, it looks
almost,
like Nats
right?
is considering. Unless Wayne finds a freebie there, they can't really warrant throwing these rifles in.
Getting a bit closer.
Hang on.
It's 3 by art.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. But the last time we saw like a proper ninja defuse.
Last player standing.
Okay, Avaz,
Okay,
what the
Avaz.
hell?
The guy that can't shoot, by the way, apparently.
Almost on for the ace.
Yeah.
Almost had you.
But how did he get into... I mean, he finds the kill onto Purpo, right?
I was
as
so
well
confused why Minibu was behind him at one point. I'm just like, I'm lost in the source.
I think Minibu just thought, I've got to judge, like...
Do something.
Weird exchange here. I have to go towards main and try and make use of this. But how has Alves got to where he is? Here's the shot on Purpo. Minibu was next to him behind sight initially.
Maybe just went around the other pathing. Just went around the other side
But
at the
yeah,
same
he
time.
was tucked next to Camo, right?
I thought he was.
Again, he's got to judge. I think maybe he thinks he's got the timing to get up on catch. Maybe the second or third player.
Yeah.
So at least here, KC, 2 rounds in succession. Give them a economical advantage here. Like I said, certainly advantage in terms of the ults. Of how they will lie early on in this half.
And I like this little switch up, right? Bane that you're going to be, you've just hammered A back to back to back. Put Levin on a bit of an island, sure. You wanted him maybe to do a bit more than that. Maybe not just go down as the distraction. But you have pulled the players off of the site, so you will get the plant, but... Oh, that's concerning.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a wall here, and Camo's not going to find the kill.
No. Okay, so that should be ringing alarm bells. But he can just be a problem in the back lines, right? Do you then draw your players back to deal with him? But then it weakens the site hold, right? It's a little bit of a resource management game at this point. For Liquid, though, they do need to start building from the other side of things. Start pressuring as
Warding
well.
อยู่แม่งโหหลังสามคน
And well,
ว่าแหละ
I
มุ
tried
ม
to
นี้
keep
แม่ง
cool on that second fight there.
ชอบ
But
ไม่เช็คกัน
going to be called off by Purpo as Doja to find Camo. So that's at least the back line clear. It's the pack of 3 starting to go
เหลืออะไร
hunting.
โคตร
That
แพ
could
นิ
be
ก
a
เหลือจะโหลดโคตร
problem.
แพน
Purpo on the trade again. Still looking to do some more here, but that defuse is an
โอ้โห
issue.
ยอมเถอะ
Ults
ต้อง
to
ยอมแล้ว
deny, and not much to be
ยอม
done
ดีกว่า
for Wayne here. Just has to
โอ้
stand
แพง
and
ขนาดนี้
stare. There's another round gonna go for KC.
The big picture is that
นี่ไง
they're able to draw out Arvis' ultimate in this situation. Force
อาเวส
the
บอก
hand of
มี
KC
คนกระตุกโหนด
to
เสือ
continue investing.
ตั้งแต่โดนแซวยิงไม่หยุดเลยตอนนี้
Back
เก็บ
into
3
that
เก็บ 4
ultimate.
เก็บ 3 เก็บ 4
We'll see a Liquid timeout to follow this. 3 rounds found by KC. There's still positives here for KC in terms of piecing things together early on. Not much margin for error.
No.
And once these ultimates start coming on. Really drill further, or go further down that rabbit hole.
Sure.
So whilst they look good, it would be another adjustment for them to delve even deeper into Miniboo just being required to do not everything, but do more.
Yeah. Okay, 3 in succession now for KC. But after a timeout, obviously Liquid are very close to having some big boy ults on. Camo willing to take some risks here. And the first time they've had a free start towards A. Not checked on over towards main. And no late presence either.
Liquid will read this now that something is going on elsewhere.
Yep. Camo, right place. Going to be slowly filtered back. Good scaling up from KC. I don't know what the end goal is, though.
They're feigning a little bit of pressure, but they're able to actually wrap all the way back into connector here.
Haven't really seen this look towards B before. Clear of the util. Still looking like they fancy that A site.
I think, again, the position of Camo, consideration is there for Liquid. Can they stick the landing? In terms of a massive question mark here, once it actually transitions into a site here.
They're going to need to hear a rotation or something, though, right? You're still going to know there's going to be presence on that B site, be it 1, be it 2. As it stands, they're not moving. They're holding their ground. Levin's going to put his life on the line. He gets one, but it gets traded. Miniboo there, and now the pressure starts building towards that other side of the map. It's Nats who's a problem, though. Sugetsu and Arvez trying to stick the landing, but they are now up against it, and Nats can buy time. He just needs to play safe. He's doing more than that. Body to bury. Nats wondrous at this good anchoring of the site. With 10 seconds, Arvez, a brutal outcome for them.
The crucial thing here is the timing to catch the player on B long. That's what sets Liquid up for success here. When there's so many question marks across the map. Yeah, I'm not even sure actually the kill feed. Who was it? Yeah, it was Nats. Catch Dosia. That's the crucial. He's the one that really can pressure towards B. Still 2 players tucked in on B side. I think maybe KC are thinking.
โคตรเดือดอะช็อตเนี้ยเว้ยลืมปิดเสียงเลย
Don't expect Miniboo to be going forward as aggressively now when he's on a rifle. Does have the ultimate, so still an argument to be made he could. I'm seeing him positioned towards Art here. I don't think he's going to be down for the scrap. Or that crunch towards A main. Camo might be interested though.
Time for a field Certainly getting close, isn't he? Turn out. And they are battling down the hatches. They are getting prepared.
มันเซตอัพลึกขนาดนั้นวะ
Coming their way, 4 players. The defending side.
อ๋อเข้าใจละ
Ready for this. That reposition towards Art is quite nice as well. Just going to re-clear middle, sees nothing. Look how deep and how far away Sugetsu is on this. Miles off.
แต่ว่าดูแค่ฟาวเวอร์จะได้
And Sugetsu's put his
ไม่
warning
ให้
on the other side
โด
of
น
the
เท
map.
คดักเอาเพื่อนมาดีเทคจะได้เล่นง่าย
Arvez.
ๆนี่อ่ะ
That's a lot of bodies. Sugetsu's going to be maybe
เฮ้ย
a bit of
ซุย
a hero
ถึงเวลา
here.
แก้
That's
ตัว
a
แล้
lot
ว
of
ซุย
players
ช็อตเนี้ย
do
แจ้งเกิด
not mess this up. He doesn't. Sugetsu
พี่
safe
ซุย
for
บอกอร่อยเหาะ
ในที่สุดซุยบอกนานๆจะมีหมูหกมาให้กิน
They should be able to ferry that spike closer. And the last 2 really forced to save.
See a moment there that Camo's looking back
By B
towards
หมด
spawn
เลยฮะ
again. But they just give up the angle, even cutting the sight lines here on the back
ไป
of
กันต่อ
Miniboo's
ครับแบบนี้
utility. Almost their own demise to allow
เซฟเลยนะ
Sugetsu
ลิควิดอย่างงี้
to backstab. And KC, a 7th round.
The frustrating part is that was a lot of players there for KC, and you had the util on top from Nats. You had a lot of tools there to handle it, but won and lost on that positioning from Sugetsu, who I genuinely believe was too far away. And absolutely not. Right place, right time. Wayne and Nats just looking to keep hold of these rifles, if at all possible.
You'd really hope. Other rifles to bring into the next. We'll see Miniboo's ultimate available. Parbo's going to struggle though.
Yeah, he is.
KC clawing their way back
ตาม
in
ทหาร
here.
เสือ
Slow and steady.
5 more to find. And this is the catch, and like I said, it's Camo. You can see in the X-ray previously was looking back this way.
Of course he'll have a look.
Of course we'll have a look. Nearly catches the adjustment actually. Sugetsu just waits. Lines them up. Minimal risk there. Ultimate's here for Wayne and Miniboo still. Nats Camo, good progress.
Ooh. Just feels like Liquid is starting to just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. That concerns me a touch. Ooh, Wayne's gone checked already. He is in danger. They are hammering down towards the side. The Prowl are going to lead the way. Do they find him? Do they clear him? Shorty in hand. Seas comes out. Wayne, I don't know how he's alive, but he's still got one.
Still got a shorty.
Levin's dead. Wayne comes back in time.
โอ้โหเต็มตัวเลยนะ
Body to drop in the
วิคม
mayhem of this, and Camo's got ult to try and get involved. Narrate instantly deals with it. This is just so precarious. I think the numbers now might just tailor the outcome. Doja, you've been brilliant, but
ไม่
this
คือเวลามันฟิกเป้าอ่ะถ้ามันสะบัดซ้ายขวามันยังพอเข้าใจ อันนี้มันมันฟิกลง
ขึ้นลง
หัวแม่งแบบไม่ว่าคือเราเล่นในเพจแต่เวลาเราฟิกขึ้นลงมันที่มันยากเลย
ยากดิพี่
คือซ้ายขวาโอเค มันมีความชินอยู่มีมัสเคิลมันไม่ได้ชิน
ไปแล้วครับแชท
ที่
เจอกัน
ล่างบ
ฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับผมพรุ่งนี้เจอกัน บ๊ายบาย นอนก่อนไปพักผ่อนนะครับ